This is unreal. Beautiful stuff. They take him down with ease.
I cannot believe what I've seen. And that does.
I've done it for 5 years and I've never seen anything like that. Shutting them down one after the other. That's Hardy for you. Gonna look to make it happen, and there it is.
Hello and goodbye.
It's all over.
Don't be serious.
Come back around, full 360. Striker coming from the backside.
This man is absolutely insane today.
Oh, what?
Oh, it's nasty.
He strikes again!
And Papa don't miss. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready?
Well, yes, we are ready. Welcome, everyone. This is Watch Point Happy Sunday. It is I, Zoe Schwind, joined by Danny Lim, by Jake Line, and by Jonathan Larson.
Let's go.
Let's go. We're ready.
Let's go.
Sunday is always a good day. It's the day before Monday. We're hitting you with facts early on.
Sunday.
Wow.
Last weekend, last day to party, and then now you guys all have to go to work tomorrow.
Fools. I can highly recommend working on weekends. It's working out for us. No, but we got some great games coming our way. First things first, so let's take a look at the standings to know exactly where we're at currently. This is how it's looking like right now, as of right now. Right now, actually,
Week 4, day 3.
It's getting close.
It is actually getting closer. We still have, of course, some matches to be played out, so there's still some movement possible there. We need to determine which 3 teams are out, which 8 teams will make the knockout stage, and which 2 teams will get there by Atlanta Rain. Obviously, probably not gonna do anything but flying through it. But yeah, the second place, still hotly contested. We will talk about that in just a little bit. But first, let's let it sink in. Any team which really disappointed you or surprised you thus far?
Can we not talk about the shock again?
But the shock, though.
Can we not talk about shock again?
Let's talk about the surprises. Let's make this a positive affair.
I love that.
I've been the angry Russian judge for most of the desk, and it's time to who are we excited about? Who are we loving?
I don't know. You tell me.
You tell me. Come on.
I'm loving a lot of these teams. I love seeing the Titans having a impressive performance. Justice as well. Impressed. Teams I didn't expect to be this good. Even Boston Uprising. I was a doubter. So far, they've looked solid.
Yeah.
You were still a doubter as of yesterday, actually.
Yeah, I am still a doubter actually as of right now.
Just yesterday, poster, you're like, I'm waiting. It's gonna happen. The Boston Boom is coming. I'm waiting for it. Now you're.
But I do think they're definitely one of these upper mid-table teams. For sure, they're going to be a contender. I don't think they're going to wind up in one of the top 2 spots, personally. But I think that's just because it's a very, very hotly contested position. I think, the Atlanta, no one has looked close to them, except for my money, Houston. That's why I got. That's my bet. There's a few teams in there.
Let's dive into this then, all right? Atlanta, as you say, they're firmly holding their first place spot, establishing themselves as, the out protagonist for now. But who's the deuteragonist, right? The second.
Okay.
That's the second most important character.
Did you know that word before it came on the teleprompter?
I did, in fact. I wrote that.
Wow.
I'm writing my own script.
Deuteragonist 3 times.
Deuteragonist. Yeah, there we go. We learned a word here as well today. We need to know which team will be clinching that second place, buy into the mid-season madness, and avoid the perils of a last chance qualifiers, which that's just not a position you want to find yourself in, right? So let's go over some most likely contenders. Starting with one team which Reinforced, I know you had your eyes on. You talked about it yesterday, actually, in the post show, that you're very excited looking at the Gladiators moving forward. If we're looking at their schedule, winnable matches, but is that enough to get that second spot?
Winnable matches. I mean, they're playing the Vancouver Titans, which is going to be a great match, honestly, between two teams we've been hyping up now. London Spitfire, I think they're favored in, and then the Washington Justice, who, at their best, Washington Justice looks like a team that can't contend with the likes of the Gladiators. But when I think about the Gladiators, I don't really think about them as a middle-of-the-pack kind of team. At this point, they are certified a great team in the league. They might not be the second best, whatever that word was you just used, Zoe, but It's about peaking in the season finale, all right? Or at least, I mean, the season finale of the half of the season, which is the mid-season madness. So the LA Gladiators, in the Pro-Am, for example, they already beat the Atlanta Reign. They already beat the Houston Outlaws. So while they might not be better than those two teams right now in the qualifiers, they've proven to us this year already that they have all the ingredients they need to actually be one of the best teams in the league. So the LA Gladiators might not get a top 2 spot, but I'm really keeping my eyes for them when it comes to mid-season madness later on.
Yeah, and if we're, trying to remember the standings we saw literally 5 seconds ago. Currently, second place slot is inherited by the Florida Mayhem. Danny, if we're looking at their schedule, how do you see that playing out? Do you think they can keep it?
Can they keep it? I think things are a little bit more simpler for Florida Mayhem, right? Because if they could beat the Houston Outlaws, I think they have a really good chance of getting the Deuterog dentist.
Yeah, that's
relatable.
Yeah, but I mean, right? I mean, they started off the season pretty strong, and then they started to show a little bit of cracks, right? They played it really close with the LA Valiant, and then of course they lost to the Gladiators. But at the end of the day, they are a great team, and if they could beat the Houston Outlaws, which that match I think Houston is a clear favorite, but if they do beat them, I think they could go second place.
You know what helps?
What helps? That's true.
Oh.
Fans, the support of our fans always, of course, giving you a leg up, and this one is phenomenal. Like, honestly,
I love the style.
This is such a great style. Thank you so much, Dane, for sending this absolutely gorgeous piece for the Florida Mayhem. And what was that? Dane?
I want to give you a shout out.
Yeah, we tried to figure out, looking at the name, is it inspired by the dog breed? Are you, in fact, from Denmark?
Are you?
That name is just Dane. I mean,
Danish Great Dane.
That's a name.
Yeah, or a pastry.
Or maybe it's not Dane, maybe it's Dane.
A Danish.
You guys going
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
sorry.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, I wouldn't call a
pastry.
pastry a Dane, but Dane, yeah, sure.
But
there is a pastry called Dane. Anyway.
Are you a person?
You guys are the
Are you a
Europeans.
person? Whatever you are, you're very talented.
Thank
and
you
that's
so
all
much.
that matters. So thank you
so
so much for sending that in. And of course, we want to see much more of that. Yeah, so Florida Mayhem rocking up with a lot of great fans and fan art. So yeah, that might give them a leg up. However, I don't know if fan art will help you if you go up against the Houston Outlaws, Jake. They are looking at that second bye.
Their fan artists might be very talented, but you know who else very talented? The Houston Outlaws. A lot of extremely strong players on the team. They've got Spitfire. Should be an easy match, frankly. I think Mayhem is the big question mark. That's the match that will pretty much, I think, decide who's in this top 2 seed. Unless Vancouver can pull off like a crazy upset against the Outlaws, I think that's going to be a really tough send for Titans. If they can, then they're really making an incredible run, but I think Outlaws clear favorite in that match. So really, it's just the Florida Mayhem. I think Outlaws, they control their own fate here. Really, it's that match that's gonna, in my mind, pretty much decide who gets that bye, and it's a position you really want to be in. You get the opportunity to watch all your potential opponents competing, playing matches. You just get to research them, plan your strategy against them, and consider who you'd like to play against when you go into the tournament itself. And you're just, able to practice and hide your strats that whole time. So huge advantage going to those top 2 teams. Everybody wants that second slot besides Atlanta.
And I mean, one team we haven't even looked at or mentioned here is, of course, also the Boston Uprising. Like, as much as we want to run with the they're imploding narrative, they're currently 5-1.
Yeah, they are owning.
So
Their souls are there.
But they are going up against Atlanta.
They are. But what if?
What if?
What if?
I've got that priced in as like a 99% loss, but maybe that's overstating it, right? Like, there is incredible talent on the Boston Uprising. Maybe they can fight back. I mean, if they even look as good as the Outlaws did against Reign, take a map, make it competitive, I would feel really good about the Boston Uprising's chances. I think playing an elite team like the Reign is a true bellwether for the Uprising. Yep. If they can put up a fight, then they are a serious contender for the midseason madness.
Here for it. I'm here for the chaos of Boston beating Atlanta.
That will certainly throw a spanner in the works.
Yeah, and we love that. We're thriving in that chaos. One thing which is always a little chaotic is us trying to figure out the APAC region, because honestly, those results. I don't know who writes those scripts. It's certainly not the same person as does it for the West. But that's of course why we have our APAC casters who try to catch us up to speed, trying to make sense of it all. And this time around, they will also try to pitch us some big names from their region for the Mid-Season Madness tournament. So let's see what they have to say.
Hello, this is Avril here to bring you the recaps for day 2 of the Eastern Regional Knockouts of the Spring Stage here. We had some great games today. Not a single 3-0 to be had. Starting out, Pokerface versus the Guangzhou Charge. A very entertaining series. Pokerface put up a really good fight, but a very egregious C9 on Coliseo. You have to see it to believe it. Spark versus Dynasty. Spark's new rookie Sonjun has put up a pretty good fight with a Spark dive between Gushe Shine Leave. Too good ultimately. And that leads us into our third match, the Giga Banger itself. This one's certified straight for me. 5 full maps, a nearly reverse sweep from the O2 Blast squad. The best team of contenders versus the best team that we have in the East for the Overwatch League as well. Finally, after years, O2 Blast gets to play up against an Overwatch League team, and it is as good as you think. This team lives up to the hype 100%. Esperanza map number 4, one of the closest, one of the best push maps I've ever seen in the Overwatch League. You have to go back and watch this one. This is the match you cannot miss out on. SBG versus Fuel to close out the day. SBG had a really good performance from 2U on the tank, but ultimately, the Dallas Fuel hive mind, too much for SBG to contend with. Overlooking towards future matches, next week we'll be looking forward to the Zhou down again, Hangzhou versus Guangzhou, and then Inferno will take on Dallas Fuel all in the upper bracket with some knockout games from the contenders teams as well. So a lot to play through for day 3 and day 4 of the knockouts here in the East, but that does it for me today. Thank you so much. Back to you on the desk.
Thank you so much, Avro. He seemed so serious.
Yeah.
I was like, wow.
He looked a bit angry.
Yeah, I don't know. Angry, a little disappointed, sad, maybe? I don't know.
I mean, Jake's been trashing the APAC region here on the desk, so I don't blame Avril. I don't blame Avril at this point.
Look, I call him as I see him. I call him as I see him. I won't pull the punches. That's what I'm here for, guys.
So which of the APAC teams are you guys having your eyes glued on?
O2 Blast.
O2 Blast.
I mean, Soul
That was the easy
Infernal.
one.
Soul Infernal did beat them. And there's
But
only
3-2.
Yes, but there's only one of those teams that can make it out of that group. Remember, right? They're split into 2 groups. So in one part of the bracket is Guangzhou Charge versus the Hangzhou Spark, and in the other one, like we just saw, Soul Infernal. They've been looking really impressive. I'm gonna be honest. Look, I'll admit when I'm wrong. I was wrong about the Soul Infernal going into this season. I didn't think it was there for the backline with Fix and Skewed. I didn't think they had what it takes. MN300 Cest, I have unbelievable respect for. Mag, coming off his stint on the Washington Justice and the Boston Uprising. He's been looking really good on the Wrecking Ball. So credit to the Soul Infernal. They stepped it up massively, looking like probably the best team in the APAC region right now. And a 3-2 win against the O2 Blast. Actually something to be pretty proud of.
Are they playing ball? I gotta catch these matches, man.
They play ball on Blizzard World because they don't really play like the events.
Oh, really? Yeah, mixing it up. I don't hate it. I mean, I do kind of hate it, honestly, but it's fine.
So, hate is a strong word here, Jake. Maybe just severely dislike it. Strongly disliking it. Well, what I do like, though, is money. I don't know, that was a horrible transition.
I mean, who doesn't love money?
Who doesn't?
We love money.
Our team certainly do, and they're going to play for a lot of it for the Mid-Season Madness tournament with $900,000 US on the line. The first one will go home with 500,000 of that. Wow. So that's a big chunk of extra cash for the season.
The dosh.
And exactly, the dosh. Is that another youth word you're teaching me?
No, I think that's like I think that's like a British term, right? Like,
I don't know. Any Brits? Any Brits in chat?
Dosh? Can anyone validate me?
Dosh.
Let's get a
We'll
quick
find out.
Google on that.
Yeah, we'll do some fact checking in just a little bit. But yeah, the Korea Mid-Season Madness Tournament will, of course, be coming at you live from Seoul, Korea. The tickets are on sale right now, so make sure to grab yours, and we hope to see your lovely faces in the audience, in the crowd for that. Now, that was a mouthful. I think it's time to, relax a little bit, talk about things a little less serious than, of course, our very serious matches. Games. We love games.
We love games.
We love playing games. And we got a good one here. I want to test the knowledge of our desk.
Guess who?
Guess
who? That's right. We're going to test our knowledge of players. We're going to play a very quick game to see how fast we can recognize the players with just a few of their facts. And that will be shown up on our big screen right here.
Easy.
And the timer will run down, and after a few seconds, more information will be revealed. But of course, you guys want to guess it as quick as possible.
How many guesses do we get?
One
One
each.
each.
One each.
Let's
You
go
have to, or
one
else
each.
we're gonna just go crazy and scream names. It's gonna be absolute chaos.
You could do that too. You're
And
just
our
not
desk
getting.
would never allow things to become chaotic.
Never.
Not on this show.
Not on this show.
guys.
You're very
Absolutely not.
organized,
It's focused,
planned out. Yeah.
True.
organized. We don't make mistakes.
Right.
That's our ethos.
Yeah,
And chat
when
can
I'm here.
partake
When I'm
too.
out, though.
Jack can partake.
Chat can
Well,
partake.
let's bring.
Ooh.
Yeah, sure. Chat.
Chat,
partake.
spam it.
Oh, you spam it. One of you will
Alright.
be right first. This
already-
is our first one. Well, then go at it.
Go.
Who is the player playing Tracer, Genji, and Sojourn?
Okay,
All
interesting.
right.
I'm waiting for one more
Maybe-
piece of intel.
Yeah.
How about he got the. There we go.
4th season.
Here's another fact about this player.
Proper.
Kevster.
It's Proper's second season.
It's Kevster.
Okay.
Third highest final blow death ratio of all time.
Believe it.
Here's a fun. We got it. Bring it. Bring it.
Kevster! Yay!
Kevster.
The Swedish player!
Danny, there's no way you said Proper in fourth
And you-
season.
No,
I
Kevster.
don't-
And you
He's
guessed
rookie of the
it
year last year.
I thought it meant like 4th season, like he joined.
in the fourth season.
Okay. Okay.
You're just playing dumb. You know exactly.
No, that's
Yeah.
reasonable.
No, I
I
really
stand
thought- I
corrected.
really
I
thought
stand
that.
corrected.
Right. Well,
This is a desk without mistakes. I stand corrected.
True.
All right.
The sweet guess the sweet. Let's bring out our second.
Johnny, this is Johnny's favorite player.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Orisa.
I
So
see
we
you.
got a tonk player.
All right.
tank player.
Interesting. Might need one more piece of factoid.
Fifth season, eh?
Smurf.
Yes. What is going on
Wow, look
here?
at me. Look at me.
So it's
huh?
all time. It's all time hero play.
Yeah, Smurf played a lot of
he
Orisa
played
for the
Orisa
San
back in the
Francisco
day.
Shock.
Yeah,
known for his
Okay.
known for his Winston, but also a lot of Orisa for Shock.
I got you baited. I was thinking it was this season.
Should I just not play? I'm obviously too good.
You're
for
just
this
too
game.
good. You're
I
too
mean,
good.
That's no. Actually, let's.
I'm gonna give Jake and Danny a chance. I'll sit down.
no,
I'll sit out.
Don't
No,
back
no,
out.
don't.
I want you to
Okay.
dominate.
You can't just retire as
Dominate.
champion. You gotta stay in the ring.
All right. Let's bring in another one. All right.
Interesting.
Support player here. Another fun fact about this player is that he's third most total final blows of any support player all time.
Okay. Shu.
All time.
Shu.
What the?
He's too good. How is Shu's most played BAP? I don't get it, but whatever.
Come on, that was easy, guys.
I was gonna.
Come on
If
now.
it was Anna most played, I would have gone. Yeah, I guess maybe.
No,
the
he
final-
played a ton of Batiste for the Gladiators. Remember?
That's
The
fair.
Excel that like.
When did he said now?
The problem with these, I'm like rank order players in my head based on their best heroes, and I don't know what their playtime is, you know.
Was that all you got?
That's all
That's
I have.
all we got.
Oh,
All
that's
right, we just
fun.
we just
That was
got.
fun.
Sorry that the game was too
We got,
boring for
we
you.
got
in
slapped
first.
down, Danny. We gotta work on our
Do we want to have a poll in the chat about who won or?
Yeah,
No?
we should
Yeah, I
probably.
think-
Okay.
Yeah, chat. Who
Then
won?
vote for Jake
We
or
need a
something.
lot of polls.
Yeah,
Yeah,
all right.
Do a poll. Everybody pick Jake.
That would really piss Johnny off. I'm not gonna lie.
Come on, production. Do better. Do better, production. Come on, challenge me. What is
I mean,
this? Amateur
yeah.
hour over here?
Apparently.
Reinforce won it, I guess, by the numbers, but the true winner is probably Jake and
Yeah.
Danny, the winners of the hearts.
we
you know?
let him win. You know.
Yeah, that's really nice to throw him on as well. How
We gotta
sweet.
throw Johnny a
Well,
bone.
but
No, we
that
got
does it
clapped.
for our
I'm man
guessing
enough
game.
to admit it.
Coming up next, of course, we're going to talk about the first match of the day as well as predictions. Let's see if you can get your just streak going for the day.
Yeah.
That's a good start.
I'm up
good
2 over
start.
you guys, so.
Wow. Okay, well, see you after the
All
break.
right.
Sheesh.
Just reminding us.
Welcome back, everyone.
Zoe's lost it in the break.
They've lost the thread, guys. You're taking the show over.
No,
Johnny, what's next?
I swear I didn't lose it. I always had it. I still have it. I got it. I got this. I got this.
Zoe can't wink, everybody. This is how Zoe looks when she winks.
This is a lie. It's hard, okay?
That's what you did. You were trying to wink and you were just blinking at me. I was like, what do you want me to do?
You winked at me. I wanted to counter wink, and it just looked like I have something in my eye or a stroke. I don't know. But either way, we're having a great time here with the friends on the desk, and you too can have a great time with your friends, with your communities, watching our show. All you have to do is scan the QR code right there. Now it's over there. It's moving, guys. You gotta stick with it.
Oh,
yeah.
nice.
Scan it and find out how to use our Watch Party program. It's a great old time. I promise.
No.
Okay, fine. Let's talk about the first match. Once more, let's bring our schedule up to see what's coming your way. Vancouver Titans will go up against the Gladiators in a first one. And I'm honestly very excited for this one. Because, Vancouver Titans, they're a team on the upswing, sporting, of course, familiar names, veteran players, and a very highly anticipated rookie DPS in Sugarfree, who has been an integral part in their recent success. And they will go up against the Gladiators, also a very exciting lineup. This mixed roster with very well-known names, of course, they're starting to pick up speed as the team cohesion is really starting to show. And I think for the Vancouver Titans, this is a really important one, because this is like, are they for real? Is their recent success for real? If they can make it close or even beat the Gladiators, they're making a statement.
I'm honestly, I'm a little bit doubting for this match for the Titans. I don't know if I see it for them. I think, yes, these DPS on the Titans, they've been really exciting. Aspire and Sugarfree look great. But are they going to match up on Tracer Sombra versus Yaki Kevster? That's the comp that we've seen dominate time and time again. Aspire has been really great on the hit scan, but when these top teams play Sombra Tracer dives, the hit scan looks impotent. It looks too difficult to execute. So maybe Aspire can ascend to the next level and make it happen, but I think it's going to be a really tough one. I think the Gladiators they're a veteran team, and not just veterans, old players been around the block. These are still top elite players. I think that it's a tough team to challenge in a dive mirror, and they have the flexibility to match too. I don't think running off-meta queen comps is really going to help Titans too much.
I mean, if we're talking about the DPS lineups here, heading into the season, Johnny, for the Gladiators, I think a lot of people would have expected to see a lot of Kevster and Kai, but Yaki actually saw a lot of playtime recently.
Yeah, I was certainly there. I thought that Kai would see more play for this roster, and he did in the Pro-Am as well on the Cassidy, but here in the Overwatch League, Yaki has actually seen a lot of playtime, like Jake said, with the Sombra and the Tracer compositions. As Tracer, you can see Yaki's ranks as well. 16 hero damage, 16 final blows, and first when it comes to pulse bomb kills per 10. Really impressive stats. So Yaki being able to play this Tracer at this high of a level, combined with the Sombra, it's really unlocked Kevster to play all of these different heroes that we didn't really expect him to play in the past. Kevster Sojourn, for example, Kevster Echo, and Kevster can play his signature Genji as well. So Yaki has been really important for this roster, and now Kevster is the go-to flex damage player for this team instead. If they need hit scan, yes, Kai will get the call up and play in these matches as well. I think the next step for the Gladiators team is trying to integrate Funny Astro as much as possible into this team. I realize that at times you want to play Lastro and Bobble as much as possible for double flex support compositions, but Funny Astro with Lastro in the backline and then Kevster Yaki, that is a lot of pace and a lot of mechanical skill. That's when Gladiators play at their best, in my opinion.
Let's take a look at our prediction for this one. I'm almost certain that you're not the only doubter here for a successful W on the board of the Vancouver Titans. I had to go with the Gladiators. It's the Gladiators, and they're looking like an absolute top contender, the upper echelon, whereas Vancouver Titans, they're looking like a solid mid-table team. But I can't see them taking the W over the Gladiators. How about you, Danny?
Went with the Gladiators as well. I think Vancouver Titans, they are on a roll and they look good, but I think the Gladiators are the favorites to win this one. But I do feel like it's going to be close. Wink.
Jesus.
I do not look like that.
Yeah, as I said before, I'm going to go with Gladiators on this. I think they're just the stronger team. They're going to be more experienced. And these are two very flexible teams that have relied on switching a lot. And I actually think that's going to play towards the Gladiators. I think they have deeper hero pools across the whole team. They're going to be more confident as we get deeper into the swap game.
Yeah, I got the Gladiators as well, but I actually have a 3-2 on my scorecard because I think that this could be really close. This was one of those matchups where I was sitting backstage, and I was just like, Vancouver Titans would be a really spicy pick here, because actually this could be like a statement win for the Titans, but Gladiators on paper should be the favorite in this one, so I went with the Gladiators.
All right, let's actually take a look at what chat thinks of this one. Where are we rolling? Show us chat.
Gladiators 75, 83.
Okay. There's a lot of belief in the Vancouver Titans, a lot more than you would initially think.
This is pretty reasonable to me. Like I was thinking the same lines as you, Johnny, that the Titans have a real shot at this. I don't think this is going to be a stomp, a beatdown. I think Gladiators are going to have a tough fight on their hands. This is a resurgent Titans that are going to be really pushing for a win that could really start their season off on a fiery note, or really get them back on pace, show that they are a top team. However, I think Gladiators probably just prepared this match like the whole week. They probably didn't prepare at all for Vegas, so they probably have a little bit more advantage, I'd say, coming into this match.
Well, I'm excited to get this one going, but before we send it over to our casters, we want to give a quick shout out to Packing10. It's his birthday today, so make sure to hit him up on Twitter. Very happy birthday from all of us here, and thank you so much for all your work and just for your existence.
And thank you for letting us know that it was your birthday.
And thank you for being really, really weird and letting me know that it is your birthday. Absolutely love to see that. Now, to bring all the zest and all the juice for this upcoming match, we of course have Mitch in here with us, and there's this other dude in a hoodie, in a monitor.
She took my opener.
Oh, it's
I was going for a
it's me.
zesty.
Hold on.
Oh my goodness.
Sorry, great minds.
I'll wink like Zoe. Trying to wink like a whole face.
Smooth.
Like,
I've got to say,
I'm
you
just
guys look
expressive.
fantastic. The desks look good. Love this outfits, by the way. These are all
Thank
fantastic. You're a disappointment as usual, mate.
hey, I'm dressed up.
Dressed up
I'm
for
dressed
what?
up.
Dressed up for what?
Well, look, the
Shady
Titans, their last 4 games have either been a 3-0 or for them, or they've gotten 3-0'd. So I expect them to get out of here pretty quickly, one way or another in this game.
Get in, get out, get the job done, Matt. Again, I think this Vancouver Titans team, despite how the desk feels about their sort of chances here, they're an exciting prospect.
Yeah.
Very fun to see Sugar Free, already this weekend. He had a fantastic game. We're talking about a kind of player that has been going up against some of the best players in the world since they were very, very young. So they've really, been molded in this kind of scenario and under this kind of pressure. Now representing the Vancouver Titans, he's looking to go even bigger than before. It's Oasis first up in this series, Matthew.
Yeah, and we'll see. I actually don't believe this will be like a 3-0 series for either team. I actually kind of agree with the desk. I think this one will be pretty close. I could definitely see this one going 5, where the Titans have looked like they're a team actually like on the rise. They beat Boston in a 3-0 fashion. They beat London in a 3-0 fashion their last 2. So looks to be like a team that is maybe hitting a little bit of a stride.
Yeah, and it's about time. There are big shoes to fill if you want to think about the legacy of this roster and then the lack thereof, and then, starting to come out of a tougher time for this franchise. It's a fun team, right? No one loves being an underdog more than Crimzo. He's always got something to say about it. And Punk, eternally underrated tank player, is very, very happy to go into a matchup where they're not expected to win and they're here to produce some results. Faith has been incredibly consistent. Often, Matt, put on roles that don't allow him to get into the spotlight very much in this backline, but real key contributor, whether it's Lucio, Brigitte, even Mercy at times. They're a fun prospect. They got potential with the Gladiators on paper. Definitely have it. Yaki also redefining the Chad pose in that roster graphic. My God, what a jawline. Let's see how much of a difference it makes here, though. We're going to be heading out in the first round of Oasis. Yaki already looking to wrap around.
Yeah, I just really love the Titans DPS duo. Like, obviously the Gladiators, Kevster and Yaki could contend, on any day for being one of the best in the league. But I just think the potential for Sugar Free and Aspire is just so high.
Living a little bit dangerously there for Sugar Free. Having to use an ice block up on the high ground. It's no harm, no foul, though. Probably have that cooldown back by the time the fighting reaches ahead. Lastro on the Arnie here. Playing off angle, just wanting to poke, put some pressure down on Punk, and it's worked. They've had to give up the high ground here. Here it is, Biter Grenade thrown on in there. Hits 3. That is dirty stuff, but Aspire's going to strike first. Dante, the tip of the spear, removed from the mixture. But it's going to be a trade of kills. This funny Astro is always sure to get his hands dirty. Nobody looking really at Lastro yet, so this off angle's been pretty effective, but that Maywall's going to cut him out of the fight for a time. Punk in a Nemesis mode, not able to catch funny Astro. He's going to back away, but the Gladiators are working from the outside in.
Oh, I mean, a sick immortality field there from Crimzo, being able to just kind of keep players alive. Like, Punk took damage from Lastro, and oh man, he's gonna fall there, but had to use that Nemesis form early. And this time, though, the Gladiators, they go in right away. It looks like they'll just kind of go off the back of some of that damage that they laid down in that first fight and take the second one.
What do you think about this off angle for Lastro? Because, I mean, look at this ult charge. He's been allowed to do a heck of a lot in that fight.
Yeah.
A lot of big biotic grenades have come in. The most Vancouver did to answer that was throw up a May wall in his line of sight, but that didn't really seem to stop him for long.
No, I mean, they threw a May wall, they had like a Ramatra wall a little bit, and even with that sightline, not only was he putting down like some pretty big damage, just the biotic grenades, one that he landed in the corner there was pretty huge. This time doesn't end up hitting anything. It'll be Crimzo with an Amp Matrix to open things up.
Yaki trying to play that off angle, putting pressure down, has built an EMP, and with the Gladiators in control right now, it's a decent time to go forward. Primal Rage here for Dante, the Immortality field's going to be thrown down, but Aspire won't be allowed to play from inside of it, juggled into Oblivion. Dante now looking for Sugar Free, no Ice Block available, no survivability, and no chance of winning this team fight.
Black hair Dante showing up today.
Dark Dante. You know, it's like Lincoln Dark.
It threw me off the other day. I was like, does Dante have like a toupee on or something? But no, he dyed his hair. I just gotta get used to it.
Why would you wear a toupee when you're young? Oh my god. Okay, whatever, man. Yeah, it's possible to change your hair color, man. Bro, I saw your frosted tips way back when. You know how this works.
That's true. That's true. Dante looks way better with the black hair than I did with frosted tips.
Well, you won't have to make me word hard to agree. EMP is an option, but Punk is going to eat a manual hack, and Yaki's there to finish the job. Great patience, just lying in wait here. The Gladiators, look, functioning on many different axes here, and they're looking very confident even in individual senses.
Yep.
Who better to play as an individual than Yaki, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, Yaki always turns up on an individual level. Sugar Free will go over and play Tracer. I also got to say, I think this is just, as time will go on for the Gladiators, right? Like, Dante's going to kind of have to play some of these, like, you know, main tanks historically, right? Winston has looked pretty solid thus far. Been in some pretty good positions like that use of the Primal before, but Aspire takes Lastro out with an overclock.
Gladiators in no real hurry to recommit to the fight, but Yaki's EMP seems to be the starter's pistol. Aspire just, I don't know, his crosshair ends up where Kevster is, and he just hits that right click. Nicely done for Vancouver. That first pick from Aspire on Lastro is what really opens it up, though.
Yeah, so how do you hold this here if you're the Titans, right? I mean, you're going to have a sound barrier here for the Gladiators, also a nano, so you can nano Dante up to the high ground, like kind of force them down low, but it looks like the Titans even just giving up that high ground here. And Dante's gonna, yeah, I mean, he gets the nano, he jumps up, he finds nobody there.
Yeah, I guess he is making an assumption that the Titans are playing to the high ground quite heavily, but Vancouver, in advance, repositioned their squishy backline, so Dante can't reach them with one jump. And now this annihilation is going to pose quite the issue. Lastro has nowhere to go here. Run down by Punk, and then Dante will be eliminated. Vancouver's starting to build up a little bit of momentum here, albeit at the cost of some of these support ultimates.
And that was pretty interesting, right? Because typically you would expect when you turn the corner there, if you're the Gladiators, for the Titans to be holding that high ground, but they actually wrapped around Punk to kind of buy the team some time, pop that annihilation to kind of stay sturdy on the point. And that nano that they sent up to the high ground weren't really getting anything with it. And same with the sound barrier. So really good fight for the Titans. Could be one that ends up turning this first point.
This is a big fight, very important for both teams for obvious reasons. But Vancouver have to do it, yeah, with just the pulse bomb. Time for the individuals to stand up. Sugar Free and Kevster, where do these pulse bombs go? Oh, I can't keep Crimzo up though. The Primal Rage gets a heck of a lot of value in this fight, but Sugar Free is able to deal with Lastro. Recall there for Kevster, spots Aspire, he slides away from the pulse bomb, then he touches down, but Punk's already found Funny Astro. This one is going to be in the balance. Not having Lucio here for the Gladiators could be an issue, but they're able to be on the point here during overtime. There has to be a touch for Sugar Free. Into the recall, Kevster getting a lot of purchase with this damage, but the Kiriko healing comes just in time from Crimzo, and here come the Titans. They're back on the point. Punk knocking heads together, finding two in the EMP. Lacks follow-up, but Yaki and Funny Astro are getting it done themselves. Funny Astro needs to skirt the outside of the point, but this does give the flip over to the Vancouver Titans. He comes back in and finds another one though. Aspire, his boots on the ground as Sugar Free found Lastro. It's just Funny Astro here for the healing. It's going to have to be enough. The Gladiators look to flip things back. There may be a stall, but this is as close as it gets.
Yeah, and the Titans are pretty fortunate they were able to stall it out and kind of get control of the point, but not able to make it back. Man, that is as close as it can get in a round one. No, when Kevster were watching him kind of like battle Sugar Free, right? It was a really nice play. I believe it was Crimzo who made the switch, over to Kariko. So gets over there to help Sugar Free out with some healing. And while that's going down, Punk actually takes Dante out on the front side of the point. So that actually forces Kevster to wrap back. And it looks like that actually is the opportunity that the Titans have to flip the point, and they do. But just not enough in the end, as Yaki and Funny Astro just doing a fantastic job of just juggling onto the point, keeping it contested, picking up some kills as well.
Yaki chasing down Aspire in those last moments is what makes it impossible for the Vancouver Titans to stall any further in that round. Very close, very lively affair between these rosters. Come out of the gates once more. This time Yaki's going to be on the Mei to start with. Sugar Free once more on the Mei himself.
Looks like a battle for the high ground here.
Oh, Faith.
So they gotta be so careful. Faith looking for a boot.
Got it!
Yeah,
Nicely done. Yeah, that's beautiful, Matt. We're going to clean up here now. The Vancouver Titans get a pretty nice position. Faith able just to send Yaki over the edge for a very high-value elimination.
Yes, and now we'll see the Gladiators, how they go about attacking here with Kevster on the Sombra, which is quite interesting. So I was playing the Sojourn for a little bit there. Now we'll end up playing the Sombra in combination with this Mei. So really trying to get maybe a hack onto that Ramatra, maybe a hack onto the Mei. Just trying to burn a target down as they're trying to just brawl it out a little bit.
Punk's going to get wrapped on here if he's not careful. Needs to be pretty good healing coming down from Crimzo. Aspire has a wall in the way. It's going to buy some seconds of privacy for the Gladiators, and they get what they came for. Sugar Free is down. Aspire has to play from a pretty wide angle and needs to find basically an insta-kill in the next few moments now. This player advantage is going to start to hurt the Titans. Crimzo hack, trying to deal with Kevster in the backline is Aspire. He staves the Sombra off, and Dante's looking worse for wear. Amp Matrix in play. This could be scary. Dante blocking up right now, but can't stop all this damage, and Crimzo's the one that finds him.
No, it's that headshot from Aspire. So when he slides down, he actually headshots Dante, forces out the Nemesis form in the Immortality field straight away. And as soon as they realize both those things are out, they drop an Amp Matrix of their own, and that allows them to just run down the tank of the Gladiators.
Nice little win there for Sugar Free. This is going to stagger out the Gladiators even further, especially now the chase is on. Astro's Exo Boots give him up on top of the wall, but Dante doesn't have such mobility. He'll back away after giving up much of his health pool. But the Titans hold the point here with a large number of ultimates. This next fight, man, it's going to get messy.
I mean, this is always the scary part of the game, right? For, I think really more for the Gladiators, right? It's an overclock here from the Spire over on the side, but you dump so many ultimates into this fight. If you don't win it, you're at a really large disadvantage at the end of the game.
Losing Punk early, that hurts the Titans, especially after expending the sound barrier. The Gladiators now probably thinking about rationing these ultimates, trying to avoid using too many. It's another funny Astro elimination as Aspire gets sent packing. This guy's all about those environmentals. And the Gladiators, this is what they wanted, Matt. A fight win here without having to spend too much, even drawing out that sound barrier.
No, Amp Matrix plus EMP is good enough to win it, right? So they hold on to this sound barrier. You have that Annihilation and Blizzard here to potentially use to kind of run this one back. 91% for the Titans, pretty much one fight territory for them at this moment.
Dante is isolated here. Funny Astro trying to make some shots here from that high ground. Yaki Blizzard straight away, no chance to respond. Instant ice block here from Sugar Free. The Crimzo not nearly as lucky. Fantastic timing. We see plenty of teams play around Blizzard, able to avoid it. Yaki gave them no option.
And that Amp Matrix from the Titans, I mean, that is exclusively because you think you can take out Dante, right? They kind of have like a Mei wall behind them. They put an Amp Matrix down that's like off to the side. So just trying to maybe just burn him down really fast, catch him off guard. They're not able to do so. It's like a Mei wall from Yaki that splits off that Amp Matrix, and then he drops the Blizzard in behind it. So now things are starting to get scary for the Titans.
58 and counting for Los Angeles. Sound barrier available for this fight. That's going to be a big difference maker. Dante again isolated by that Mei wall, frozen up. Sound barrier comes in for Funny Astro to kind of keep him standing. The Annihilation though is ticking along, and Aspire finds the extra damage on Dante. Here we go. Ice block for Yaki. Now they're staggered. Gladiators give up the point with still some players left, so if they get chased down, this could be an issue. Here's an EMP, but Aspire finds yet another key kill. It's Lastro to fall. Both teams have lost their Baptistes, and Punk is looking for a target. Get some value out of this Nemesis form, or at least create some space. Astro has to touch somehow, defying death in order to keep this overtime going, but not for much longer. Aspire descends from above, swoops in, finds the kill. Yes, they lose their Ramatra. This could be a problem with the Annihilation running. Aspire has to give a bit of space here, but Dante's not creating enough to flip the point back. Faith's able to find him at the end there, and Kevster trying to dance away from the railgun, but a sound barrier at just the right time for Faith secures the round for the Titans.
Oh, I mean, they feel good enough to win it there because that's what the 2-player sound barrier just with like Faith and Aspire. So they feel like it is a must-win scenario, and I think as well you got Dante low enough. He's popping the Annihilation, but not in range to be able to kind of like keep it rolling, so to speak, right? With Aspire and Faith able to back up a little bit, where map number 1 delivering on what we thought was be a pretty close series.
10 final blows, 6 deaths here for Aspire. Every time we go to him, he's finding very important targets, whether it's Dante or Astro in many cases. The Sojourn for Aspire, really impressive. We know him as a storied hit scan player. This guy continues to impress, continues to improve. The Punker Queen is back. The Gladiators also will be having a similar composition, albeit with very different DPS.
So we'll see if the Junker Queen can, make an impact here for, well, really both teams, right? As first are seeing this composition as it'll be Yaki playing that Genji here. So Genji Sojourn versus the Titans, who want to play really aggressive behind that Junker Queen, right? With that Tracer Sombra.
Kevster looking dangerous at the moment, charged up. Great sight line, a lot of space to work with. Aspire hoping to put some pressure down, but Kevster seems mostly unperturbed here. Sugarfree doing the dance, but Dante's going to be able to find Aspire first. No Tracer means no flexibility, no harass potential. Yaki playing pretty conservatively here in the front line, just to deflect. And I think the Glads know they got what they came for with the Tracer out of the mix.
Yeah, I actually like the... So I'm not exactly sure on the Sojourn, but I actually like having the Genji in with the Junker Queen. It feels like you can get so much value with the Shout and kind of getting Genji in, getting those dash resets. It just feels like there's just such a high kill potential there. You combo Genji with the Junker Queen, but it'll be a contest here. Both teams kind of just playing on opposite sides of this pillar. Kitsune Rush for both sides here are going to be active.
Punk dealing with flankers right there, but going to go for a Carnage swing. Yaki's been able to find Aspire. So the aforementioned play was such a great last round. Now getting picked off first in these last couple of fights. Yaki Genji, though, nothing to sneer at, that's for sure. A lot of pressure coming down in Punk's direction. Encroaching on Dragon Blade territory here, but the team who start the fight with Kitsune Rush, the Titans thought they could take the initiative. It blows up in their face.
Yeah, and the Genji is just such an awesome pick here to be able to kind of get in there, brawled up with the Queen, and then also finish off some of those kills that Kevster's putting down some damage on. If you're the Titans, you got to get a hack. You got to kind of get the Tracer and the Sombra for both. Kind of going for that same target, going forward and going a little bit deeper maybe. And it just seems a bit tougher here, specifically on this point. But maybe this EMP turns the tides.
Pretty perfect. Sound barrier comes in, and it's too late to keep Kevster alive. Pulse bomb on Dante. He's going to be low. Hack to follow it up. Sugarfree making sure that kill is confirmed. Faith getting the credit. But the Titans now back onto the point here. Spending a little bit to go, but hey, a pulse bomb connection from Aspire. That's pretty nice.
I mean, they spent everything, right? I mean, pretty much, right? I think you kind of have to, though. I mean, we've seen this point. You can just stall it out for so long. It feels like an eternity. You kind of needed to use some ultimates there. If you're the Titans, you don't use all of those. You're probably looking at last fight territory where the Gladiators are still in the lead.
Oh! The boop! I think that was... I think that was Faith. Or Dante, one of them. I mean, hard to say here, but yeah, Punk looks like he didn't go the direction he wanted to. So not only is Funny Astro, by the way, leading his team in final blows at this point, but also able to redirect that Junker Queen during the ultimate. That's huge. Faith gets a couple real nice ones there. Astro falling. Still, the Gladiators now trying to take this point back as the Titans were able to flip in that previous fight. And they're in decent stead here. Yaki may be looking to link up with Dante, but Dante's hacked, nowhere to go here. Commanding Shout comes online just in time. But the Glads don't have the point yet.
Look at what you can do with just a Lucio and a Tracer, right? I mean, you just keep stalling this one out, Like, now you take out Yaki. I mean, this is huge here for the Titans' chances of coming back.
Yeah, Crimso hitting these headshots here and there, setting it up. Yaki getting taken down. Punk trying to play in the front line here, and he's looking pretty confident, of course, with the Kitsune Rush down and active. The Titans will chase the Gladiators off the point here, and we're at parity score-wise.
Well, parity score-wise, but Yaki looks like gonna not play. Gonna go play Tracer.
Yaki moment.
You have an EMP here for the Titans. I mean, this is like round ending, right? Potentially, where if you can get a good use of this EMP, get a pick off right away. you're already at 90%. I mean, this fight's not going to kick off until almost OT.
It's Lenny time! Big 4-player EMP. Follow up a little bit slow. Kitsune Rush comes in. Pulse Bomb going to be definitely avoided, but Crimso still able to find Funny Astro. He was building up towards a sound barrier, so he'll need to use that coming back off Respawn if he has the time. The Titans have theirs first, and when they know this is their window to get aggressive, they're trying to push towards Kevster, who slides out the way, being topped up desperately by Lastro, but he cannot stand up. Faith eventually runs him over. Dante in with the rampage, but he's very low as well. Sugar Free here with the anti-heal, but he's Sombra. He's fine to get out of the fight. Punk dispatches Dante in a grisly fashion. And now it's Funny Astro with a late beat that doesn't cover nearly enough of the team. They'll have to stall for the time being now. He'll play around the middle. Knife thrown out there. Punk, bit of extra damage. Commanding Shout to get the speed in. They're looking to clean things up here and get the job done. Funny Astro very hard to shift now, and he's bought enough time for Kevs to return to the fight. Here's a rampage. Decent connection. Funny Astro able to boop him back, but still affected by the tick and anti-heal. And there are your Vancouver Titans standing tall, getting the win here on Oasis.
Extremely competitive map number 1. I mean, goes absolutely down to the wire there. I thought the Lucio play from Faith was tremendous, right? Just being able to pick up so many kills, it feels like at times, you know, being able to stall the plays out as well. I thought Faith had a really good map number 1.
Yeah. All about the Lucios, right? Funny Astro tied for first in final blows on his team. He's 9 for 6. It was all about Aspire, though. I feel like early on in this game, right? The Sojourn play absolutely sublime after a little bit of a rough first round here. Very impressive as the Titans, you know, they keep it close towards the end of that round. We've got to say that last stage, man, this was exciting. Faith, yeah, very crucial. There's one fight, I think he finds, you know, sort of 2 kills. Kevster going down, I think he finds Lastro as well. Love this pace of play for the Titans. They don't respect the Gladiators, and they know they're on even footing with them. Now they're even ahead, of course, in map score, with Blizzard World lingering around the corner. This is one to watch. Do not change channel. Do not move. We'll be back with map 2.
this one around. They've lost their jungle queen already, and he finds Hizu again. Does up big. 4-4. Oh, make that a 4.
I'm a threat. It's a bet.
I'm telling you, Faith is an insane Spring player.
Advantage down, but there's no more lifelines. L&L, and yet it might not matter. Sugar Crystal super early anti-air play. Run.
They're brash, they're scrappy, and they don't care what you think about them. And now we know they're the real deal. What an opener from the Vancouver Titans, Matt. This team looks like they're ready to make a run, and they're putting pressure on, I guess, a perennial gatekeeper here in the Los Angeles Gladiators.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to prove that they can be on the same tier here as the Gladiators, as they will bring in Kai and Babel here for map number 2, which is Blizzard World. So you bring in Kai, that kind of tells you you're going to play probably some hit scan the entire time. You would think, probably Ashe. Maybe you want to, have him on Hanzo and keep Kepster on like Tracer or something like that all the time. No subs here for the Titans, as they don't have to make any of those moves.
They'll be sticking with this same core. It's given them much success so far in this series. The Gladiators, of course, no surprise to see them make some switch-ups here. This is the kind of map, right, where we see a decent amount of Diva play, Hanzo, even some Widow get mixed in. This obviously frees up Astro with Babel coming in to go over towards the Kiriko, as opposed to playing like a Baptiste Lucio setup we saw on Control in general. I think that's, I want to see what Vancouver come out with, because Aspire, I mean, he had his, like... he had his most famous moments coming out of nowhere on Widow, so we know this guy's really nasty on the Hanzo as well.
I believe Kai told Sugarfree his name is Ugly.
Ugly. That's such a, okay, fair enough. Kai, obviously, probably not the most imaginative name. I like a little bit of Techers. Love a bit of Techers or Aspire. Can't quite thread the needle.
Oh, almost. That was a pretty sick angle, though.
Yeah, love that.
I'm sure you'll see people start to try and convince people and do that as... Let's see. Okay, we're going to see Tracer, Sombra from both sides. So Kai comes in. We'll play that Sombra, maybe just allow Kepster to play some Tracer. So we kind of see, him and Yaki really kind of go like back and forth depending on things. And Punk on the Diva. So this will be a treat. Punk, a fantastic Diva player.
Dante is the one that goes in first. And again, Punk wants to be reactive here. A lot of pressure down on Dante, but he's quite healthy despite having just dove into 5 players. Love that prediction there. Yeah, Babel there knocked back off the high ground. Punk just wants to make sure that he can control this. So every couple seconds, every cooldown, he's going to head up there. The hack is frustrating, though. That's something he's going to have to play around here, Matt. That constant Sombra pressure.
Yeah, the Gladiators kind of go in there for the backline at the start, right? They try to make a play from Faith, but everybody on the Titans actually relatively healthy, so they're actually able to get into the point rather fast. And look at this. I mean, you've already gotten 1 tick. Punk can kind of sit in his position, try and control that high ground. But Kepster now, he's found Crimzo.
Great job by Punk, but the linchpin of this strategy is being able to keep your Diva topped up as she goes up, down, a lot of the time. Aspire, though, is able to get rid of the backline here, or get rid of half of it, so the Gladiators are now without healers. They just have to full commit to this defensive hold. Punk is, well, as you can see, desuited for the time being, so perhaps posing less of a threat here.
He's got high ground, though.
Right.
He's got high ground.
Yeah, never know what you can do with the high ground, and it's Aspire finding Dante here, so the Titans, again, scrap it out. But they're able to find the backline. Their target prioritization's been fantastic. Aspire and Sugarfree really gelling.
Dude, I think it was it Jake on the desk when we were kind of like talking a little bit before the series, where it was like, oh, like can Aspire and Sugarfree like go head to head with like Kepster and Yaki, and I mean now obviously with Kai coming in, at least early on it seems like they can, right? You're seeing Kepster obviously getting to the back line, make an impact, being able to take out Crimzo, but then on the other side, Aspire able to get in and pick up like 3 kills in that fight, right? Turn the tide. So
yeah, I mean 3 kills between
DPS duo living up to the hype.
3 kills between the 2 DPS. Kepster able to do a pretty good job fighting 2 sort of virtually solo eliminations there, but came a little bit late in the day. And Punk obviously still being a factor despite not having a mech was definitely had some impact. All right, Sugarfree here thinking about maybe pressuring Babel down. I don't know if Punk can really join him on the dive. He's too low, got DC. So this is a solo attack. Oh my, love that. Straight to sleep goes Sugarfree. The EMP came out, and the follow-up opportunity was not there. He went for it despite knowing that Punk was in no position to join him. Maybe that's ill-considered. Doesn't quite pay off, but now the fight breaks down a little bit into a pitched battle.
Yeah, the EMP just does so much damage, though, that Aspire is able to get in there and finish him off pretty quick, right? As it's going to be Dante popping the Primal, wants to keep this fight rolling, maybe swing it in favor of the Gladiators, because the Gladiators do have an EMP and a nano boost of their own coming up here shortly.
Yeah, fight there, couldn't do anything. Crimzo may have wanted to EMP
rally
fight
too.
Yeah, in that moment. Yeah, pop the rally if I'm not mistaken. Still going to be brought down though. So all that defensive setup is going to be stripped away by the Sombra. Dante being a nuisance here. This bubble is very troll. That is extremely troll. Not much the Titans can do to play out from that one. Hard to keep Punk topped up. That bubble is gone though. Punk gets a bio nade. Still duking it out as the cart is inching forward.
It's crazy that like these fights don't really have like an actual like conclusion to them. It just seems like they just keep kind of like funneling into the next one, where the Titans never really like actually kind of give up. Same with the Gladiators, where they got a lot of good payload progress there at the start. Titans, right? You still have above 230 in the time bank. You're probably like a fight and maybe some stall away from being able to take checkpoint B as well, and they have another EMP to use on this high ground.
Yeah, built that one up again pretty quickly. Again, without the Winston, I wonder if it's really intended to be like a combination dive with the tank and EMP, or just, again, Sugarfree going for a little bit of solo magic. Let's try that again, shall we? EMP. Oh, hit the Winston as well. He can't peel. Punk is there this time. Somehow, though, there's like a healing pack, I think, thrown at Babel, keeps him alive, even if Dante was forced to look on.
Now Dante gets really low. I don't think you're going to have a follow-up. Nice bubble there to just kind of protect him on the way out as well. He's going to make it back to the rest of the team, and you're allowing the Gladiators to build up towards this nano, towards this EMP. And now with the Titans, right, you use your self-destruct to, maybe obviously just get a new mech, but maybe try and get a kill there over the top. What do you do here is now Dante has the effects of this nano.
No sleep. That missed. That could be a problem for Crimzo. Oh, okay. Self-bio, though. That helps a lot. Bubble in the way. Dante throws that one down. Primal. Oh, goodness. Hold on to your hats, everybody. This is about to get a little filthy. Now, not much you can do there. Dante finds a bit of a freebie, and Crimzo got stuck with the bio. So the Gladiators spend much of this phase, Matt, bending, not breaking. Once the car gets close to that checkpoint, they have the ultimates to go with.
Yeah, as they end up investing that EMP, Primal, and the Nano into that fight, but it ends up working out, right? You send Dante in with that Nano boost. I mean, look at the position he kind of forced the Titans into, and then that EMP and Primal come down and just seal the deal. So now we were talking about 2 minutes and 30 seconds plus on the clock for the Titans. Now you're down below a minute. You have your Nano here, so you Nano Punk potentially, right? Send him up to the high ground. Maybe kind of like counter dive a little bit. Maybe let Dante come in, kind of play some defense, then follow it up.
That's a really interesting bio from a Crimzo there. Maybe trying to force a bubble? Not sure. Either way, Dante's forced to back up there. A lot of healing being pumped into the Winston. And he's been kept alive for the time being here. Punk just wants to maintain position on the cart for the time being. They know Vancouver, they know they're running out of time. 25 seconds left in the round. Punk knows he needs to path towards one of his healers here, but there's a good chance to pressure Kai down, and Faith finishes the job with the whip shot. Now we're ready for the second wave. Vancouver have a pulse bomb to work with, and they're getting close to another EMP. It's about pressuring down the rest of these players that need the double healer in play, and that's Aspire dealing with Dante. Lovely stuff for the Vancouver Titans. It's just stall and nothing else for the Gladiators. Kai switches to the Widow. Wants to pressure Punk down as quickly as possible, but it's a self-destruct. That means it's basically done. Kai's going to back away. Lastro is a casualty of that explosion. Here comes Kai. One headshot, not bad, but the checkpoint already achieved.
Yeah, as, for a second there, it looked like it was going to be really good for the Gladiators, Mitch. Like, when they dove in, right, they ended up getting the Nano boost onto Faith out, and then Faith also popped Rally, and then they just kind of, like, ran away. They didn't really get tons of value out of that for the Titans. But in the end, you have that EMP, it becomes too strong. And even with Kai, though, going to the Widowmaker, putting down some pretty big damage on Punk at range, not enough to get a hold, but still pretty good defense as far from the Glads.
Self-destruct's big, right? The sort of invulnerability frames and just the zoning potential of that ultimate. Yeah. Couldn't have asked for much more timing-wise. Dante hacked here, still able to maintain the high ground though, gets his bubble up in time, and Punk decides, I mean, he'd be better off sort of ducking down again. He's, again, doing a lot of different things at once, Punk. Really multitasking. He needs to push the card a lot of the time, as Kevster is not contesting cards so much as they are trying to flank. So, Punk, in and out. Very, very active. Very high APM, I suppose, moment. Here we go, though. Nano boost into the back line. Lastro gets filleted.
Yes, Nano here onto Punk is you do end up taking out the whole back line of the Gladiators. It's just, is that enough? I think you're probably going to need another fight
One
here.
more.
Yeah, Dante's going to have Primal.
Ah, interesting.
Oh, he pops it kind of early.
Yeah, to what end I wonder? I mean, Crimso's hacked here. Sleep came on just in time, but Crimso gets a little too close. I think Crimso expects them to be able to kill Dante with like a Biotic Grenade follow-up, but Dante just gets up and takes a swipe. Kevster's Pulse gets eaten up, and that is your time running out. Vancouver, a pretty solid push across the map here. And again,
Yeah, I didn't need to see the chat to know what was getting written in there. That is not able to make their way back towards the payload. It looks like Punk maybe just kind of like turned, ate that pulse bomb actually, which is quite nice. Also dealing with the effects of the EMP, but just moved off the card a little bit.
I don't know. I hope the discussion is going. I think Babes might be a nickname for Vavel. I'm not sure. Again, these two teams pretty chummy, pretty chummy with one another. So, hey, good push though. The D.Va play is really fun to watch. It's incredibly cerebral, right? Dante on the Winston, we know his D.Va is excellent, right? But you see what the game plan often was for the Gladiators on defense there. I think should. All right, we're gonna get a Charles the 9th replay here.
Yeah,
let's take a look. Let's put it up in the microscope. All right,
rate this C9. Punk goes back.
Okay. Well, they're hacked. I'll give it 4 clouds out of 9, Matt.
Dude, the one that happened in APAC, in the Guangzhou Charge game, I mean, that one was...
Was it Yongjin Shang 9 level?
Yeah, it may be on the same level.
Oh, because that was yes, I remember seeing that the clip and the sort of reaction, the player reaction was priceless after that.
Yeah, everyone was like, "You gotta watch it," and then I saw it on the encore this morning, and I was like, "Oh, that is egregious."
You caught it on live stream files.
I was like, "Yeah, I was like, that one's that one's not going in the highlight reel."
Oh, buddy. Okay, so the Gladiators here. Look, a lot depends on, I think, how quickly they can get going through the second phase of the map. See what they can do here on first.
Absolutely,
again, a lot rides on Punk here. How much interference? Oh, I love this. Look at the hack timing, right? Punk gets hacked just as Dante dives to the high ground, but he actually opts to drop off, then gets hacked himself. The Glads are in sync here, but now as the fight breaks down, it's really a matter of like trying to focus these targets effectively. Kevster wants to just ward Sugar Free away, I think, but yeah, damage on Punk could be big. He is going to be desuited, so the Gladiators playing it slow and steady.
Yeah, I mean, you have obviously with Punk on D.Va, he's trying to go with the blaster here.
Mess him up!
Are they going to keep him alive?
Go! Blaster Punky, let's go! He's going to get back in the mech.
I mean, yeah, is he going to? I mean, he seems like he did a decent amount of work there. All right, he's going to get a mech back.
Baby. Sheesh! It's not over yet. 2 ticks and counting. Crimso forced well away. That's a nice bubble from Dante, kind of making it hard to heal Lastro up. But there's been a trade. Aspire's been able to find Lastro, excuse me. Babel going down. The Titans are looking pretty good on defense here, and Dante gets clapped by Crimso. And it's a successful hold.
I mean, Crimso just playing insane today. Crimso and Faith. Where, we don't really see it, but Aspire's able to actually pick up 2 in the time that Kevster and Dante are trying to get rid of both supports, right? And then they don't even really get rid of Crimso. Crimso's able to live on through that. So Crimso doing a fantastic job, obviously with the help of Faith staying alive for as long as possible, where also Aspire making a big impact taking out the back line of the Glads.
All right, EMPs and support ults. That's the name of the game right now. Whip shot to Dante. Dante probably just wanting to see if he could draw some action out there. And the first EMP belongs to Sugar Free. The follow-up is good. Punk just descends on Babel. And of course, Nano boost on towards Faith. The raid boss now setting up to push back the Gladiators once more. Faith is, I've said it before, the sound bites of it. This guy's Brigitte is top tier, absolutely top tier.
Yeah, and they end up holding on to that rally here, where the Gladiators end up using that during this fight. So really decent first point hold here for the Titans. And I think anytime you can get here, Mitch, is just such a benefit, right? Because we see teams really struggle towards that second part of the map, where if you can just bleed some clock here, right, and leave them with not a ton of time to work their way through that, you push the cart probably far enough if you're the Titans to feel pretty confident about your hold at the end.
Dante doesn't have much to do there. Forced to throw his bubble down as he's whip shot back off the high ground. Faith ever vigilant. Spire sees Babel. Okay, he's got to draw a beat on the Ana here. But opts to recall. Kevster in the meantime finds Sugar Freeze. Kevster being perhaps more aggressive here. All right, we're going to IMAX Kevster. See with the snack bar, buddy. It's going to be Faith taken down. Crimzo is in trouble. There's no way he's going to get out of that one here. And now the Titans are starting to think about how much they really want to commit to this fight. With Punk desuited, it's all done.
Yeah, and they end up using the self-destruct there. They'll just give this one up. But still, 37 seconds left on the clock there. The Gladiators finally unlocked that checkpoint A, and you saw how aggressive they had to go to get both of those supports, right? Not only did they dive and take out Faith, right, who's popping that rally, they went that extra step further. They pushed really deep, with Dante and both DPS to take out Crimzo. So see how they set up here. It'll be an EMP for both sides. Yep. See how Kai gets value out of it, trying to get up to the high ground potentially. A little easier here for Sugar Free to probably get some value.
Yeah, Crimzo has their nano as well, so keep an eye on if we head towards Faith, how that turns out. Both these Sombras getting 90 seconds per EMP. This time Sugar Free lets his one go first. Great connection. Dante getting taken down right at the start of that fight. Sugar Free gets out like he had nothing to do with it. And Punk now is just going to look to get topped back up. Dante down, but yeah, you really want to, again, get some stall for this. So Punk steps up and says, okay, you're going to need a tank if you actually want to advance here.
Yeah, you're going to need to actually just put a stop to the payload progress, right? Like getting those initial pickoffs and then letting the Tracer just kind of move the cart isn't going to be that big of an impact. So let's see if Kai can get some value here.
Mod check. Faith doesn't get anything. So Nano not able to be used because Crimzo was caught in that EMP. That's about the best you can hope for, I think, with Sombra against very good backlines, right? Kai has to be pleased with that one. Fight's not done, though. Dante here with the Bionic Grenade, but is able to find Crimzo still. Self-destruct from Punk, maybe just for that mech reset. Won't find any incidental kills as a result of it. And Aspire then gets gooned by Kevster and Dante.
Yeah, he just wanted the mech reset. He was in there pretty deep with Aspire. I think they were going for a kill on either the Lasher or Babel, and they're not able to get it. So now things are looking pretty good for the Gladiators. Like you talked about, like teams able to stall for a long time here in this part of the map. The Gladiators, they push through pretty effectively.
Rally popped here, but Crimzo and Faith are being kept out of the fight. There's a bubble in between them and Punk, I think. Yeah, great placement from Dante. The guy's got such awareness. Faith has to turn around, shield that one off. He is able to. Kevster on the recall. Another Primal Rage here. Rally has to be popped by Faith in order to stay alive, and he gets the nano boost as well. This could go wrong for the Titans. Faith here with a Bionic Grenade, so the Rally's not going to keep him up. The Gladiators have all the answers right now, and the Vancouver Titans push back into the last phase of the map.
I mean, that is lightning fast there through that second part of the map.
That's what I said, right?
2:16. Yeah, I mean, that could end up deciding the map, right? Now you have the 2:16 to basically get a map completion, like pretty close. You see where that, I know golden tick is at the top of the bar on the top. So you're looking at probably two fights here, one in which you'll have an EMP, and then on the other side of things, so Sugar Free with this EMP again. So let's see who gets better value out of this, where I think if you're the Titans, you try and take a fight early. Yeah, I like this call from the Titans, but they lose Sugar Free right after the EMP.
Yeah, Astro just bonks him, and Dante doesn't seem to be adversely affected by that hack in the end. Okay, so Kevster obviously was probing for something. Faith is able to stave him off here, but it doesn't really slow down the momentum of the Gladiators. They know they have 90 seconds or so, which is another EMP for Sugar Free. Keep that one tracked. As the health packs are being handed out.
I like the idea, though, from the Titans taking that fight early, and this time it's an EMP from Kai against both backliners, but it doesn't look like they're able to get any of them.
No, it's the peel from Punk. He's there with that defense matrix. He isn't hacked, and he keeps Faith and Crimzo standing. That was a big turnaround. That could have been a blowout for the Gladiators now. Aspire's looking for more. Pulse Bomb dropped down, but it looks like the Gladiators are able to avoid it. 1 minute 10 on the clock. We do have a Kevster Pulse Bomb waiting in the wings. Punk will have a mech reset should he need it. That's the stick that Crimzo would sooner forget. Ana out of the picture now, and Bubbles digging deep, going for the nano on towards Dante. Too easy for him. He's able to push up, and no, there's nothing really the Titans can do to slow him up at this point. 52 seconds left, numbers favoring the Glads. Is there a touch? Yes, Aspire does not want another Charles IX invocation here, but he has to recall away. The Primal Rage from Dante is so problematic for the Titans, they can't get out to the cart. Aspire gets there though. Looks like he was stunned up briefly by the big shield, but Punk is going to stall out if he possibly can. Primal for Dante, Expire, but there's a running in play for Lastro. There's got to be a touch from Aspire. He's got to get there. Dante a little bit low, but here with the defensive Bionic Grenade, and Faith is able to find Lastro. He's trying to hang on in the corner. Is he bought enough time for his team though? Sugar Free Crimzo, they're able to work Dante down. They finish him off an EMP to finish it. Kai is able to get out just in time. The hack expires and he can escape, but what about the card? The Gladiators have to regroup for one more fight.
Oh, and they may not have time to fully regroup. You're going to have a Kai EMP and a Kevster Pulse Bomb to work with here. But it's going to be like probably Kevster here to maybe get a touch.
There's the recall from Kevster. EMP for Kai could be a big one. Dante whip shot off the car and the EMP does connect. They're able to find Faith as a result of Kai's ultimate to set up the fight. It's Astro getting in there and the Gladiators know this is their last chance and they get the job done. It's about as close as you can get on Blizzard World. But that's how these two teams like to play it. It's tit for tat. An even series at 1 apiece.
I mean, it seems like both of these teams are so evenly matched. After map number 1, how close that is, we get another banger here in map number 2. As it looks like the Titans are on the verge of an incredible hold. I mean, Crimson with a fantastic sleep on the Dante finishes him off with some help and a biotic grenade, but then just a little bit too much time left on the clock for the Gladiators to come back in.
Kai on the Sombra. What a difference maker. We've seen his setups during this round. We've watched him try and keep an eye on where the Brig and the Ana are relative to one another. Very, very clever play from someone normally lauded as like a, you know, an aimbot in some senses. Really impressive stuff from him. He ends up winning the map off the back of that EMP towards the end of the round. But both of these teams, they are ready to go all the way in this series, Matt. Match of the week easily.
Oh yeah, I mean we've had a lot of 3 Overwatch in the West this week. It feels like where this one definitely showing to be a very strong match.
Vancouver Titans, Los Angeles Gladiators, 1 apiece heading into Havana. This is one to remember. This is one to watch. So don't go too far. We'll be back with map number 3 right after this.
Astro. That is the delay tactics widely dealt
In a 4v5, oh, not quite so much anymore. Kevster dishing out the damage.
This is giving me vibes of Florida against the Atlanta Rain.
What? That is dirty.
A rough return here, just kind of getting bullied.
Yep.
That was a good
Wave hello, maybe goodbye to the rest of your team, Decay, because Lastro's on the field. Nano Zen just to keep them alive.
rolling, trying to keep everybody alive. And Hydron, oh boy, punched into oncoming traffic. Dante shuts him down.
Oh man, how about this for some real, authentic, genuine grassroots, non-GMO, palm oil-free, corn syrup-free, fluoride-free, fully organic, damn good Overwatch, baby. Let's go. One map apiece here.
True? I don't even remember what the hell you just said.
Verified. Yep, Marine Council approved. You better believe it. Gluten-free, whatever.
Yeah.
This has been a breath of fresh air after this weekend, right? We've had some really one-sided matches. Some of which we actually were sort of hyping up to be pretty close, right? There was an expectation. We've just had a few teams unable to step up to the plate here. But the Vancouver Titans, against the odds, against the Preds, are coming out swinging.
Who do you think this match says more about, the Titans or the Gladiators?
You know, I'm very conditioned to treat the Los Angeles Gladiators as a team of, you know, a very 500 team, right? But maybe I shouldn't, right? Maybe we shouldn't, especially after what they've shown us in like mid-season madness, you know, last year and over the years. But I think it says more about the Vancouver Titans finally finding a formula that works for them. I think Sugar Free is like a massive upgrade coming into this team. Punk has only gotten better. I think we're getting what we expect from him a lot of the time, even if people tend to underrate him. But to me, it says more about the Titans, as we know the Gladiators are solid, unable to scratch those upper echelons, and Vancouver Titans are playing up to them in a big way.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. We do have a sub, it's funny, Astro in here for the Gladiators. Kyle, stay in the game, but I would agree. I think this says more that the Titans are ready to kind of like enter the conversation into that next tier of play, right? I know where I think we kind of like thought of them like, yeah, you know, they're a nice team. They can definitely contend with teams like the Gladiators, but maybe not like, you know, beat them on a consistent basis. But I think they're ready to kind of like, you know, enter that next tier in conversation.
And they'll start with a spawn camp, right? Play real close. Kai currently, I don't know how aware they are of where he's roaming right now. So it feels like a matter of time at times when Kai is just going to emerge and find himself a kill. Wrapping around the back here, gave enough warning to Aspire. Oh my goodness, catches him on the slide. That is stunning stuff. And a great start for Vancouver. This is going to be good to the tune of another 30 or so seconds.
Yeah, they kind of just like ignored Kai at the start, right? Like they have to obviously hear some of those arrows coming out, but they're just getting so much pressure from the opposite side that they have to tend with that first. And then once they want to deal with Kai, I mean, they just send Aspire right at him. I mean, that is as fast of a kill as you can get.
Well, I guess unless he logs someone, you have enough healing there to, you know, ignore him. I guess like getting an insta-kill is like, that's a problem, right? But the odds of that happening, I guess, with everyone in motion like this are pretty low. Kevster wall up, but yeah, it's going to be Punk getting on the right side of it. Blizzard was thrown down here by Sugar Free and Kevster respectively. The latter getting frozen up, but inside an immortality field. Dante has been picked off here, but it should be the Titans eventually being forced to succumb to the Gladiators constantly pushing out of this spawn. Wait a minute, yeah. Unless?
I think now probably. Yeah, I mean, you do have like Nemesis form. I mean, you have Sound Barrier if you really want to get wild. Yeah, I mean, I think if you actually would have kept Crimzo alive and you're in like a 3v4 type of scenario and you have Annihilation and there's Sound Barrier and then the Batiste, I actually think you may consider just kind of throwing more at it and fighting it.
Still 2 minutes left, so we have cut this time bank in half. And the Vancouver Titans able to make good use of these fights in terms of building up a wave of sort of key ultimates here. Kai under pressure though. Punk wanted to use the slow to maybe catch him unaware. Kai is able to jump away. Very scary to see Aspire go for this. The overclock hits more often than not. Funny Astro forced to, well, goes for the beat for whatever reason here. And it's going to be a rampage in play now for Punk, which won't start chipping to the health pools until about now. And yeah, with Sugar Free helping out, Kevster's going to be brought down. Immortality field to keep Aspire ticking from this back line. That is beautiful stuff. Aspire able to disengage and use the sort of friendly zone of his supports to keep putting that damage down.
Yeah, well, I think this next fight's going to be crucial, right? You're going to be below a minute probably on the clock. Yeah, you get Funny Asher there late. You have this Kevster Blizzard. The last time you used the Blizzard, it really kind of went for nothing. You were able to get no value out of it whatsoever, but then you also have an Amp Matrix here to combo with it. So we'll see if they can actually make better use of these ultimates this go around. And I think the Hanzo, you're really looking at Kai to be able to kind of get those like one-shot pickoffs, like in those like medium to long-range engagements where we have not seen that, right? How many times do we see a Hanzo just, jump over a wall just to fire an arrow and just one-shot somebody? Not seen that just yet. And oh my God!
Absolutely spanked Kai. Absolutely ruined.
That was a great view. Thank you, observers.
Yeah, that's on point. Aspire just takes his licks and then throws a haymaker in there. Right, Dante wants to push up here into the Blizzard. Sugar Free weathers most of it from within that ice block. We have a trade here in the front line. Dante.
They're gonna kill Dante.
Dante.
Oh.
Dante. He's able to pop Nemesis for him. I think he decides to stand and fight, especially Kai starting to draw some blood. Another overclock here. Surely you get these if you're Aspire. Kai is not trying to face him down 1-1. May not have a choice here. His Disrupt the Shot will force him out in the open. Still full charge. Time is running out here, but the Gladiators have been forced away from the point. Aspire may elect to slide in here. Sugar Free walls himself so he can get up without taking too much poke, and then it's going to ice block on the point. You see how quickly Punk's trying to get back in the fight here, but it's going to be a sound barrier committed by the Los Angeles Gladiators, and they've gotten rid of Sugar Free. Kai with all the space he needs. Punk trying to dance his shield, but yeah, this is going to be a checkpoint for the Gladiators here. Eventually, the Punk will be brought down at 2:28 to play for the Gladiators.
Dude, not being able to finish Dante off there, I mean, was really the fight. I mean, if you're able to finish off Dante there, I mean, he gets so low, he's stuck inside of that Blizzard. I believe there's an Immortality field in the mix, pops Nemesis form, able to get some healing. If you're able to get rid of Dante there, I mean, you're in a pretty good spot to get that hold, but fantastic job by the Gladiator support line, able to keep him alive.
Oh, I like the shield there. Good placement by Punk. Kai definitely was poised to take a free kill before the fight even began, but this off angle could be problematic still. Kai elects to drop to the low ground here despite not being pressured all that much. Very conservative play. Here comes the Dragon Strike. Has his fill of rum before he goes to town on the Titans. He'll come out with a Spire clutched in his jaws. And Kai again keeps working this off angle now. There's not enough pressure. There's no flankers for the Gladiators, or rather for the Titans to sort of deal with this.
Oh, and that was a sound barrier that went out from Faith, but I didn't see it end up on anybody. I wonder if he actually got like, booped and then killed by the Annihilation. I'd love to see another angle of that because it didn't look like that sound barrier went off. But yeah, that's for the Gladiators, right? It's almost the same thing on Blizzard World where you're like, oh, you're worried about their first point A, and then they barrel through the harder part of the map. They do it here as well.
Man, what if you have that beat back? I know the players don't want to be asking this question. For science, though, I'd love to know. The Gladiators are looking much better now. Kai starting to become a real issue. Yeah, A-Matrix got deployed. Kai does not care. Able to take a shot straight through it and also find Punk, the extra damage to bring him down. And the Gladiators good. They're going to get outside the fort here pretty comfortably with about, minute 45, minute 30 left.
Yes, the Gladiators need to push up here. Try and, I mean, this is one of the, if not the hardest, kind of point that I feel like take is just have such sick high ground defense here by the castle here at the end, where I think you probably got one more fight here on the bridge for the Gladiators, and then I think they got to think about how do you push up and get control of that high ground.
All right, Punk gonna block up here. Ice Wall also thrown in front of Kai. Here comes the Blizzard. That's Kevsters and Sugar Freeze. Astro lost his Immortality field here. A lot of frosty folk inside that one, but it's going to be Punk that gets devoured. Aspire forced to play from outside of this May wall for the time being, and that gives Kai all the time he needs to decimate the remainder of this Titans roster.
Yeah, it's now they push up, right? This is the part that you need to get right. This is the hardest part of the map to complete. Looks like that's just an arrow to the right. Maybe it was like a Sonic as Aspire goes over to the Widow as a Amp Matrix here. Laid down as funny. Astro's gonna be able to make it out.
That's tough for Aspire. As soon as he tries to peek out, he gets pressured down. I'm pretty sure that's Lastro sending some warning shots over. There's a minute left in the round. There's not much time, but Aspire finds a double headshot on Dante. You can't pivot off that into a defensive effort though.
Dude.
And thus the round ends.
They're like awesome outside of the spawn hold. Kind of went for nothing, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess if they didn't have that, this would be even worse for them. Kai dropping some serious bombs in that round. 13 final blows, 3 deaths. Whew. Yeah, that's been a big problem.
I mean, once they got the cart rolling and got checkpoint A, it felt like there was just no stopping the Gladiators, where that is a tough one for the Titans, because they were in prime position to maybe even get a hold right, before checkpoint A, and then to give up a full map completion with a minute in the bank. That's brutal.
Man, we talked about, I guess, Kai's positioning on the Hanzo. The Vancouver Titans composition, I guess, doesn't really have a lot outside of Aspire just like winning these 1v1s or getting these railgun headshots. That we saw him do plenty outside of his first point. But as soon as the map starts to change and the Titans have to come in through a choke, Aspire doesn't have the ability to like take a flanking angle.
This is the sound barrier I was talking about. Let's see if we can get an angle on this. What exactly happened here?
Like, he got it.
Oh yeah, he did.
He got it.
Yeah, it looked like actually from the other side it didn't actually hit, but.
Yeah. There's some slanted.
I
guess there's some slant. Yeah, maybe on top of that May wall there as well. So Faith making sure his drop time was reduced as much as possible. All right, Mea Culpa. That's fine. It was a good beat considering. Here comes the spawn hold. Dante and a Nemesis already. Punky throwing up the dukes.
No Hanzo here? Oh, no Hanzo. I was going to say for the Titans. Definitely got one for the Gladiators. You may have just wanted, I feel like the Hanzo's pretty good here to just get these like one-shot pickoffs coming out of the spawn, right? You kind of get the same thing as Sojourn, but got to be a little bit more visible, right?
Yeah. Okay. Not a great start for the Titans here. Bit of a switch up, Crimso. Coming out on this Baptiste. Kai 65% to ult, 15 final blows, 3 deaths right now. A menace. And that's putting it nicely. Okay, great opener. Getting rid of his Funny Astro is huge. So Aspire able to get rid of the Lucio that really prevents the Gladiators from making any rotations here out in the front of spawn. Aspire, tough for Kai to finish off a low health target. That's the Hanzo curse sometimes. They might come back to hurt him here. Yeah, it's going to be traded out, and eventually the Titans will clear this forward hold.
Yeah, there was potential for the Gladiators to continue to fight that, right? Like, the Lucio is obviously impactful, but if you're going to lose one of the supports, you'd rather it be the Lucio there outside the spawn door, right? Not losing the big, healing potential of the Baptiste and the Immortality field. So once you get that second pick off, though, that's really when things turn, where... Let's see if the Titans can do a better job than the Gladiators did taking this. And I actually like the position that the Gladiators are going to fight this from. It looks like they're just going to take this high ground here and take another fight rather early.
May as well, right? Get value out of this Hanzo. Don't force him to play too far back. Give him high ground. Aspire being riddled like a voodoo doll with these arrows. And Astro uses an Immortality field. This allows the Gladiators to rotate out, listen to back away, and the Dragon Strike comes through. First of all, it eats through that Immortality field. Sound barrier dropped there by Faith. Decent answer. And Crimson's able to get rid of Lastro. The Amp Matrix thrown up by Lastro here is still going to be shut down. Aspire is charged up and ready to find a kill. There's not much left for him here. He'll still take Funny Astro, and Kai just dives in there. He knows he's done. The Titans able to break this high ground hold.
Yes, they dump everything into that. I mean, towards the end, you had a sound barrier with an Annihilation and a Blizzard all rolling, as it does not look like that the Gladiators able to get a touch here. Oh, a Funny Astro beats. They actually want to fight this. It's going to be Annihilation here for Dante potentially as well, but they're not able to make it around the corner and touch.
They cannot touch. The beat is... I mean, the problem, I guess, for Dante is that he's slowed down when he's blocking, and I think there was a boot back of some variety here. That's frustrating for the Gladiators, committing that ult to a ultimately lost fight.
It looked like that Funny Astro was the first one out, right? He kind of like turned that corner, and maybe he was the one that was supposed to like speed in, get a touch, and with the beat, and it looked like maybe he got like hung up on the corner there, but yeah, not able to. No, I mean that's like, is that almost worse, right? You use the Annihilation and sound barrier, and then you're not able to get that contest, like rather than like the Titans end up using everything to kind of take that checkpoint.
Look, I mean, I think it hurts you if you're the Gladiators in a big way, because you don't derive much value from the fight outside of maybe charging up some more ults for yourself. I like the off-angle position here for Dante, but the Gladiators are very spread right now, so a little bit hard for Lastro to keep everyone topped. But with the Amp Matrix, one grenade each, and everybody all of a sudden looking hearty and hale. Dante in a frustrating spot here, and the Titans know we can just drop down and start swinging fists. That's what he's doing. Sugarfree going to throw their Blizzard down now. Love the Maywall from Kevster, but he can't quite get away. Sugarfree primary fire with that endothermic blaster to make sure that that freeze comes in a little quicker. And this is very good. The Titans are grinding their way through this phase of the map, but they're going to have the first sound barrier in this next engagement.
And they may not need it either. I mean, you have overclock here on the high ground, and you have annihilation. Like, if you can hold on to that beat, that would be huge. Take a look from Kevster's POV here. Like,
oh, he lost the... Oh, man. Lost the Blizzard. That's brutal. Dante the only one out right now, but eventually the Maywall gets broken. I like the way it's placed as well. You have to break multiple segments to actually get through the doorway. Immortality field, a bit of a pesky one for Aspire, given that he's got that overclock going. Doesn't time Kevster's emergence from the ice block very well. And here comes Dante with the annihilation. Faith, got to be slurped dry. Sugarfree trying to play from the outside of it, but it's very hard to avoid Ramatra when he wants you inside that annihilation. Punk under pressure from Kevster. Crimzo going to keep him topped. Kai emerges from the high ground though and deals with Aspire. Crimzo doesn't realize maybe that the Hanzo was waiting for him, and Kai will have him too.
Yeah, they use the beat to engage the Titans like really early and push Dante back out to the side staircase, but they're not able to get like a ton of value with it, and he ends up coming out at that with the annihilation, just running the players of the Titans down as they're so weak, not able to get enough healing, and then Kai comes off spawn, takes out 2. That allows the Gladiators to get a hold for now.
Playing from the top of the vats here. Very easy for the Gladiators to see this coming from the Titans. Not least because of the Sonic that comes in there from Kai. Funny Astro living dangerously, but Lastro is able to make sure he's up against the wall and get that AoE healing. Here's the Air Matrix pop at Punk. Thought to push ahead of it, I think, but drops to the low ground here.
Yeah, so they kind of drop this Ant Matrix where everybody kind of hides. Kai wins like a 1v1 against Spire on the side. But
this is awkward.
Everybody kind of hides for the Titans. Yeah, really awkward spot to be like fighting in, right? Where the offensive team, they're like underneath the Ant Matrix there and just kind of stuck in that little corridor where not the ideal spot to fight in. If you're the Titans, is now only 30 seconds on the clock. You're going to have a Blizzard from both sides. I think the Dragon actually could be pretty beneficial here. They have to all move through a pretty small corridor. You can get pretty good value of the Dragon.
It's easy to get stuck as well with these Maywalls, right? Caught up against a wall or being unable to sort of filter back out. I wonder if there's going to be any coordination. No, never mind. Don't worry about coordination. It's not necessary.
No
Kai's going to get a kill.
in that.
Don't worry about it. Just shoot someone in the face. Aspire fuming, taken down there. Is a Dragon Strike straight towards the choke, from which the Titans would emerge, and they're out of time here. It will be the Gladiators. Hold fast on this second phase of the map. They're looking just a little bit better. It's intangible sometimes, the difference, or sometimes it emerges in the form of Kai's 22 final blows out of a total of 47.
I mean, when he starts kind of hitting those shots, whether it's on the Widow, the Hanzo, I mean, hit scan that we've seen in the past, I mean, he is a treat to watch. Early on, it looked like Aspire was getting a little bit of the better of him, right? And then I think over time started to really turn.
Look at these transitions, they are so juicy. Yeah, I mean, again, Aspire able to control Kai pretty effectively, despite the fact that Kai pushes up and takes like this really aggressive high ground spot. At times, it could be a fatigue issue as well. They start so strong, but when they eventually start to crack, they really crumble. Resilience through the middle part and later part of the map is kind of what cost them both here and on Blizzard World. Kai obviously really getting to ramp up a little bit. So we head over to you, Queen Street, for the next map. One has to hope that your plucky Vancouver Titans have some gas left in the tank. Otherwise, the Glads are going to run away with it. Stick around for what may be the exciting conclusion of this match. Well, it's the veteran status of the Los Angeles Gladiators starting to manifest here after map number 3, one in which they outlast this aggression. Again, this is a very talented Vancouver Titans roster, but the Gladiators really able to hold on here, especially defensively, and Matt, Kai starting to run away with things on the Hanzo.
Yeah, I mean, you can see why they bring him into play. You know, heroes like Hanzo, like Widowmaker, other hit scans, you know, if we kind of get to those metas down the line, is once he starts heating up, I mean, he is difficult for anybody to stop in the world, where I think you saw, like, Titans are so good on their, you know, point A defense, almost ended up holding the Gladiators there. But once that broke, I mean, it was all Glads.
You asked me a question, right? What does this matchup, who does this matchup say more about, right? The Glads or the Vancouver Titans? I want to pose that question to you now that we're 2-1 up favoring the Gladiators after a pretty strong showing on Havana.
I would still say the Titans. I still think this team, at least right now, can kind of show that, like, they can go toe-to-toe with some of these teams, you know, in that, upper, like, mid-tier, kind of knocking on the door of that next tier in the West. That I think a few different, like, kind of, like, shoring up some mistakes here and there, right? And I know playing a little bit cleaner in certain moments, like, really could have decided, like, this series up until this point.
Yeah, I mean, we talked a lot about the Hanzo, right? A lot of these off angles that Kai was taking. What's the answer to that? You know, you have a Spire on the Sojourn, but there are definitely some points defensively when you're coming back off spawn, you're coming through these chokes, you don't have the option to assume a flanking position of your own. How do you counter this?
I mean, Havana's hard, right? Because there's so much just, like, high ground that the Hanzo can take that you're not really going to, like, go play a dive yourself, right? So I think it's trying to figure out a way how to dislodge those players from the high ground. Like, is it a disruptor shot from that Sojourn, right, to just kind of take away that position? But it's hard because you got this, like, Ramatra in your face, right, which you're trying to deal with, but then also at the same time on that high ground, you have the Hanzo. You can't exactly just ignore that Ramatra, so it becomes really difficult, especially, you know, when you have to run these saves of comps to make a play for it.
What about Tracer? Can you switch a Tracer, Aspire, just go to the Tracer and actually try and, like, work down the Hanzo, go on a flank, and try and
how does the Tracer get high ground access? Like, you know, you're really looking at, like, do you play a Hanzo of your own? Do you play like Sojourn? I think is like a decent option, which is what they decided to do. I don't think you're going to play like a Winston-based kind of composition there, right? I mean,
yep.
You could, but it doesn't really help you out, like dealing with the Ramatra and the Meg and the other stuff. Maybe you play Ramatra with like Sombra and Tracer, but even then, like the high ground access just it doesn't really work. Where I think you need, whether the Hanzo of your own, a Widowmaker, a Sojourn, something along those lines.
And that's why we're seeing Genji on Hollywood, for example. Some teams opting for that just because it's a little bit easier to scale up and down. Keep an eye on that here. We know that Yaki's someone who's quite happy to switch over to the Genji on occasion. Both, I mean, again, Sugar Free definitely has a pretty nasty little Genji. So we have some substitutions here. You'll notice that Yaki and Babel have been brought back into the fold as the Gladiators look to sort of end this series. I talked about their veteran status maybe starting to manifest a little bit in terms of their composure on Havana. It's a really hard map, and especially at this level. New Queen Street, though, poses a completely different problem, I suppose. No surprise, though, if we still see these Ramatra comps used quite liberally.
Yeah, I mean, I think you'll still see the Ramatra comps. And to give you an idea about, like, the caliber of teams like we're kind of, like, talking about right now, Mitch, right? Gladiators sit at 3-2, same with the Titans, obviously, and then you have like the Justice there at 4-2. Uprising sitting at 5-1. You know, they may be knocking on the door of like that next tier. Same, you know, Florida as well, where you're looking in that like 5 through 8 to 9 range, and you're starting to like believe like, hey, maybe the Titans are in the top echelon of that range, which. Those teams typically, like, they end up making it to tournaments, they end up making it to playoffs. Like, that's a pretty solid start to the season for the Titans, and also would be an awesome spot for them to end up, considering how things have gone the last few years.
No doubt about it. This has been their best start to a season we've seen in a little while now, and with many of the same elements that brought them a degree of success last year, they continue to add to that roster. So, needs to be a strong new Queen Street from the Titans if they want to push it all the way. We're going to have Junker Queens coming out from both teams.
So it'll be a Junker Queen head-to-head. I mean, really, just comp head-to-head, right?
Yep.
You're going to be running the same exact things on both sides. We'll see No, if you can put enough pressure on the other team's Jungle Queen, force that shout out early, then kind of go in, use your own. As Funny Astro with a boot back, it'll be shouts for both sides as Yaki gets really low here at the start.
Yeah, Crimzo tried to get in Kev's face and just guarantee some kunai connections, I think, but looks like Funny Astro got... Well, he took a wrong left turn at Albuquerque, I think, running straight into Punk, and the trade's favoring the Vancouver Titans here, so they will win this high ground fight. Eventually, Yaki will be forced away from that barrier, and TWO will be on the way.
Yes, it's Titans getting control of the bot first, where for me, I think this is like one of their better, DPS looks, right? Sugar Free on that Sombra and Aspire on the Tracer. I think this is kind of where you can have both of those players be at their best. Faith on the Lucio as well. I think this composition can aid pretty well here for the Titans as they back up. Looks like they want to take a fight really around where TWO spawns.
Yeah, happy enough with a slim lead, I guess, and then disengaging somewhat. Maybe want to play in this underpass area if possible. We're on, obviously, Babble's point of view right now. Again, sometimes like random kunais rather like that can really set up big kills, but it's going to be Yaki getting picked off first. Pulse Bomb dropped in Dante's path of retreat, but he's spry enough to get past it. It's going to be Kitsune Rush now thrown down. Crimso's going to have one in a moment here. The hack came in, Babel able to reposition, then the EMP, unfortunately, that's just a little too much. And the Gladiators get dominated.
Yeah, they did end up using the sound barrier there, the Titans, so not a fight that goes for nothing for the Gladiators, but the Kitsune Rush comes out from Babel, trying to keep players alive after they lose Yaki, and then it's a nice sound barrier in response. Sound barrier plus EMP kind of just turns the fight in favor of the Titans. As a little bit of contest from that high ground there. So as we round the next corner, this will be huge here for the Titans. Can you take this checkpoint, right? Last year it was like above 70% in terms of teams that take that first checkpoint win the map. As that's a big EMP there from Yaki as Punk goes flying the other way.
Yeah, he tries to go for the rampage, I think. Maybe thinks he can turn the fight. Maybe the most crucial kill is Crimzo going down there. Yeah, Crimzo was hacked, but he was inside that Kitsune Rush, so there's a decent amount of healing throughput available to him in that moment. But he uses his ult, so does Punk. It's not a fight you end up winning. So the Vancouver Titans almost resetting themselves here on a lot of these key abilities, whereas the Gladiators definitely have the edge in ult economy coming into this next fight. They make limited progress off the center plate, though.
It feels like Titans need an early pickoff in this fight, maybe behind Aspire's Pulse Bomb, as that'll be Funny Astro actually using the sound barrier. They're going to end up using the Rampage as well, and looks like it just connects with Crimzo, but they're having such a difficult time keeping Crimzo and Punk alive inside this small room.
I mean, Kevster knows that Crimzo probably has to full commit with the Swift Step to keep Punk alive, so he just waits for the Kiriko to appear. And then it's elementary at that point. Kiriko is about 40 HP. Kevster gets it done within one clip, and now the Gladiators are threatening an equalization here in meterage, if not an exceeding opportunity.
They should take the lead.
All right.
Yeah, they should take the lead, and here's an opportunity for them to maybe get the checkpoint of their own. As Faith, they end up having to use the Susu there early on to keep Faith alive. Just that brief moment of invulnerability where now Sugar Free's got to come up huge.
Kevster knows the Titans have to play the point right now, so he's pretty safe in that flank angle. And great little combo, the 1-2 with Spire descends on Funny Astro alongside Sugar Free. Then make sure they secure the Lucio kill, and Dante follows soon after.
All right, so EMP comes through. Nice collapse there. You see how fast they see exactly where Funny Astro is. That EMP comes down, Aspire and Sugar Free right in his grill. And he's like half health. There's no way you're going to survive that. So big, look at Faith has to make his way all the way back. I don't think it will actually make an impact.
Bro, the rollouts take like 7 seconds. There's actually like custom game modes to let you practice that one. It's kind of clean. He knows them. He knows the routes. Boom. Spire, nowhere to go there. Dante even hits him with the knife, adding insult to injury. So it's a pretty clean kill. Faith did have the sound barrier, but it just wasn't remotely quick enough. This is another fight where the Titans tend to throw good ults after bad. Faith trying to salvage things and cannot get it done with the beat.
Yeah, I mean, you got the Kitsune Rush, though, out from the other side, right? No EMP Kitsune Rush, so maybe you're okay with that for the Titans. But yeah, the sound barrier comes down really as soon as he possibly can. It's just Aspire gets so weak, right? From the EMP plus that knife that goes into him. Giving up this first checkpoint would be quite bad. Aspire jumps right down onto it, same with Punk.
Has to recall, he doesn't want to get taken down at the start of yet another fight, and it's going to be the Kitsune Rush for Crimzo. Kevster on the drive-by finds Dante, but he's got auto insurance.
Nice,
he'll shrug it off. standing now. Punk gets right in his face there. Twists the knife, so to speak. Vancouver Titans now can start to move it back. In fact, midway through the fight, the bot's already moving back, so they've set themselves up here to try and get another 10, 15 meters maybe.
Yeah, a really nice Suzu there from Crimzo. Punk actually got in a little bit of a drive-by, gets hit with the pulse bomb there from Kevster inside of just like all the chaos, and Crimzo lands the Suzu at the perfect time, able to just keep him alive with that invulnerability. But here's a window. EMP comes down. Looks like it just hits Funny Astro, and that's good enough. I mean, he has sound barrier, so you're not going to be able to counter with that.
They 100% tracked that beat. They also knew that Babel could probably escape with Swift Step if they tried to focus it down. So in this comp, the Lucio Kiriko, no shock here to see Lucio being the one suffering much of the scrutiny, especially in how his speed boost sort of synergizes with that Junker Queen as well. So here come the Titans, checkpoint on the table.
All right, so the Titans get checkpoint first. Everything after this is typically gravy as Babel gets hacked to keep him alive. This will be a shout, and it's going to be Punk with a rampage. It's a few players, but a sound barrier in response.
Yeah, that's the prescribed response to that Junker Queen ultimate, right? Looks like the Vancouver Titans forced to concede here. No ultimates to really allow them to swing the fight, so they'll let the Glads have it. Gladiators spend pretty big in order to get it back.
Though? It looked like Punk was like totally fine with that loss because they end up having the Gladiators use sound barrier, Kitsune Rush, and an EMP there. Just to counter what? Like a rampage, right? At that time, and look at this. I mean, Spire comes right back, ends up picking up another nice Suzu there from Crimzo after a sick pulse bomb stick from Kevster. It just seems like the Gladiators, they invested so much in that previous fight. You almost knew how this one was going to shake out. And going into this next one, Mitch, it does not look good for the Gladiators either. You're staring down the barrel of a Kitsune Rush and sound barrier, double support ults here.
Yeah, the Titans didn't spend anything to win that fight. That's crucial, right? That is not something you can necessarily count on happening. Very clean stuff. Here's the Kitsune Rush, Dante, able to speed himself away from the pulse bomb that's dropped for him. Aspire doesn't want to push further into the backline, but he sees a beleaguered Kevster here, desperately being tended to by his backline. Babel and Funny Astro keep him standing for now. But that bot is slowly lumbering up the hill here, midway through the fight. Punk under a lot of pressure though. Love the turnaround here. Even with that EMP in play, the Gladiators still have a bit of run here. Dante's going to chase after Fate. Knife on Crimzo would have been nice, but he'll settle for just going back to pressure the bot here. Titans lose his fight.
Bro, I mean, that's when you got to win. I mean, you got double support ult EMP. They were sitting on nothing at the time. I mean, that is a fight that if you lose this map, the Titans would love to have back, because that is one that you absolutely needed in that scenario.
It's bizarre, to be honest with you. The Gladiators just disengage, and they keep Kevster alive by healing him. Nothing that could be done there. And now the Gladiators are coming here back. They might be smelling, tasting the blood in the water a little bit here. Maybe winning a fight they had no business winning. They look to try and start to double down with the pressure. 56 meters and counting. And they're on to the races with Yaki with an EMP in that pocket. This is a bit of a power spike moment for the Gladiators now, especially with Kevster encroaching on that overclock as well.
Still a pretty decent amount of time left in this game. Minute 20, right? For the Gladiators to be able to make this a thing is Yaki has to get a good value out of this EMP, trying to line it up as it's being overclocked from Kevster to kick things off.
Hard to find a target. Punk ducking in and out of that room. He gets Suzu'd here. The Gladiators are getting close. The one Punk's going to fall. Faith is in deep trouble. Kevster just nips at his heels. It's enough to find the elimination. Funny Astro's close to a sound barrier here. The Glads might hold on to that because this is a one-sided affair. The Titans commit. They don't have the big game-changing teamfight-winning ultimates, in fairness. But they still get absolutely rolled. We're down to 43 seconds in the round.
Yes, it looks like Yaki there saw Sugar Free, but wasn't able to track him down as both Sombras are cloaked at that moment. But what do you do here? I mean, the Titans need to make a big play and then run it all the way back. Sound barrier here for Funny Astro and the Gladiators.
Yeah, it looks like the Gladiators see Dante a little bit low. They try and follow up and find the elimination. Oh my! That's 4 players hit with the rampage. That is exactly what the Doctor would never order. And Dante now is looking to clean up the rest. Everyone grouped up inside the gym, but the Titans don't have time for gains. They need to think about this bot heading onto the other side of the map. But the Gladiators haven't stopped. They're still on the move. Kevster finds Crimson with a headshot there, and Faith has nowhere to go. He's going to go down the stairway, and Dante's going to lock them in. Uncle Dursley style. Not a damn thing you can do about it. Kevster gets rid of Sugar Free here, and yeah, the commanding shout. Faith gets the sound barrier, but Punk eventually is brought down, dragged off his horse. going to be a disruptor shot on the bot to make it so no one can step up, and the Gladiators succeed in putting the Titans to bed. They're an upstart team. They came out swinging. But it's years, it's the veterancy, it's the experience, it's the composure that give the Gladiators the win.
Yeah, really strong performance from the Gladiators. I actually think the Titans played really well today, but the Gladiators just kicked things into another level. Even in some fights, obviously they were not like favored to win, big swing in ultimate economy in favor of the Titans. They're still able to come out on top. So I think, the more you kind of get Dante into this tank role, allow him to kind of find his footing, you're going to get better performances out of him. I thought he played good today as well, but I think everybody around him on this Gladiators team, once they start to get things figured out and rolling, it's going to be a really good team.
The last team fight on the Gladiators half of the map. Titans are pushing. They have both support ultimates. They pop them in that fight. You see them starting to pressure down Dante. Dante's able to get away. There's a pulse bomb dropped at his feet. There's no stick there. Then all of a sudden, all the Titans are turning around looking at Kevster. And Babble's just desperately just trying to dish out healing. They keep Kevster alive. All of a sudden, both support ultimates are down for the Titans. They miss their window to find any elimination whatsoever. And then we see the Gladiators come back in. And that's basically the map the series lost there. From that point onwards, the Titans just didn't have it in them.
The Titans are going to go back and watch that series and kick themselves a bit with how Havana ended, right? Really close there. Blizzard World, even there, they had like a little bit of an advantage there, right? They just not when they absolutely needed to execute and be perfect. They just made a little bit too many errors, and the Gladiators just not many of those today. Played super solid.
Yeah, the stock player of the match here for the Los Angeles Gladiators today. It's going to be going to a support. The backline of this team looks sublime. It'll be Funny Astro for player of the match. I think Johnny talked about it in the pregame. He said he wants to see the Funny Astro come in. They want to see this Lucio play, less double flex support from this team. And we get Lastro, Funny Astro side by side. The guy, again, he ties for number one in final blows on one of the Gladiators maps here. Absolutely ruthless, absolutely bloodthirsty. And you see what this guy offers you, really. Again, a little unfortunate on Havana. He beats his team out. They end up sort of C90 or can't quite touch in time. But, I mean, he's pretty clean behind the ears. He always has been. This guy, not the kind of player you want to underestimate.
Extremely strong in the Lucio, and always feels like he knows when the team should be able to push the pace and when they kind of need to slow down, disengage, back up. Seems to always push the right buttons in terms of decision making as well. And hey, for Lucio, those final blows, not too bad.
Yeah, not too shabby, that's for sure. Again, whether it's in the Junker Queen compositions, you get to see that the positional aspect of the Lucio takes center stage, right? Punk gets really shut down on Oasis City Center. He tries to make a big rampage play and gets knocked out of the way really nicely here. So little moments like that can really get amplified on that control map especially, which, don't forget, that's one that the Gladiators didn't find success on. But the more linear maps, the longer maps, that's where the Gladiators really started to find their stride. They end up winning a really important match. I think this is one where a real test of you. And we keep asking, what does this say about this team, that team? It's one where we had a lot of questions. Many of those have been answered now, Matt, but I'm sure we have more to be covered as we head over to our experts on the desk to break down the game that was.
Nice, good up, guys.
Nice, guys.
Nice indeed. Gladiators take it 3-1, but honestly, credit where credit is due. Vancouver Titans, they made them sweat for it. I don't think this was a bad look for the Vancouver Titans. I just think that the Gladiators just, stepped it up another notch in this game.
Yeah, a very clean series from the Gladiators. Did drop the first map, but they made it really close. I think it was down to just a couple of those crucial moments in the team fights. But Vancouver showing that they can fight against these top teams. I do think, though, they are still top of the middle of the pack. I don't know that they've really made it to that top tier just yet. I think that's what the match really showed, that the flexibility, the consistency, especially from Funny Astro, I think great player of the match for this series. I think his Lucio, I've always thought him as one of the best in the league, just does so much more damage than most Lucios. I mean, lots of Lucios hit the boops, lots of Lucios are in good positions to heal and drop the beat, but Funny Astro he clicks the head very well. It's not a normal skill for Lucio players.
I mean, it's cool to see Gladiators get it done with so many different compositions as well. We saw the Junker Queen, of course, here playing Tracer Sombra, the Ramatra composition over on Havana here as well. But, I mean, there is a world in which the Vancouver Titans go up 2-0 in this series, both winning control, and then also they're one fight away on defense from holding on Blizzard World, right? And suddenly, we've all predicted the Gladiators, and the Vancouver Titans are up 2-0, and it's squeaky bomb time. So there's a world in which Vancouver Titans definitely win this series, but it was really clean on Havana, it was really clean on New Queen Street, and that's kind of what we expect from the Gladiators at this point. Playing so many different looks. Yaki, as I mentioned, going into the series, in the lineup here to play Sombra compositions, but Kai actually had a really good performance on the Hanzo as well on Havana.
I think Vancouver Titans, sure they did get the loss, but I think I'm sort of a Vancouver believer now. From this match, I think it was clear that them beating Boston wasn't like a one-time thing, because they played it close with Gladiators, which means that they could, I feel like they could play against some of the higher tier teams, right?
They're such a good dark horse.
They are.
They're like a perfect dark horse.
They are.
Solid dark horse.
With such likable players as well. I mean, if you're looking at a player like Punk, you want him to succeed, right? This is exciting. This is really exciting to see veteran players now getting that spot, now getting that opportunity, and it all comes together. So what a great storyline for the Vancouver Titans. We're very excited to see more of them. But now it is time to talk to our winners. We have, of course, a winner interview ready for you. So let's bring in Funny Astro. Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on the W.
Hi, thank you very much.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead first. So I heard that today's a special day for the Gladiators because today's Kevster's birthday. First of all, can you congratulate Kevster for his birthday? And also, are you guys doing anything fun today for his birthday?
I don't think we've got anything planned, but we'll go out for a nice meal. I think all of us were just trying to get the win today for him. I think it's a little messed up that he didn't get MVP for his birthday, but it is what it is.
That was your
better. You took it away from him.
You should apologize. Seriously, man. Don't play well next time, all right?
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's my fault.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to ask you as well. I think we've seen you a lot on Lucio as historically as a player. I think that's a lot of people know you as one of the best Lucios in the league. But this meta feels like there's so many swaps you need to bring out. Obviously we've seen you on Brig, but also, have you thought about, how much you've been playing Kiriko in practice? We've seen a lot of these Ana Kiriko comps come out. I know you guys have a big roster, so you can probably play 2 flex support if you want to do that. But I'm just curious how you're adapting to a meta with a ton of swaps, and you're still getting a lot of playtime.
I think I've been practicing the other stuff, but the main reason I still play Lucio is just because on Koth and Push, Lucio is just such a good hero because you get more fights than if you would play the double flex comps.
Yeah.
So of course I still get some playtime on those maps. I've been practicing, I've been grinding other heroes as well, but just haven't had the chance to bring them out yet.
I want a glimpse into the LA Gladiators practice room here now, because of course you did beat Atlanta and Houston Outlaws in the Pro-Am, so great result by you guys. But now it does seem like in this meta, currently Atlanta and Houston, they're one level ahead of everyone. When you compare the Gladiators to the teams of Houston and Atlanta, what are the missing pieces for you guys to really challenge those teams for the top tier position?
I think there are a few ways we can beat them. I think, especially in the rush comps, we're pretty confident. I think we could take it to them on those comps and beat them in that matchup, but I think Dive is the hardest matchup for us against those two teams.
All right.
Right on. Well, we're going to let you go and celebrate the victory. And of course, Kevster's birthday, also very important. So thank you so much for joining us. And we hope to see you again soon.
Yep, thanks.
Thank you.
That is funny, Astro. Always great to hear from him. Also, I was not aware that he has the icy blues. Is that the ice there?
ice?
Yeah.
He's got
How
beautiful eyes.
How did I miss out on that? No, honestly, it was mesmerizing. On a big screen, maybe it's
Yeah,
just
you
like...
have blue eyes.
I do. And how is that relevant to...
I don't know. You brought it up, Zoe.
Yes.
You brought it up.
Because it was on a big screen, I got to I feel like we haven't seen
Staring
him.
deep into his eyes.
No, she's indirectly saying that she has beautiful eyes as well.
I
That's not what I was doing. Well, speaking of beautiful things, though, that was a great transition.
Nice.
see. Hey, yo.
Good job, me. Team jerseys on sale right now, so you should definitely make sure to get yours. Right now, 20% off at our shop.overwatchleague.com. And everyone knows, of course, that jerseys make you just smarter and more attractive.
Better at the game.
Right? Wink, wink.
Better at the game.
Wink, wink. That's Zoe's wink, everybody. I can wink. I know. I'm very good at winking.
You're the one who
Prove it.
Look at
Prove
the
it. Prove it. Oh.
The Rizzler returns. Wow.
Hey,
I'm on dating apps, guys.
I was just about to say, he's, by the way, single and ready to mingle.
100%.
Watch out.
Ladies, watch out.
I'm coming for you guys.
Honestly,
Jesus.
That's more like a threat. I don't think that should be the approach. Another threatening thing, of course, is to go up against the Houston Outlaws. Wow, I'm like nailing
Yes.
today. I'm just on
point. Go, girl.
I know. Let's take a look at this one. London Spitfire going up against Houston Outlaws. This is our next match to discuss. And I think it's fair to say that this particular one is not going to be London's to win. However, they're going to go down fighting, or so we hope. It is a roster from last year. We know what to expect from those players. We also know kind of what we can expect from their compositions. Let's see if there's something up their sleeves when they go up against one of our league juggernauts, the Outlaws, which are still trying to vying for that second spot, and they are not allowed to drop a single match. Don't think that's going to be a big issue against the London Spitfire, but you know, you want to look dominant. You worry.
I'm worried for the London Spitfire.
I was like, what?
They're a team who we've seen them leaning a little bit more into what worked for them last season, which is mostly these Rhine comps, right? Which can work. I think certain maps against certain teams, you can leverage those. But I think the Outlaws have exactly the tools they want to be able to deal with this. They have very confident players playing double flex support. Valiant can play the Lucio if he needs. Pelican would love to be able to play Genji and Echo all series long. He's one of the best in the league, if not the best on those heroes. And these are natural Rhine counters. Everyone on the team is so aware, I think, positioning-wise. I think it's going to be really rough for London to try to make their strengths work against this team of all teams.
This is going to be a rough one for London Spitfire. Maybe on a few maps in the pool, you could force like some Junker Queen aggressive style, Backbone on the Mei, just like throw Houston Outlaws for a loop. If you play Winston, Tracer, Sombra,
you're gonna lose.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that for free. You don't have to pay me to coach.
Honestly, I'm really curious to see the chat poll for like how many percentage chance they give Houston Outlaws in this one, because this one might get pretty one-sided. London Spitfire, honestly, the Spitfire are honestly playing to not be a bottom 3 team, to not be one of the teams missing out on the knockouts.
Yeah.
That is what's at stake there. That's the real talking point. Like London Spitfire, they need to find a win here in one of these games to not fall out of the knockout stage.
Well, unfortunately, I do not think that this one is the opportunity to do just that.
It's time to stress out, Zoe.
It is time, however.
For London, not you. Chill.
No chill.
You gotta get a win, come on.
Honestly, this is Houston all the way. I don't even give the London Spitfire a map in this one. I do think this is going to be a very dominant slappering.
Yeah, I mean, I love my London boys, but I have to go with Houston Outlaws. They're looking too good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, London has no chance. 3-0.
It's a 3-0.
Right. Yeah. The real interesting question is how many percentage of our fans do think that the London could make it work? Are we going to find out? Are we going to get the chat?
Let's go.
Is it 100%?
London
no,
believers.
99.
Fans?
9%.
That's 1% more than Vegas had.
Vegas, yeah, Vegas at 4%.
You go London.
I mean, guys, I'm a stomp connoisseur, though, so I'm going to enjoy watching Houston feast upon the weak. You know, I think that's something I'm here for. I like to watch a much better team dismantle a good team. I like off-meta
utter domination.
Love it.
That's what I like too.
He's single. I just want to mention that again. In case
Ladies,
that is of
LA
interest.
area ladies, dating apps, watch out. Oh, you're looking cute, Danny.
Actually cute.
Why?
I wanted to, but I was like, nah, because they're both married, all right? Like, no shot.
I'll say it. You know who else is looking cute? Right over here.
Yeah, thank you.
Love that.
That was good. That was good, Jake.
Danny, I need regular updates about this sort of the dating app progress. I think it's very important to me to vicariously live through you. So let me know how that goes, man. Yeah, good luck.
I haven't got a single like yet.
You also made that dating profile 20 minutes ago.
Well, it's been 20 minutes.
What do you think this is?
With the help of literally
DoorDash, bro? You think that's what this is?
Do I have to pay up for this?
The problem is Danny's a gotcha player, so Danny's about to be out in a big way on the dating apps.
I'm buying roses right
This
away.
guy's gonna be buying.
Roses
He's gonna be buying the boost. He's buying the rose. He's buying the
We need to work on
premium.
this. This is a long-term project. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. All right, let's talk about this game because I mean, by the time this game is done, Danny probably will still have 0 likes on the dating apps. This might be a pretty
true.
That's not saying much. That's not saying much.
Okay, that's fair enough. I want to go there. Jake is unimpressed, by the way, with what he's seen so far, but he's working on it. It is a work in progress. All right, Matt. I tell you what, the London Spitfire also could be considered a work in progress. They have not really lived up to the reputation they established last year by being a team that can step up to these top teams and give us really compelling, not only storylines but performances in big games. That element of that roster seems to be absent this year.
Yeah, I mean, it has not been great here for the London Spitfire at the start. Also, I mean, going up against the Houston Outlaws won't be better for that. As London, I think, like, roster-wise and like the way they're playing, like, I mean, do they end up in that like bottom 3 area? Like, possibly. They've had some tough games though, Mitch. I don't want to kind of like just say that this team is like, you know, kind of like out, not very competitive at all.
Sure.
I mean, they played the Justice, who we think is like pretty good, right? They've surprised us.
Yes.
They played Boston. They played Vegas, which they took care of business, handled that. They played Florida, who's up at the top. They played the Titans, who we just saw is actually pretty strong playing against the Gladiators.
Pretty decent.
And then they'll play the Outlaws, Gladiators, and then the Defiant. So like not many easy opponents here. You know, early on here for the Spitfire.
Yeah. Again, all eyes were on this sort of team to see how they come out of the gates, because I think last year something they showed us was that they were able to play their own style on many of these maps, in many of these metas, and still find some degree of success. Now, though, we've definitely seen, I feel like this season, some of last season, the maps have started to dictate a little bit more, outside of like having Sombra is really important. Maps have started to dictate those compositions a little bit more. And we've heard from the Spitfire, they're going back to basics. They're going back to what works. But there's a question as to whether that's really enough to get the job done against, you know, most of the league. In order to go 500, can you sort of get away with playing that style, as fun as it was to watch?
Right. And like the game they probably needed to win, like in this part of the season, was like that game against the Titans, right? Where they end up getting blown out. Because you had ended with Outlaws, Gladiators, Defiant, and, you know, maybe you can go 1-2 in that stretch, right? Maybe you can find one there. Maybe you can get a game with Toronto. But even with the way the Defiant are looking, that does not look likely. Where it looks like everybody has become so much more versatile to be able to play all these different types of things. Where London really wants to play like one style of play that may be a little bit dated.
Well, I also want to point out that Reinhardt is just generally outclassed in the brawl nowadays. You know what I mean? It's not really your ticket to an instant win. Like a lot of teams, a lot of discussion about this, right? But a lot of teams are saying, hey, we're really preferring to actually go for the Ramatra here and give us a bit of flexibility in this brawl. And obviously, Ramatra's ultimate gives you something, I guess, that you don't quite get from Reinhardt in many ways, that sort of consistent damage. So, you know, in that sense, there's a question of whether London really should just be trying to adapt and, you know, really be trying to mold the style to suit them, maybe put their seal, their flair on it. We're going to come out with the Reinhardt to start with now. You have to imagine Houston, there's some expectation that they're going to see Hardy Ryan this series.
Oh, absolutely. And Houston, they'll come out with this Doomfist composition, which we've seen them actually go to a pretty decent amount. Doomfist with Pelican on that Pharah. It's just going to be so difficult to get. I mean, Pelican is a tremendous Pharah, even when they have like hit scan or something on the other side. But here, going up against a composition that wants to really bunker down on the point, it's going to be very difficult to get him out of the way.
Pelican, yeah, fundamentally very
that's a
strong
biotic grenade
kick.
from the opposite side.
Force that out.
Oh, they're not. That's a really nice Maywall though from Backbone. There are 3 players hit by that biotic grenade, and they were going to come from the other side, from the opposite one that Pelican was shooting out of. But yeah, the Maywall was right there. That time they don't have it.
Yeah, Shu, yeah, 2-player biotic grenade this time. It's enough for Pelican to pick them apart. You do need to take the point at some stage. So here we go. Pelican knows that the door is open. Reinhardt is down. Slept at least for the time being, allows him to move on to the point. There does need to be a capture here and then a hold from Houston, but they're looking pretty comfortable here. Just waiting on Shu's timings with these bio-nades to follow up and start to apply that pressure.
Yeah, and now I think this will be a little, like, I feel like the way that if you're London, right, being able to control the point when the Pharah is like not able to kind of get in there and make an impact would have been the spot you would have been able to hold it. I feel like it's almost going to be harder now, right? Like walking into this constant just damage coming down from Pelican with no real great response.
I mean, over the years, we've always seen this composition played to some degree, even in like hit scan based metas. The Pharah is good enough to break line of sight often, then she can have a lot of impact. There it is, Cloudy with a chance of getting absolutely dumpstered. Pelican finding 3 with the barrage.
Yeah, as they try and use a Sim TP to get closer to the point, which does work, but a nano boost onto Fearless. He puts down some big damage with a seismic slam and a punch right away, and then it's just a rocket barrage that just ends things up. It looked like London was actually trying to go to high ground, but just get knocked off by a concussion grenade there.
I mean, you're not
Pelican
much,
as well.
You're not much safer playing the point as London here, especially if your opponents are able to hold that point. Losing Violet here to Backbone just picks him out in the air, so that's kind of bizarre. Hardy,
I think he got like
here.
caught. He got caught on like the kind of like overpass there. That's gonna be a sound barrier here. Just trying to live, give a little bit more health to everybody.
Yeah, it gives them the flip, right? Houston had to give up the point, especially once that sound barrier gets employed. Both support ultimates being used. London are back in residence here. Blizzard also being thrown in by Backbone to create a safe zone and also catch Fearless inside of it. The sim wall here is fantastic. Sorry, Violet, what are you doing? The sim wall so good against the Fari here as Violet just zooms on through there.
But he's maybe looking for a little Valkyrie drive-by, like, res on the Fearless, maybe, but this is going to be another barrage.
Immortality Field, though, great timing. Landon able to put that down. Looks consistently very strong on this Baptiste. Violet, though, can he get away? Look at the mechanics on this guy. Look at the wheels. Still gets caught by Hardy, but London now getting back into the lead. A lot of big bio nades coming out from Shumat, just because the Spitfire are grouped up by necessity, but no follow-up there in that fight.
Yep. They haven't been able to capitalize on it, though, right? I mean, Shu has hit a few big biotic grenades, right? Because Pelican's forcing them to kind of turn to one side to pay attention, and then Shu's just on the opposite one, hitting these bios, but there's been no real big follow-up.
London are no strangers to people trying to counter their Rhine setups with all sorts of things. Farah definitely one of them. They've done a great job of holding right now, and Houston need to come up with an answer, but Backbone finds a key kill. I like that. Thread the needle with the Bionade, but all of London had the sound barrier on them, and Backbone's found 2 kills. The Houston Outlaws strategy here on the pool isn't going to work. So the London Spitfire are going to be able to withstand this constant pressure from the Farah, get themselves around.
Yeah, good round number 1 there from the London Spitfire, able to really weather the storm through a lot of biotic grenades there at the end. Fearless comes in with the nano. It's a shatter that's there to meet him, and then you also have a May wall that prevents Shu from getting any types of healing.
See Backbone here, able to find a multi-kill opportunity towards the end of the round. That is incredible little correction of aim there to find the kill on Happy. That is really not easy to do. And then one more, I think.
Yeah, I mean,
bingo.
Yep.
So this is, we often see this scenario play out when teams play London. London know that their Rhine comp is like very obvious, very telegraphed, and it's something that can be countered. They're used to it. They're played up against these counter comps all the time, and I'm not really that surprised to see them win around here. I know like these teams feel mismatched, but hey.
Outlaws switch off of the Farah, right? Go now with obviously Tracer Sombra. They bring in the Zen. We've seen them do this on King's Row, but really like one of the only teams playing the Zenyatta still on other different maps where some extra damage here from Violet, obviously with this dive, could be what they need.
Yeah, we've seen Violet play it on defense of Kings Row. They're the only team that do it.
Yeah.
And often against good dive comps, rather, Violet switches off. So it's possible Houston, again, expected a Reinhardt from London, even on a map like Shrine, where that seems very strange. We do have the Zen playing the high ground here. Shu, though, douses Sparker in the purple stuff. Has to reposition here on a dime to keep Fearless standing, but is able to do so, and Houston start with a point.
I also think it's a little bit of a challenge from the Outlaws, right? It's like, okay, well, prove us, like, if you're going to play the dive, prove you can actually, you know, access our backline and pick up some kills, right? I think they feel so confident in Violet and Shu being able to defend each other and defend themselves that maybe they're not exactly too worried about it.
Look at the EMP follow-up. The damage is there from Violet. The sound barrier does come in a little late, but it is enough for the London Spitfire to have like a late fight push. This time's in with Fearless just returning to the point about now. No point stalling, because it does get flipped in those scant moments for London.
They're just waiting for another player to. For a second there, I thought they may have actually, you know, decided to have Fearless jump in. They have a Nano to use here as well, with some players coming off of spawn, but just waiting. Maybe Pelican going to get in position here to set up you know, a play that goes on in as Fearless looks like he actually punches landed into the wall, but nice Suzu to keep himself up.
Well, not going to be much longer, though. Pelican is able to find him. Backbone notes Violet's position there, I think. The EMP, though, is really just here to kill Pelican. I like the Transcendence response. Violet times it out well. He's able to avoid the Sombra, but when he comes out of it, he's a little vulnerable. Nice little peel from Fearless, knocking Sparker back to the point, but that's where the Outlaws want to be. They need a cap here, and this is the dive susceptibility that Violet and Shu both have as backliners. Gets exploited by the London Spitfire, and they are still ticking up on the point.
Yeah, absolutely. As London has come out to play today, is it's looking like the London Spitfire of last year, where you're happy still here. You also have Pelican, but I don't think they're going to actually make a play for this. Yeah, they're just going to like put in some damage at range, maybe try to build some ultimates. As Fearless now will play the Winston. They'll still commit to the Zen setup here. So get Fearless on his comfort hero here, playing the Winston into Hottie.
It's like the Outlaws still aren't respecting the Spitfire. They may pay for that in time. Here's the dive on Violet. Ips, he's absolutely owned. Yeah, both he and Shu just get crunched by the dive. Yeah, Pelican's able to find Sparker here, which is nice, but they are in trouble now. They are on the precipice of losing this first mat. Playing a comp that is a little less than ideal. Violet switches over to the Brig here, but is it too late?
Yeah, we've seen them go for the Doom time and time again, where it is really feast or famine. At this point, though, you're relying on maybe this Nano going on to Fearless.
Shu in trouble. Hacked, brought very low. Nano given over to Violet, who's going to accost Hardy, but the Primal Rage is timed well. Shu has to position as to not be knocked off the edge of the map, but he's just so low and doesn't have a Biotic Grenade available. Another first pick for the London Spitfire, and they're making it work on a Winston comp, no less. So not only are they going back to their roots, but they're finding success with a more popular composition. EMP from Pelican, not enough follow-up there. The Spitfire take a moment to rest on the point, and then they'll return to the fray. It's going to be Happy falling first. And the London Spitfire take a shock first map against the Houston Outlaws, who may be forced to respect them a little more this series.
Yeah, I would say so, as committing to that far for all of point one, although it did look pretty decent, still does not result in a round win. And then in round two, continuing to kind of go with that Doom and then also playing the Zen. London showing that, you know, obviously their record not great, but still can play at a little higher quality clip than some of the other teams at the bottom.
Yeah, it was great to see the switch to the Winston composition. They found a lot of success there, playing Sparker on the Tracer. Backbone looked very good on the Sombra. Very good signs for the London Spitfire, measuring themselves favorably up against one of our top teams in the league. Let's hope it's more than just a flash in the pan and they can make it 2 in a row. We'll find out after this. to be a lot of frustrated 3-0 Predators out there as the London Spitfire snatch away the first map in this series. Playing their own style. Play the Reinhardt on Village, looks very good, and then they have a great Winston comp against Houston, who don't really seem to be offering them quite enough respect. Yeah. Let's talk substitutions. Matt, Lethal and Sky Reaper come into the lineup.
Yeah, as Houston plays their own style there in map number 1. Not sure if the Outlaws fans want to see that style again, but like they've used the Zen on some other maps, just not able to make it work there. Landon had himself a pretty good map there on the Kariko for the London Spitfire, where I think you look at the standings, and obviously London has not impressed thus far early in the season. But I think you kind of still got to believe that this team is better than that. And I think being able to take maps like this off the Outlaws definitely proved that.
They really understood their win conditions, especially there on Shrine, Matt. The Outlaws come out with an Ana Zen backline. Not very mobile, not the kind of backline that could peel for itself. You don't have Suzy, you don't have Boop, you have no immortality field there, so
also
you're asking for it,
against
man.
a team, yeah, and against a team that like struggles in terms of like maybe struggles isn't the right word, but like doesn't want to play dive necessarily, right? And may struggle a little bit with like coordinating those dives. Having a Zenyatta who is pretty much just a turret out there, right? No mobility whatsoever, is the easiest dive target to kind of like centrally focus in on. And it just gives London a very easy way to coordinate those dives and aggression.
Yeah, don't do it again, Houston. Just don't. Here on Blizzard World, well, yeah, look, I looked pretty good on Kings Row when it paid off for Houston, but you know, we've seen it have to be switched off of just as often as they felt confident to keep playing that Zenyatta. So, yeah, we want to see what Violet can do there. He is one of the most explosive, one of the most dangerous support players in the entire world. And that's obviously what Houston want to make use of here. But London are not really fazed by that. They've been up against, I mean, how many top teams have they had to play in their first 5 matches of the season, right? This is par for the course for them here. They will punish you if you give them an opening.
I also would say as well that, like, so obviously the Zenyatta makes it very easy to dive, right? An easy dive target. Also, the Zen like can feast on bad dives, right? Like where if your dive is not good, the Zen can definitely just start dominating the lobby. So see, at least here at the start, it looks like we're going to see it again here from the Outlaws, where I think this will be a question, Mitch, of like, okay, so like, is it the Zen-based like setup, or was it Doomfist, you know, in kind of combination with it, right? Where now you get Happy on the Sombra and Pelican on the Tracer, but you're going to keep this Zen with the Winston now.
All right. Hardy does have the ability to dive, but doing so might make his backline a little vulnerable, so cannot be nearly as reckless and aggressive as Fearless. No doubt plans to be here. Shu laying low for the time being. Doesn't really want to be picked out as an easy target. That Discord Orb, though, pretty important if you want to pressure Hardy down. You also have Sombra, so it's a very hostile anti-tank composition for Houston.
Yes, Fearless has to get all the way back just to make sure he can live. Get healed up pretty far, but that's going to be Sparker with some help from Hadi taking out Violet there on the Zen, so maybe back up.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's Fearless having to jump away. Then the Outlaws have to poke at long range, which just gives a lot of opportunities for Sparker to log you.
That's not great.
He zapped him. I think Lethal turned tail, went to blink away, and Fearless just gives him a little bit of a tase there. Key kill, and Sky Reaper falling into a pulse bomb here from Pelican. This Jenga tower just came crumbling down.
You know, when you cannot against tough teams like this, like just how in the last series, right? We're like, oh, the Titans, you know, you need to clean up like certain plays, right? Just like losing your Tracer, like a Winston right click, you know, with some damage that goes down. I mean, that's stuff that you cannot have happen against these top teams. And as soon as that happens, everything else starts to fall there for the London Spitfire. So the Outlaws able to take this first checkpoint.
So the fight went down, the dive in from Fearless. Very, very, very straightforward, especially with the Discord Orb on Landon there. Tracer pickoff, my goodness. London Spitfire be kicking themselves for that.
Yeah, especially, I mean, you're bringing Lethal in to be that, like, Tracer player, right? Like, you know, you got to come in off a little bit of a break and really bring it after you take map number 1, right? A prime opportunity. Maybe you can steal a series here against the Outlaws team. I was saying like, hey, it'd be great for you to finish, you know, at least 1 and 2 over your last 3. Like an opportunity to get a win here against Houston. You know, he even puts a 2 and 1 in possibility, right? Which is huge.
Here comes Fearless. Nano on Landon now. Raid Boss activated. Fearless does not want to hang around here. Will take some extra cart progress and another dive on the Ana ideally. Think he's sussed out where Sky Reaper is playing from. Hey, Violet gets the trade back. That is pretty darn nice, and that is a very dead Ana. Sky Reaper's not quick about it. He's actually able to get away. So nice rotation from him. Enough time for Lethal to get on Shu, but the Outlaws are fully committed to this fight. They have a distinct numbers advantage.
Oh, and I mean, Hadi is going to be so low. He's going to get hacked. He'll use that self-destruct, try and get back into the mech, but not going to be able to do so. And it's brutal because you also used a rally during that EMP as well, which ends up getting you nothing. So the Outlaws look like they're making quick work of this second stage of the map.
Yep. Fearless there, chases Lennon up the wall, not a thing you could do about it. No escape for the London Spitfire now, and 4:35 on the clock. I mean, look, to be pretty, to sum this up, right, it's just a couple of picks in 2 separate fights that have got the Outlaws to this point. First one, London's fault. Second one, well, I mean, Houston are able to engage some pretty nice dives, put a lot of pressure down on the back line, Happy combining well with an EMP.
Yeah, and I also think, at least from the early showing thus far, I don't actually think it's really, you know, the Violet Zen there from map number 1. I think Fearless just on Winston looks so much more at home than playing that Doomfist, right? Where, especially if they're not going to like try and do anything to really counter it, I think you just keep him on that Doom, on the Winston.
Dragon Strike here. Fearless and Violet both able to skirt outside of its luminescence and avoid its damage. Another pick. This is what Violet on the Zen gives you. Yeah, maybe a bit risky at times, but sometimes you just get a free kill. And on a target like Landon, you are not going to pass it up. Pressure is mounting. Fearless on the dive in there. Pelican takes a licking from Hardy on that Diva, but a Discord Orb will have him mollified pretty quickly. Pulse is going to be stepped ahead of by Sparker. Hardy gets a nano here now as the Spitfire try and dig their heels in. Hardy low though. Can he hang on? The Discord Orb is such a pain for him. Sparker had to back away as well after getting hit by a bio.
Yeah, they actually nanoed Violet there to allow him to just put down some more damage. As dude, the Discord Orb plus the hack combo just makes Hadi's life just a nightmare. I mean, cannot really try and heal through that Transcendence here at the end. Yikes. Just for good measure, as that is one way to fight back.
All right, so let's deal with the facts here for starters, and then we can express our emotions, shall we?
Okay.
Yeah, Fearless 6-0 on their map so far. Pelican, Happy, Fearless, all without deaths here, and pretty solid score lines in general. The Violet Zen looked pretty good with 2 final blows. In terms of damage, though, nothing crazy, but being able to contribute at range, I think, has been really important. Spitfire, man, they get 2 kills. Just 2. They really struggle. It's Lethal and Spark are able to find, like, disparate eliminations. They never really get going in any of these fights. And when Lethal gets subbed in here, Matt, it seems like London is saying, we don't really intend to play Sombra because Backbone obviously is the delegate for that sort of hero. Do you think it's wise to come into Blizzard World and not want to play Sombra, not want to play around EMP and that sort of tank disruption?
It makes it so much easier if you do, right? I mean, it is just clear win conditions, especially if you're going to be playing like a dive. Having that Sombra in play is pretty simple. Get a hack. You can either go in with the tank, you can go in with the Tracer. Makes it pretty easy to make those things happen where, yeah, I mean, playing the Hanzo, like, you can get some of that high ground, right? In the second stage of the map, absolutely. But they were never in position to actually kind of like set up and get a fight. And I think the Dragon doesn't really do much here with these comps that just have high mobility.
Okay, Houston have at times looked a little susceptible on defense. On some of these sort of payload-based maps. They will switch to a bit more of a robust backline. Seeing Violet move over to the Kiriko here, so trying to be a little more supportive, less damage-oriented. See what London can show us. Hardy is basically suited up with a gigantic kick me sign up against like the Sombra Zen comp, but even here, he's definitely going to have to deal with Happy's scrutiny.
You saw Hardy right there. He like kind of flew up and then did like a little bit of a Yui, just trying to bait some stuff. I mean, he's about to get hacked, discorded, and just get...
No American says that. That is your Australian wife. That is your Australian wife, 100%, bro. I've never heard an American
What?
say Yui. Is that a thing you guys say? No.
Yeah.
Really?
A little Yui, yeah.
Chuck a Yui.
Little U-turn?
No. You don't say Yui. There's no way.
Yeah.
Either. All right. Fearless goes in.
But still, I mean, he's about to go up there, get hacked, and then just like loads of damage going to come down. I mean,
yeah, he knows he has to double back. Okay. That's it. Sparker again. This is really going to act as a pressure relief valve now as the London Spitfire move into the position that the defenders were initially occupying. So that feels pretty good. They haven't started a cap yet. Okay, now they're gonna begin this process. Remember, Violet can return to his team relatively quickly with that swift step.
well, and Pelican seems to be contesting, right? So you haven't even gotten that first checkpoint yet. Now you do. That's going to be a hack to the high ground. They have to end up getting this
Nice.
Fearless. It looks like
The bubble?
Fearless is going to be able to make it out.
No. Okay.
I mean, he gets lethal on the way out. You have a Nano here. There's no way you consider like. No, they do Nano Pelican. I was going to say that. It's a Nano Pelican. He gets 2.
All right, Pelican, that is pretty ridiculous stuff. I mean, they bought enough time for Violet to get back to the fight. The fact that Fearless can trade.
They only get a tick out of that.
That's just. That is soul crushing, man. Let's see how this goes down. This is the contest here from Pelican. Not happy on the off angle, by the way, being an absolute nuisance. Then the EMP. That's right, London, let it wash over you. Look at this guy. Breaking ankles.
I mean, that is just filthy stuff. And, I mean, you did build up some good ultimates here for the Spitfire.
Don't sugarcoat it, bro. That is prime.
Yeah, I mean, look, they did. I mean...
All right, they got shoot. No, they didn't get that. Primal for Fearless. Can he get away? The big question. Violet, the only one that can top him up, so... All right, London give the space here. They let Houston take a moment to get Fearless back in the fight. All right.
And they used self-destruct there in the rally. So like you use some ultimates and then just let them kind of like walk away.
Oh man. Look at the bubbles. Like the bubble cooldown getting reduced by this Kitsune Rush, by the way. Often overlooked part of what made like Winston Kiriko so busted last year as well. It's super good. Fearless can't be moved. 53 seconds left in the round. The London Spitfire had better put it together.
And you're just going to have another happy EMP on the other side of this, right?
They won't be happy for the Spitfire, I'll tell you that. They will be very displeased.
I mean, they have to use everything to just keep Hottie alive there. I mean, he gets hacked. Some damage from Happy. Pelican, you see just kind of like constantly chasing, being a nuisance.
Okay. The hack on the Tracer forced a recall, but he knows where Lethal's going to be. He's out of there, bro. He's absolutely getting out of dodge. Hey, Pompeii may have erupted in his backyard. He's that quick out of there. Shoe deals with Sparker. That's the D-suit on Hardy, bro. Get that Buddy Blaster. Oh, man. 14 seconds left in the round, and the London Spitfire, yeah, they are crumbling.
Yeah, they had like 4 ultimates at one time there, and I mean, they got less progress, you know, with their ultimates. Without their ultimates, like they did better without them. It's going to be a pretty rough offense there for London as Houston bounced back with a pretty clean map 2 win.
There is Hardy just smiling through the pain in that portrait there. Much better from the Houston Outlaws. They really put it together. They get value out of Zen on the attacking side. Violet is unable to be exploited. He puts down some serious pressure. Hardy has to deal with Sombra and Zen. That is awful. That is very, very difficult to play into. And then we see somehow Pelican's able to stall the point out for long enough. Violet comes back off respawn there. I mean, big question marks for me in the chat about that attack for the London Spitfire. Their pacing and their sequencing seems a little bit off. They seem unable to take advantage of like openings, like a kill on a backliner, for example, in this round.
No, and then even at times where they're like, you know, using ultimates and trying to play against Fearless's dive, right? And they get Fearless super low. They use some of these ultimates and then don't like try and commit and get the kill, right? After they've gotten them so low, they let the Houston Outlaws just reset.
Oh man, okay, Houston Outlaws come back in a big way, showing us a little bit more of what we expect from them. A bit of their own flair, mixed in with, the more reasonable way to play the metagame right now. Good size from Houston, their fans can perk up a little bit as we head into map 3 after the break.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade up. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade up. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade up. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Turn it way up. Turn it way up. Crank that volume, turn it way up. Way up.
To return to form for the Houston Outlaws on Blizzard World, they figure it out. Or maybe they knew the whole time, just decided to play the right way. Gargoyle comes in here. This is actually a lot of fun. So we're going to see Fearless actually hit the bench for a bit. No changes to the London Spitfires for them. That map was returned to reality.
Yeah, it just makes map number 1 so weird. You see Doomfist for the Outlaws. We've seen it a few times now. I would say with the way that Valiant played on the Zen with their attack, I'm not really sure that the Zen was really much of an issue. That really seems like, having Fearless play that Winston, get the most value out of his play seems to be the right move. But when we move out to Rialto, a lot of different options for Gargoyle to play.
And what do we expect, right? Because this is not necessarily a map that we, think that Fearless would be subbed out for, right? Is it Gargoyle playing a Ramatra here, or do we expect something like D.Va to get thrown in?
D.Va? Yeah, I mean, D.Va I think is a really good option, right? Like if you're seeing success playing fast and aggressive and you want a little bit of a different look here, always an option. Could also be for Ramatra if possible.
Okay.
Gargoyle, for a second I was like, there's no way they sent him in to play Doom. I was like, the Gargoyle Doomfist? Is that where we're going right now? I mean...
So this, okay, so what was the team? Was it WDG? Spelt maybe differently. I remember when Gargoyle got picked up, right? This is the Florida Mayhem. Really starting to revamp that roster and bringing a lot of this young and upcoming talent from South Korea. Gargoyle was really good. The kind of player that, I'm a little surprised to think that they're a substitute on a roster at this point. They really impressed us in their debut season especially. So looking forward to seeing what we get from Gargoyle on Rialto here. To be London Spitfire also going for the D.Va. Hardy doesn't have to worry quite so much, I guess, about them anti-D.Va elements here, as it will be the Outlaws on defense to start this map.
Yeah, and they'll be running Pelican on the Echo, which we know how good of an Echo he is, and Gargoyle here on the D.Va. So some D.Va for high ground control. A big biotic grenade that gets through there from Shu. I mean, I feel like that's happened so many times in the series, but kind of playing that D.Va to hopefully eat up some of those is Gargoyle gets hit with a bio as well, as he will make it out with his life.
What? Okay. I'm not a Hanzo player. Check PC. I'm not a Hanzo player, but I'm convinced that half the stuff they do is just unintentional, or at least it's very speculative, right? My God.
He just looked up, turned to his left, and within a half of a second just killed that.
You can't do anything. You literally cannot do anything about that. Great job, Sparker. Big bio. Again, Pelican hoping to maybe, compound the issue. But we see Hardy switching on defensively here, always shepherding his team regardless of what comp it is. But Shu has a nice little angle for subsequent bios to slow the Spitfire down further. They bought time for Happy to rejoin the fray.
Another bio to the high ground there. Just connects with Sparker, but can really just... I mean, this is a fantastic spot to play the Echo from, right? If London's going to try and challenge his high ground, Pelican can just sit right above them and just put damage down as they walk out.
Yeah, it's such an obnoxious angle, and Shu's just on cooldown, bioing the entirety of the London Spitfire. I'm curious to what the decision making is to Nano here. Is there a catalyst for this decision? Because Gargoyle is still probably not in a position to dive 1v5. So the Nano comes out, gets used. Now it's going to be Hardy getting a Nano of his own. Looking to try and pressure down Pelican, if I'm not mistaken there, and it's lethal striking first. Shu goes down, Valiant soon after.
It'll be Pelican using the duplicate here. They're trying to make a play as Happy takes out with two. So you're still in this here if you're the Outlaws.
Yeah, a little dicey though. Pelican, falling on those stairs now. Hardy getting credit for that one. And it will be Happy being forced to back away. What's he going to do though?
You're still going to be able to contest, right?
Okay, he can get packs from Violet now. Violet's gone for it. He's like, I've got Ana behind me. I'm fine. Yeah, the Spitfire have to back up, regroup, but they have taken that high ground corner position away from Houston.
Yeah, so obviously this will change drastically how the Outlaws can kind of play this defense, where now we may be getting a little bit into the territory where you have to play defense under the underpass. Gargoyle and Crew looks off for a second. Looked like he was going to back up, then comes back out, shows again. As this Dragon could definitely do some damage, split some players off.
Violet goes for... Oh my! Gargoyle eats the Dragon Strike. The silver bullet for the Spitfire. Trying to play to this choke. Man, we've got to see that run back. If that was through the wall, that is pretty astonishing. Either way,
yeah,
the Outlaws here, they're looking good now, Matt. Oh my goodness.
Oh, yeah, I mean, you end up having to use the rally there, but I feel like it almost won't matter, right? You're not going to have Landon end up getting his here. You're going to have this nano boost as well, so you probably get better value than you did the first time. Is they have not really made Pelican's life up in the sky very difficult. Happy as well also kind of had all the space he needs.
Yeah. Hard to counter Pelican here. This is why like the Echo without Mercy is viable in this kind of metagame. Lethal wants to drop off another impactful pulse bomb here. Marking Happy for a brief time. Hardy also goes upstairs for a moment. Now we're running out of time and Sparker is down. 19 seconds left to play and the Spitfire running out of options here. Lethal needs to get a sick pulse bomb, but there's a nano boost available for Shu to, again, inoculate that intended target from the burst damage potential. Shu playing ultra safe, ultra conservative here.
Dude,
up in the building.
Look how far back he is playing. I was going to say this before. You kind of caught it a little bit through the camera, but playing so far back, as that'll be the nano boost onto Gargoyle trying to seal the deal.
Tyreep under pressure for a time. The durability for Gargoyle is more important, and so I guess his prospects of going forward and finding a kill. Buy some time, get a self-destruct, do not get picked off outside of the mech. That's going to be important. Gargoyle hides around the corner. Decent placement, chance to remech now. Pelican with a duplicate on the Diva. There's a lot of these going around, and Pelican can get a bomb. That could be devastating. Hardy goes for the self-destruct here, but the Outlaws just sidestep that play out of line of sight around the cart. Pelican is being healed. There's a bomb over towards the cart. The positioning is centimeter perfect. The London Spitfire dismayed a shutdown before checkpoint 1.
You know what was probably the best part about having Pelican dupe the Diva there? I mean, you had double defense matrix inside of that
yeah, my God.
I mean, there was nothing coming in. I don't know if you caught it, but like at one time, Pelican was like DMing to the right, and then Gargoyle was defense matrixing to like the backside on the left where Hadi and crew was. As that's a lot of damage getting sucked up by those Divas.
Yeah, absolutely brutal stuff. Again, you don't get the full health pool that, you know, Diva normally gets after duplicate. That's a change that's happened a while back, but that was pretty incredible stuff. Gargoyle as well, getting an eat on a Dragon Strike. That's definitely something to hang your hat on, or your feathered mask, as it were. Be very, very happy if I were him. Let's see how this went down, by the way. Was this the eat? Bio here, Sparker, Dragon Strike, and... Oh, man.
Ooh.
That was, look, just in time. If that arrow travels any further, it becomes... It enters a state where you cannot cancel it with that defense matrix, right?
I'd almost venture to say that like probably Violet kind of gave a call out like that the Hanzo was over here, right?
Yeah, maybe they're tracking
because he stops the defense matrix for a brief second and then like looks away and then turns back and yoinks it. Obviously looks a little bit different in slow, so don't know, but
yeah, that's something Fury used to do, by the way. Speaking of Zarya, nicely done.
Oh. Well, they were trying to set that the shield up, and Happy's like smiling because he was outside of the shield there. It looked like a Landon.
Yep.
So a dive with a Zarya here going up against this Diva. This is pretty smart. Knowing they're going to have the Diva there, you can just have Pelican play this Genji to access this high ground and constantly bubble. And if you get the cart towards the end, Hadi can't play that. You can't just kind of sit there inside of that choke and play against that Zarya.
Yeah, they bully a defense matrix-based comp off the high ground, right? I mean, providing the Sparker doesn't, you know, just kill Violet as they try and approach this high ground. So Hadi sat on the corner now. Gargoyle probably very limited charge at this stage, as evidenced by the very, very underwhelming looking particle lance there. Zero charge. Hate to see it. Again, high ground taken though. Pelican, yeah, getting that extra defensive cooldown going his way allows him just to
now he's got some charge from Pelican up there. Yeah, I mean, Pelican gets right. I mean, what are you even supposed to do there if you're Sparker? Pelican gets right in your face, and he's got a bubble deflect. I mean,
and we're on the cart. Well, we're going to be done with this in just a few moments here. This is sometimes what
EMP
happens.
Nanoblade.
How much of that we're going to really get to see is the question. Tracer will touch, I suppose.
Maybe EMP.
All right. Okay, no, they're all there. Gangs here. EMP. There it is, like you called it. And yeah. Oh, no need to go for the blade. Pelican getting nanoed here because I think the Outlaws realized that's maybe all they really need. Although the nano on lethal's quite nice, right? A decent player to stall. Nice little deflect on the pulse bomb there.
The pulse bomb?
Yeah. No stick as a result of that though. And here's the Dragon Strike. 0.07 meters away. The Reinhardt, a good pick against Gargoyle's Zarya here. Gonna be a little bit hard now for Gargoyle to get past his front line at all. Look at what he's doing. Moving into the shield, pushing into it, holds onto the ground, wants to make sure that he catches more than just the Reinhardt in it.
Yeah, you do have the grab here set up, and you also have bubbles and stuff for Violet, and Violet's going to pop rally, so now you can get aggressive.
Not satisfying shooting a Rhine Shield as Zarya, but there it is. Okay, sees the Brick caught inside of it now. He's going to stand behind the Rhine Shield if possible, and the Bio Nade means that Hardy can't do anything. Stun there used by the rallying Brigitte of Landon, but eventually Pelican will have what he came for. Convincing map win here on Rialto by the Houston Outlaws. They start on defense, and from there it's all downhill for them. It's very comfortable finish. The London Spitfire be scratching their heads now, wondering what went wrong.
Yeah, pretty clean with Gargoyle in. I really like some of these comps that they ended up playing here on Rialto, where you get Pelican on the Echo. This is a fantastic eat of that Dragon yet again, where Spark was really setting up for it at the end of the game. And then on offense, realizing where kind of that box of victory is. And look at just great timing there. Coming out on the Zarya. Really hard counter to that Diva comp.
Forcing Hardy onto Ryan, God forbid. I mean, he must be furious about having to do that. Either way, we've got another map coming up. It's going to be New Queen Street, where the Outlaws look to put the Spitfire to bed good and proper. Well, the series definitely didn't start off the way that we expected it to, Matt, but there was always a pervasive sense that maybe the Houston Outlaws were goofing off just a little bit on the pole. That may be getting paid off a little bit more now as we started to see they've looked much more comfortable the rest of this series. They've gone from strength to strength on both of the payload-based maps here. The Rialto, even the Blizzard World, not that close.
Yeah, I think just on map number 1, they just probably had an insane belief that they were going to be able to ride out on those comps and just win it out over in terms of skill, right? Which you can't take a team like London lightly, but they are in Rialto. I mean, Pelican playing that Genji was fantastic. Able to constantly challenge that high ground in combination with those Zarya bubbles. Impossible
What year is it? What year is it, my brother? My goodness.
Yeah.
That was fun. Yeah, Gargoyle gets subbed in. We finally get to see him get a bit more game time here. He starts on a D.Va who I think looks really good. Really solid on the D.Va. Like, the Outlaws don't have to really do anything too special. Defensively, they just sort of jockey back along the map and really, let Pelican play Echo, duplicate a D.Va, have 2 defense matrix going like strobe lights. It's like a bloody Z concert, you know what I mean? There's not a whole lot that London can get done there. There's Zarya switch into D.Va. I guess we kind of understand it fundamentally, right? Very hard for D.Va to mitigate the damage. Definitely like a brawl bully style comp. It eventually worked, even if Hardy sort of switched to Reinhardt quite happily at some point there.
Yeah, but London's still in striking range, right? If you can somehow pull this push map out, control game 5, it can be a little bit coin flippy, right? Especially with how game 1 went. So London, it still probably doesn't look likely, but still in position to maybe send this one the distance, which would be a bit of a shock, I think, coming into today.
My goodness, yeah, I guess that is possible, right? If this push map doesn't go well for the Outlaws, right? We're in a game 5 scenario. It's just hard to feel that way with how dominant the Outlaws have looked on the 2 previous maps, but sometimes these push maps can pose a very different, very sort of, I guess, unique problem to solve. Fearless comes back in here. We'll notice that Backbone is actually in alongside Lethal. So the third and final possible permutation of these London Spitfire DPS players is revealed.
Yeah, we'll see exactly kind of what they have planned here with both of them in, as Sparker's typically like always kind of like remained in, right? Plays the hit scans quite well, whatnot. Maybe you're looking at bringing in Backbone to play some May here.
Sombra Tracer?
Fearless comes back in.
Sombra Tracer, yeah, maybe May with Ramatra, right? Could be Doomfist here for Fearless, right? On Coliseum especially, probably expect to see him try and play Doomfist. These maps that maybe have like less verticality at some points, or less easy sort of dropping down points for Winston. We've seen Fearless prefer to play the Doomfist. Also, again, like cycling cooldowns inside Kitsune Rush is something that Doomfist does quite effectively. Makes him much more disruptive, getting that haste buff. So keep an eye out for that one here on New Queen Street. This is where the London Spitfire need to show us if that first map was a bit of a fluke, something just out of left field, or if it's part of this team really starting to be able to step up to the level of their opponents. A lot of Overwatch teams, Overwatch League teams have improved this season. The London Spitfire haven't made a lot of changes, right? Couple. We obviously we see some new faces here. They're going to have to show us the fruits of their labor.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, right? Like, everybody's kind of gotten better across the spectrum for the most part, right? Especially here in the West. But London was strong last year. You kind of felt like they were building upon this team, right? That they were headed in the right direction, so there was nothing wrong with the roster, kind of bringing them back, letting them kind of gel and play again for another season. So Fearless comes out on the Doom. Let's see how long they stick with this. You have Violet on the Kiriko, but Fearless here now playing this Doomfist. I think really susceptible to the Sombra.
Yeah, that's why Backbone comes in here, no surprises there. The bubble's annoying for Happy, makes Winston a little less susceptible to Sombra. Fearless wants to drop in around the corner. Again, this is aggressive zoning, trying to create a choke scenario here, force the Spitfire to play into it. Hack for Fearless, this Sombra is going to be very obnoxious.
Yeah, they're just constantly hacking him. I don't think they're in a position to maybe like make a play to try and take him out. As hacked yet again, has to jump back. I imagine you switch off of this, right? Especially with how map 1 went, right?
All right, we'll have to see. I guess Fearless not really building up to a wombo combo ult-wise. Landon got hacked there, is able to swift step away eventually. Backbone will be able to translocate out as well. But Hardy just gets taken down. He looks like he tries to make a solo play for the backline, but it's a Shu and Violet we're talking about. Not some garden variety, you know, a couple of dunderheads just backloaded into your server.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot easier said than done to try and make a play for that backline, right? You know, one of the best as Violet pushes up, takes out Lethal. So you bring in Backbone here to play the Sombra, keep Lethal in on the Tracer. But it doesn't really matter here at the start, as the Outlaws will get the cart moving towards that, you know, first checkpoint. Getting this first checkpoint will be massive. You do have this Nano for Fearless, potentially. And you're also going to have a Kitsune Rush. So Outlaws with a decent amount of ultimates to be able to do it. And, oh, well, that is a Landon turning the corner, just one tap in Pelican.
They're committing too. Nano boost on Fearless here. Shu popping that one. Kitsune Rush going to come down. They get Sky Reaper for their troubles. That is a big pick-off. Trade of supports, but Violet once again finds himself in the correct side of the kill feed. That is absolutely dirty.
Dude, there's like... Violet, like, I feel like you're okay with him just playing whatever, right? So he gets up to the high ground. He'll use the support passive just to gain some health. There's just 6 shots there from Violet as the cart still continue to make some progress here. So, do you think EMP from the side here from the Outlaws, or do they just kind of like invite London to walk into an EMP?
Well, I feel that EMP is the main win condition with this composition, right? So I imagine they're going to go aggressive with it. Surely Fearless wants to link up with Happy here.
I think they're just baiting Fearless to get like EMP'd or something here, yeah.
Right. It's just Susu. He just says, beam me up, Scotty. Comes back down here with a Meteor Strike. Backbone had to get out very, very low. Just harass the backline here, force a Biotic Grenade. Happy seems to be pleased with that, but he can't get out here. He could be in deep trouble. Yeah. Okay, trade though.
Yeah,
trade backline.
Fearless on the other side was coming in trying to make a play, but he ends up getting taken out. Where, yeah, I think Happy was surprised they kind of backed up that staircase. You saw him like a little panic a little bit. His player cam threw his translocator towards the other way, but Landon chases him down. Yeah. So. Finally, the Spitfire
him, bro. You can't just step to him without like a bloody translocator set up, bro.
Because what? Because he chased the Sombra around the corner and fired 2 kunais.
Like that,
man, yeah, he's got that dog in him. Yeah.
Oh man,
sure.
Yeah, have some respect. You know what I'm saying? Sheesh. All right.
He was basically dead when he went around the corner.
I mean, Happy, he put his translocator like right next to him. I don't know what to say. Interesting decision.
I mean, Landon watched him throw the translocator.
Woof, woof, baby. That's all I'm saying. Fearless, he stays alive there. Doesn't even need a nano from Shu. He actually gets it when he has an opportunity to be aggressive. And Violet, guess what? Yep, he's there again. Nicely done. Another internal canine, I suppose. Another kunai headshot. And the Houston Outlaws are going to be back in control here.
So Fearless straight the power block. I can't believe he has a dog in him because he chases. Yeah. He's got a guy one shot. He goes to finish the kill off. Man, what a challenger.
Take some cojones. That's what I'm saying. Right? He's free. He's fronting up. He's punching in for work. 9 to 5. It's honest work. All right, Happy.
Pretty bad for Sky Ripper as he is hacked.
No, it's your boy
nice,
there again.
Up there from Landon.
Woof, woof. Love that. He's gonna try it again though. Again, he just used a hack. So at some point,
Landon rush here.
Yeah, Landon commits to the fight, so maybe leaves Sky Reaper a little bit more vulnerable here. But the Outlaws, they bend a little bit here, not breaking. Landon trying to head up to the high ground here. Meteor Strike, just for a top up by the looks of things here, and there it is. Yeah, Happy hacked there, Hardy in that primal rage. The Spitfire making use of these ultimates now. The Outlaws probably happy to concede a little bit of ground here, I think.
It looks like he's playing Overwatch 1 there. I mean, he's getting slapped, stunned, hacked, bashed everywhere. I mean, there's stuff coming from every direction.
But my tank synergy.
Yeah, it's that looks rough. Oh, look at this. They actually push up a little bit. In Happy EMPs, they get one here. I think they were actually really just trying to get Hardy, but Hardy's able to jump away. So any kind of progress London probably thought they were going to get, it's not going to happen now.
Pulse there for Pelican, yeah, no connection. Hardy's playing a lot of time now, gets a nano boost. Looking for Pelican. At least if he can keep the Tracer out of the fight, that's a pretty big deal. Pelican looking for probably another health pack right now, or line of sight to their back line. Shu finds the buyer just in time, but he's getting gooned. Lethal gets in there with a Glock. Nothing you can do. The Outlaws able to move the bot back throughout this fight and eventually bring Hardy down, but then Nano onto Hardy, the misdirection created by that sort of interaction. Fearless, I think, doesn't have line of sight to Shu, so
they have a bubble inside of there that Fearless and Pelican are hiding behind. I think actually Pelican took the health pack, so Fearless is just kind of standing there, helpless. So, now you'll come back for the Outlaws. I actually like the switch for Fearless over to the Winston. Like, if they're going to play Winston, I don't think you're in a thing where like, oh, we need to kind of counter that and play like a Doom or something. I think Fearless, just put him on the Winston, right? Any opportunity you have even to match it, I think you go for it.
Fearless hacked here. Oh, Nano, okay. Thought he'd be pretty done there, but he's able to hang around in the fight much longer than he probably otherwise would have anticipated. Still backing up. It's just the Nano ability to keep him standing. It doesn't advance the Outlaws' game plan. EMP comes in from Backbone now. That's Violet taken down after Kitsune Rush was deployed. Happy's done well. He finds Sky Reaper in the backline. I think he linked up with Fearless there, and a Primal Rage for Fearless may not even be necessary. Both supports are down for the London Spitfire. They start on the front foot with a Backbone EMP, and it's all gone wrong.
Yes, Pelican just runs through half of the team there, which... and Fearless, right? He would have had the Primal if you needed it, but you didn't even need it at that moment, where London, I thought things were starting to get rolling, Mitch. I was like, oh man, are we going to be really looking down? Like London being able to take the lead here, maybe got to get like around like a minute and 30, got like 1 or 2 defensive stops to win. But the Outlaws now push the ball back into Spitfire territory. Oh, for a second I thought he was going to commit the EMP.
I'm telling you, bro, he was there when he had to be. Love that. Turns into the Suzu again. It's going to be tough to save your Ana now under this level of pressure, but Landon is there once more.
Okay, he's there.
Okay.
Oh, his Backbone translocates out. And it's with a Primal Winston. That is unlucky timing right there.
Definitely did not, was not expecting that. The timing would for Fearless though, and man, getting a kill on the Sombra like that is good. 61 meters and counting, that checkpoint in hand. I mean, I'm
giving them the checkpoint.
Devastated by that.
Yeah.
But yeah, Sky Reaper's been hard to take down here. Great work by London to sort of keep their backline standing. That's beautiful. I mean, I love this. Fearless doesn't hang around to kill Hardy because he knows exactly where Hardy is going. He goes to the high ground himself, throws down a bubble, and there's no way to heal your Winston. Really prescient approach to the game here by Fearless. And Shu is brimming with confidence enough to stand here and try and take that fight.
Yeah, and it seems like maybe some panic ultimates here as Pelican's just in your base killing everybody as they nanoed Lethal there to maybe just try and keep him alive there on the bot to play some type of defense, right? Trade the tanks out, maybe let your Tracer make a play. He gets nanoed and just gets taken out as Pelican has had a fantastic series.
Yeah, feeling himself right now. The London Spitfire about to be deconstructed, or rather midway through that grisly process. Sky Reaper may not be allowed out of spawn for the time being, but Lethal's able to slip through the lines and pin the bomb on the shoot. Kitsune Rush in play now. Fearless loving this. This is his playground. We see Landon trying to reciprocate here, but he gets crunched in the back line. Fearless finds his way to the soft underbelly of the London Spitfire. And now they've got to rely on Sky Reaper, who's got a bubble in his way. No chance to give that healing, but someone has absconded with the President.
Hey, I believe that's Lethal. Getting the bot moving back towards the Outlaws territory just to try and give them some space, but this could seal the deal. Let's see how this EMP comes out. I think you give them some space to start moving the bot, then go with EMP as Sky Reaper. Landon has been there to help every single time, but still, I mean, when you got Pelican, Fearless, and Happy in your way, I mean, nothing you could do about that.
Yeah, everything. I mean, the Outlaws had all the freedom in the world. They knew that maybe the bot might trend back to their side of the map while they all dived in. Hardy there, looking a little bewildered as to the whereabouts of his teammates here, and that Primal Rage was not able to cause enough disruption to prevent Houston from executing their game plan, which is to tear the Spitfire limb from limb. That'll be that, ladies and gentlemen. The Houston Outlaws finish off the series in style. It's a slow start, but my goodness, 8-3 for Fearless in that last map, 9-1 for Pelican. Violet gets 7 final blows on that Kiriko, proving to be just as deadly as always. And a solid end cap on a series that started a bit of an odd fashion.
It definitely did, right? I don't think anybody expected the London Spitfire to take map number 1, but I think what you can say is that they were pretty competitive all series long. I think when you talk about the Houston Outlaws and how we've seen them play and teams play against them, and with the London Spitfire's record, I think you have to be pretty happy if you're a London Spitfire fan, seeing them kind of play this way against the Outlaws, because the way they played today, they probably beat a bunch of other teams in the league. So I think you have to expect that record to get better.
Yeah, that's a great point, right? We talked about just the sheer difficulty, the strength of schedule that the London Spitfire have faced. That will somewhat salve the wound, I think, of fans finding their team right down there towards the bottom of the standings so far. Not the result the Spitfire were looking for in this kind of matchup, but there's always a sense that this team is learning and adapting from their experiences. They were one of the most improved teams, I think, coming out of 2021 into 2022. With Hardy's leadership, this team really grew, and we think there's a lot more room to grow. On the side of the Houston Outlaws, they're able to test out a few things, right? Bring in Gargoyle, try play the Zen, and a lot of it works out really well for them. So we're starting to see more depth to a roster that's already finding a lot of success. Let's talk player of the match, Matthew. Quite a few potential candidates here. Thought Violet was really impressive over the course of the series, but a player of the match for the Houston Outlaws today is going to be none other than Happy.
Yeah, had himself a really strong day all series long. Played pretty well on the Sombra, I thought, and his EMPs and hacks are just so crucial in being able to set up all the things that allow, Fearless and Pelican to, finish off these kills. Getting these, huge EMPs, and then also the Tracer play on Rialto, really strong.
Yeah, I think the metagame is really starting to settle now a little bit more. It often starts a little bit wayward at the start of the season. We're seeing that Sombra, Tracer both very important, be able to play like Hanzo/Widowmaker, whatever it is. Happy is really delivering in that sense. And when you've got Pelican, who's enabled by Happy then to then go play the Echo, go play the Pharah if he wants to. This is about as dynamic as you can get for a duo. There's a very good reason why the Houston Outlaws are knocking on Atlanta Reign's door perpetually and are going to be a huge factor heading into mid-season. This is a team to fear, and Happy's 1.4 deaths over the course, per 10 rather, over the course of this match is pretty insane.
I mean, the 8.9 enemies EMP'd as well. I mean, that is quite strong there too. So, Happy if he's playing like this on the Sombra and other types of heroes, and you get the performances that we all know the rest of the squad is going to put forward, they are going to be difficult for everybody to beat. And obviously, London ran into them today, put up a pretty good fight, but the Outlaws just so strong.
Yeah, maybe an upward trend for both teams, though. There's still hope for the London Spitfire. It's going to be a long season, so we hope to see them bounce back pretty soon. Don't go too far, everybody. Quick break. We'll come back to our desk to break down another dominant Houston Outlaws victory.
Lifeweaver serving looks beautiful.
Slay
and you
King.
can be too with the new support bundle. It's got team skins for Lifeweaver, Lucio, as well as Brigitte. And of course also Weapon Charm for just 350 league tokens. All of that is on sale until June 13th. I mean, look, don't you want to have the Atlanta Reign team charm? I do. I actually have it.
I want the golden team charms. How do you get the golden team charms?
Are there actually team charms?
Golden team charms?
How do you get them? Oh, you have to use it more than 50 times and it turns gold. And if you use it more than 100 times,
you're just making stuff up, Danny.
I am.
This is false advertising, dude.
Actually,
I don't know how this all works, man.
Anyway, welcome back. We got a match to discuss. It is, of course, the Houston Outlaws. You see beautiful artwork in the background right now. Once again, shout out, of course, for submitting all of your beautiful things by Aden,
A-D-E-N? A-I?
Adon.
Oh, A-D-E-N. Okay.
We're just trying every angle, and one of them will be correct. But we thank you so much for submitting, and you too can be shown on the big screen. So make sure to submit your.
Can I be shown on the big screen?
No.
You too.
Can I be shown on the big screen?
No, you're too big already.
Did you just say that I could be shown on the big screen?
You could be.
Can you beat this? Is your art drawing as good as this?
Is it better than this?
No, I just got photos.
It's gonna be Carl.
Just
Photos, to be honest.
Because Jonathan Reinforced Larson is a work of art. There we go.
What kind of art, though? That's the important question we'll answer in the post show. Stay tuned.
Looking like Pablo Picasso.
Yeah, it's definitely it's on the more creative side for sure. I do want to talk about the match. Yes, the Houston Outlaws won, but I think when our gentlemen summed it up in our cast, Mitch and Matt both said that, if you're looking at the London side here, with this performance, they are likely to beat some of the other teams which are trailing in the bottom or even in the middle of the pack.
Maybe. I'm not convinced, right? We could say, yes, they took a map off of Houston and they won Nepal. It looked good. However, I think Houston very complacent with the comps they're running. Personally, I'm not a fan of the Pharah on Village. I think it's too easy for Ryan Sim. Even though they might lose every single fight, they always cap the point. They TP to the point, they cap the point with a Maywall.
Is that complacency or are they just having fun with it?
Well, but that's my point. You shouldn't be dropping maps on Spitfire. So complacency, I would say. Like if they were winning anyway with Pharah, I'd be like, all right, whatever. You're so much better, you can win. But I think that is a map where the rush, TPing the point, and blocking one side of the point with Maywall, it's been incredibly strong since Overwatch came out, and it's still incredibly strong. Maybe even better in Overwatch 2 since it's harder for the dive team to stall point. And then playing the Zen, I think that's more justifiable. The second round, I think I give London a bit more credit on that one. But I think the first round, I think Houston's playing a comp that's very hard to execute well enough, and London's just playing something much more consistent. So I think Houston kind of threw that one away, and then were there any moments throughout the rest of the series where you guys felt really convinced by London?
This one was all right. The way I describe the situation for London is the Hardy Diva is just not it. It ain't it. All right. I've seen enough of the Hardy Diva for the remainder of the season. Costa did actually bring up something interesting in the green room though, which was that when Lethal and Sky Rippa comes in for this London Spitfire team, they do take a bit of a different shape. And so, I'm curious about London Spitfire moving forward. Hardy Reinhardt looked good on Village, of course. It's like their go-to composition. Hardy Winston, it's like pretty good. Like you can rely comfortably in the Overwatch League with the Hardy Winston. And what I'm curious about is, will they move away from fielding Lethal on the Tracer and instead put Sparker on Tracer? Because that frees up Backbone to play the Sombra and just flex over to a Winston Sombra Tracer composition. When they have Sparker in with Lethal, Sparker is kind of stuck on that hit scan role, and they don't really have the option to go onto a Sombra composition. So maybe London Spitfire moving forward, a bit more comfortable playing the Tracer Sombra with Backbone, Sparker, and Hardy on the Winston.
Still, I don't know if I can blame Lethal. I think they're just not good at dive bots, right?
No, come on, Jake. You know this. That like, just because you bench a player, it's not their fault. It's like it's like back to last year's basics
win
for
on
London.
any dive comps. Like I just don't accept your principle. I think they can only win with Rush right now. I haven't seen anything that makes me believe they can.
Come on, their win still looks better than the Diva, and you can't just force Ryan. But forcing Ryan is not a viable strategy.
Agree. Agree, but I think I don't think it's a roster issue. I think they need to win with the best players they have. I think Lethal's the best tracer. I think that matters so much in the tracer mirrors. You need your best tracer.
Okay, well then you're stuck on like Hanzo tracer and.
Well, I also don't agree. I think they can still play Sombra, right? Like why not put Backbone in and then play Sombra? I don't even think you need to play Hitscan. I think just give up on the Hanzo.
All right, I think Sparker is their best player, so I'd rather have Spark in the lineup than force Lethal and Backbone.
Both. I think we should have both.
Like, Lethal and Sparker? And have one of them play Sombra?
Surely they can play Sombra. Sombra is not like that hard of a hero.
I've met some damage players that just can't wrap their head around Sombra, so...
But they can do it. I'm sure they can.
It's to be figured out for the lone Spitfire, but there are some options moving forward.
Yeah,
I think London's improving. All right, let's move on.
Yeah, let's move on. We have an interview ready with Violet. Danny, please take it away.
Thank you, Zoe.
The winning team.
All right.
Let's hear from them.
Right, time for the post-match interview. We got Violet from Houston Outlaws. Violet, congratulations on getting the win. I feel like this was a very dominant showing from Houston Outlaws, other than the first map. So I just want to hear your thoughts on what happened on Nepal. 자, 오늘 승리를 축하드리면서 오늘 굉장히 역시나 휴스턴이 잘한다는 모습을 보여준 것 같아요. 1세트를 빼고 1세트에서 좀 어떤 문제점이 있었고 어떤 일이 있었나요?
그 원래 라인 조합 상대로 파라가 좀 잘 통하는 그거여서 했는데 되게 그림이 좋았거든요, 초반까지. 근데 제가 한번 메르시로 죽은 게 좀 크지 않았나 싶어요. 그리고 두 번째 웹은 상대가 그 조합을 할지를 좀 예상을 못 해가지고 저희가 아나젠을 기용을 했었는데 상대가 솜브라 트레이서를 하다 보니까 조금 좀 저희가 생각한 대로 안 돼가지고 좀 네, 상대가 그냥 준비를 잘한 것 같아요.
Bottom line is, I think for Nepal, I think London Spitfire prepared well. Going into the first round, I think going into the first round, we thought that going the Pharah Mercy comp against the Rhine would be a good choice for the Houston Outlaws, our team. But I think me as Mercy dying, favored the London Spitfires to get the first round. Moving into the second round, we really didn't expect the London Spitfires comp, especially the Sombra Tracer. We went with the Ana Zen, not expecting that they were going to run the comp that they ran, and I think overall, in general, I think the bottom line was that they were well prepared, especially for the first map in Nepal. Now, I also want to talk about, because I think this map, not this match, and also the previous matches, Houston Outlaws have been utilizing a lot more of the Doomfist comp. So I want to get your thoughts on that as well. Are you guys sort of trying different, compositions, or do you guys see something in Doomfist comps that other teams don't see? 자, 두 번째 질문으로는 이번 경기도 그랬고 제가 봤을 때 그 전 경기에서도 조금 휴스턴 팀이 둠피스트 조합을 좀 더 많이 기용을 하는 것 같아요, 요즘 들어서. 좀 그거에 대한 이유를 여쭙고 싶습니다. 이게 둠피스트 조합만의 좀 특별한 힘이 있는 건지 아니면 새로운 조합들을 좀 써보시는 건지 뭐일까요?
아무래도 좀 투서피를 썼을 때 윈스턴이 조금 힘든 조합이 있어가지고 좀 더 그래서 뉴킨 스테이트라든지 그런 데서 둠피를 좀 더 기용하는 것 같습니다.
Alright, so I think whenever we're running two flex supports, it is sort of hard to use a monkey with two flex supports. So we were searching for other heroes that would fit in sort of the same role as Winston, but not Winston. So I think that is why we went to Doomfist, and that is why we're sort of utilizing different heroes other than Doomfist on maps, especially like New Queen Street. Alright, Violet, that's it for the questions. Thank you so much for your time, and again, big congratulations on getting the win. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Danny's a real winner here, getting away from Violet there. Thank you so much for helping us get some insight. Remember something that you touched on yesterday already when we quickly discussed the Doomfist, just what he adds that a Winston doesn't have, right? Like that survivability of being in and out of the fight.
Yeah, I think with Tracer, Sombra, and arguably Kiriko, right, you've got four heroes that can all walk forward, put a bunch of pressure on the enemy, and then reliably escape, typically on their own without much help. And that means that your Ana sitting in the back can oftentimes be really untouched. And with an Ana player like Shu, that's just providing so much tremendous value to the team. I think it makes a lot of sense. I think we might see more teams run it, although I think very, very difficult composition to execute. If any one player makes mistakes, you're gonna die. Everyone is sort of up to their own skill that they can make plays and still get out.
I do absolutely love, though, that we do have such a range of different composition. I know I repeat myself here, but I think this meta is especially exciting and interesting. And the good news is that there is just so much competitive Overwatch happening all at once to see all of that on display, because stage 1 of our Calling All Heroes tournament actually concludes today at 5 p.m. And then you can catch the top 16 teams in stage 2 starting on May 27th, which is soon as well. If you want any more information on that tournament, and of course also on the Calling All Heroes initiative, head on over to callingallheroes.gg, that's the one, to read up more on it. Now, speaking of more, we do have one more match happening as well, so let's once more bring up our schedule to see where we're at currently in the day. We're going to end things with LA Valiant and the San Francisco Shock. So let's once more take a look at the lovely faces of both of those teams. The LA Valiant, they are still looking to get an elusive victory. Is this one the one? We did see some improvements from them in each of their recent matches. San Francisco Shock also starting to look a little less shaky. Once again, Max is in, and that means that Reinforce is upset.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a huge fan of the San Francisco Shock when they play Max so far. As I've said in the past, I much prefer when they play Junbin for the most part, but it's a choice, so.
It is a choice, and they have to make it.
One of the choices you can make. I'm with Reinforce, though. I think Junbin looked way better, even when Junbin was playing like almost only Diva on King's Row, kind of inexplicable, but they look better there.
The Valiant won't be prepared, Jake.
Yeah.
They won't know what tank is going to come out to play.
As if Shock is prepared. I mean, I don't think they know what tank is going to come out, honestly, which I think both these players are strong, but honestly, I am a little bit worried. Honestly, the Valiant, frankly, I think there's still just strong enough players on Shock to just win this, but I don't know what's going to happen in this match, guys. Like, I really don't know.
Like, if you can't come out and just play like Junbin Winston with proper on Tracer and Heesang and Sombra and win against the Valiant, like, what are we doing here? Do you have to, like, metaphorically put the stick in the wheel and just like, oh, I fell off my bike? Like, come on. Come on, like, just get it done, Shock. Like, this match is going to be great because I have no idea what's in store. It could just be such amazing chaos.
It's going to be chaotic energy.
We love chaos, though. I enjoy a real dominant performance, like a real beatdown, or just, you know, two potatoes running at each other. Like, I get equal joy from these scenarios.
I am anxious for the Shock, like, legitimately.
Same.
I am anxious.
I'm like, I mean, I'm leaning towards the Shock,
like
but at the same time, it's like I want to believe in the Valiant. I want to believe so bad.
It'd be so fun.
I'm like, honestly, like, I don't care if my Preds aren't. I'm going to be cheering for the Valiant.
Well, let's bring up the Preds, actually. Let's take a look at that. I went for the San Francisco Shock. It's not a confident vote, but I wouldn't have much confidence in the Valiant either. This is flip a coin. I do think, just looking at the players, Shock should, on paper, have it, though. What about you?
I mean, this was a tough one for me too, but I just thought it simply. I was like, hey, like the last two matches, who was better? I was like, I think Shock looked a little bit better. So I went with the Shock.
I mean, I think Danny's reasoning is fair.
There's not a lot of confidence.
Hey, you gave them a map. You gave Valiant a map.
Danny's reasoning is fair. I also gave Valiant a map, but I do think I also picked 3-1 for the Shock. I think the player quality is just a little bit higher. The experience is a little bit higher. I think Shock has a clutch factor still. Even though they're not consistent, they're not playing that well overall, they are clutching hard fights, which shows that I think that they have that veterancy on the team. Despite the fact that there's a lot of rookies, right? They have like the veteran mindset, the ability to play well in a tough scenario.
I think it's a Shock 3-0, but
3-0.
You never know. They lost one map, it could quickly start to deteriorate.
Okay, let's see
Max
where
is on the
chat
first
is.
map.
I'm sure it's
know.
Shock.
Okay, chat.
You've got a favorite Shock.
12%? All right.
I'm here for this. I think chat's right. I'm a chat.
All right.
I think 12%. I mean,
way too pandering. I think chat's right, actually.
I'm like a 1585er. That's where I'm at. I'm a 1585er.
Yeah, aren't we all?
Very specific.
Just that. That is very specific. Now, for this banger of a match, we brought in our local Vegas Eternal casters. It is Jaws.
Wait, these guys, it's not a Vegas thing. I don't think.
I know.
Hold on, you guys. There's someone else.
You're not Vegas. You cast them.
Guys,
you are not
production,
them.
There's been a mistake. No Vegas in this game.
Well, no, we do Vegas and Valiant. We really like to leave the two V teams for us. Yeah, you know, honestly, I'm with you guys. San Francisco Shock, this is another sweat for them because if the Valiant come out and play this rush style well, the Shock could fumble and it could fall away from them.
Yeah.
I think so. Look, at the end of the day, how far can they fall?
Oh no, that's not the question every Shock fan has. And you know, for a lot of the fans, they have that saving grace from yesterday of like, they took a map off the Houston Outlaws. Yeah. They looked a little bit better. London Spitfire also just took a map off of the Houston Outlaws. So I don't
Everybody's taking maps.
Yeah, everybody gets a
go.
map.
Houston always gives everybody one. That's
charitable.
The thing. Very charitable, very generous Houston Outlaws. You know, they're making everybody feel good about themselves regardless of them taking the win. Maybe that was the reason.
And here's the difference between these two teams. Look at the Valiant players. They actually looked very comfortable right there.
Yeah.
They have nothing to lose. They're not expected to win this map. While on the other side, the San Francisco Shock, if they lose this match, everything starts to crumble.
You give Valiant their first win too.
And this has been a consistent theme for the San Francisco Shock throughout the entire year of how far can they really fall. They've shown some upsides, but for the caliber of team that they have and the franchise as a whole and the quality we expect from them, they have not been living up to that.
It's a slow start, baby. It's okay. Every team has their ups and downs. Shock are getting it out the way early. They're gone down, and now they're gonna rise, Scott, all the way back up. Rank 1.
Starting to sound like social media right now,
yeah,
Jack.
Don't worry.
Every single Shock fan who's just holding on to the 2020 dream is believing in you, but
why not?
Well, there's a lot of reasons why.
Okay, break them down.
Let's talk about them. You know, the Max versus Junbin debate of why are they playing both tanks? We've heard from Junbin himself saying, you know, we want to have diversity from both tanks so teams can't prepare for what we're going to bring out. It's a bold strategy, spreading both of your new rookie players so thin, and that's been a lot of reasons why people have been doubting these people. But the other one is Heesang proper. What heroes do they play and specialize on this team? Proper and Heesang can both play Tracer, and they've been trading time on that one, and then trading who's playing the Sombra. Is Proper going to play the hit scan? Heesang on the Hanzo. There's a lot of questions that have yet to be answered by the San Francisco Shock of what this roster looks like in the server.
Yeah, it has been a very strange affair seeing both Heesang and Proper trade Tracer, and you can see it now. I mean, Heesang's on Tracer, Proper on the Ashe instead. Very different looks to both teams too. I want to see how Valiant are going to be able to get onto this backline. Like, Proper's going to be very hard to dive. He's going to pump out free damage, and Ashe on this point, Scott, take the high ground or high ground this corner. Dynamite's very much free value throwing it up to high ground or even just onto the point to stop Crowy getting permacat. Even forces the recall on Nos, so even he can't go in now, and CJ double headshot. No, Swift steps away, doesn't get taken down by Proper. In fact, Proper takes a headshot from the Kiriko as the point is juggled.
And this, I wouldn't be surprised if Proper is playing this Ashe with the expectation that the Valiant don't want to play Sombra. They want to put Seeker onto that Hanzo, play very defensively, so he can just play this Ashe almost for free. And with Crory on the D.Va as well, he can mitigate some of the damage, but they have no answers to taking down Proper. And that's why this first fight has just been jostling for position, looking for a pick.
Yeah, Heesang has got the pulse bomb. There's the pick that you wanted. Proper with an instant headshot, pulse bomb, Liar. Oh man, didn't connect, but it didn't matter. Liar ends up going down to the pulse, and that'll be the first cap going to Shock. And now it's just maybe a couple of staggers? Not quite, no. They don't want to push their advantage too far.
Liar's like, who put that box there that I ran into? And
he jumped into it too, so that momentum not working out in his favor.
Yeah, that was just a very slow fight, and a lot of people are going to start to get ultimates up here. The Valiant are dependent on Seeker to get a lot of value with these Hanzo shots, which isn't a bad gamble, considering the Valiant matches we've watched so far this season. But the San Francisco Shock, they have the ability to take the initiative whenever. They have the nano boost on Finn. They can throw that onto Max and jump into this backline whenever they want, but Croy's going to be waiting on the D.Va.
Not taking a lot of damage. Had to retreat there, go back to Liar, get full HP again. Man, it just reminds me of City Center at this point. It's so hard to actually take the point. Nano boost coming out onto Max. Liar still got one in his back pocket, but it is San Francisco Shock once again forcing the issue. Continue rush on the point as they do trade Finn for Nos, but now Max can go in pretty much scot-free. I mean, he's got Primal Rage, and with Heesang picking up a triple kill, this fight is pretty much done and dusted. Point not even flipped. Got another pulse and a big stagger into Crowy. They get the deep. Okay, yeah, jump off the edge. You might as well, but Proper gets a lot of free ult charge using that coach gun. Crowy didn't matrix that at all, so Proper now has a bomb.
You saw Max, as soon as Croy got the nano boost and went aggressive, Max's time to shine, jumps into the backline.
Heesang.
But now we get to see Heesang Tracer. Oh, nice little bait there on the defense matrix. Takes out 2, maybe going to get 3 here. Yeah, Heesang doing a great job on this Tracer, and he is a phenomenal Tracer player coming out of contenders, but he's not as good as Proper. So that's why we've seen so much of this back and forth between these two players, because depending on the map, they want a different Tracer player.
Oh, Seeker, yeah, there's no way. Dragon striking away from Max. He has to get it off. I mean, you know you're dead. I guess you maybe go for a Hail Mary there, but I saw no hit markers, no damage went across. Yeah. Valiant's last attempt here to try and capture the point. Overtime is ticking down. Self-destruct at least claims one, but is a form of AI in the bot. Still has feelings though, and I'm sure they hurt after that self-destruct.
no.
CJ on the high ground. Proper does manage to get away from him, but I mean, Scott, this is it almost. They find the flip, in fact. All right, I was about to call it straight up there, but I mean, it's just Max cleaning everybody up. 5%, 6% for the Valiant. That's going to be about it. 99, and the point as soon as Nos goes down. And there we go.
You can see the weaknesses of the Valiant composition, and a lot of teams have been playing this, of this Diva Hanzo style, and you're playing slow, looking around the picks, playing defensive. But all these dive teams have just learned, well, if we just get it, the advantage, take the objective, you have real no way of stepping into us, of taking a fight. And that's what happened. The Valiant just were waiting around for something to happen, which never came. And because Shock got that first flip, their percentage is ticking up, which then forces the Valiant to make a move which they don't have the composition to do.
Man, that's why Control is a bit of a rough game mode too, because like you said, when you are in that situation where you're the one forced to make a move, okay, do we flank, do we do this? And some indecision in the comms can lead to time just slipping away from them, and then it gets worse and worse and worse. POV, you're a penguin in the spawn room in Antarctica Peninsula. Not getting shot. Do not shoot the penguins.
Yeah, of course, no. Let's keep them all nice and friendly. As we see both teams rolling out with the Ramatra composition, something the Valiant have looked better at, but Proper is going to be on the Sombra. Composition popularized by the Atlanta Reign with Lip. We've seen Heesang and Proper going back and forth on this Sombra. Let's see how Proper does in this match in particular. You can see the Valiant just sort of waiting with their Sojourn, trying to get damage up because that's the advantage that they have.
See how Proper pilots the Sombra. Man, he is not going for an aggressive flank at all, just way more defensive. Just going for manual hacks on the front line. Just building up time on the point.
They have the control of the point. If they get the first flip again, the Valiant all of a sudden have to be the ones to make the move. They do force Proper out though, which is an important step.
It's pretty nice. It means Crowley can be a little bit more free to do what he wants. And in fact, a wall from Nos helps secure the kill onto Max. All right. I mean, this is a big reset for the Shock, I would imagine. Stalling out for a little bit more time. A little bit of extra ult charge there for Heesang, because he does heal himself. Vindime. What is Vindime doing?
That's a great question. A lot of people have been asking that question this year.
Yeah.
You know, Vindime was a great main support player for the Seoul Dynasty last year. Hyped up rookie. Everyone was very excited, but so far this year has been struggling to find value on this team. And a lot of people are asking, why did we lose Violet and his flexibility for Vindime? So he's really trying to prove the doubters wrong as we continue into this season. But now the Valiant in control, 20%. CJ has this amplification matrix, and Finn's on the Kiriko, so they have no answer to this one.
Yeah, they do not. They can either rush through it or just kind of kite away. We'll see what the answer is. Yeet. That was a yeet. Straight out. Does it catch anybody? Oh, just maybe it would have caught Nos, but yeah, he just pops the block, Scott, so he's fine. Window, oh, and Seeker with an easy headshot kill onto Heesang. And now Max in trouble. Pops the Nemesis form, and that should just be the fight, Scott. Pretty well played there by Valiant. A very strange Blizzard, I will say, from Heesang. Threw it at the back line. There was no follow-up. He did put a wall up to try and catch Nos, but would there have even been a kill there?
Oh, May has the ice block. They're one of the most
defensive heroes, right?
that can deal with the Blizzard. So that was a strange one there from Heesang, not really using the advantage of their speed boost. EMP goes down by
Hits
Proper.
two, Seeker and Liar, but a beautiful lamp from CJ is going to come out and save him. Even going to return the favor and throwing a beat either side. And now Max with the Annihilation. It's Max versus Crowley. Here comes the Blizzard though, and as Crowley tries to kite away from it, I don't know where that Blizzard went.
It hit Heesang, and that's what managed to catch Heesang. Max got on the edge of it, but got out of it at the last second. But the Los Angeles Valiant just are in complete control. Shock, every single ultimate that they've thrown so far in this round has come up with absolutely nothing. Now you see desperation. Heesang moves over to the Tracer. They have to play so fast. Max does have the Annihilation, but on the other side,
is that
so
enough
does
to win
Chloe.
Is that enough to win a team fight?
They have to touch the point as well.
Proper gets a manual hack onto CJ. Almost forced out. Annihilations for both Rams. They do get the overtime touch. Max stepping forward behind his shield for the time being, just punching away in Nemesis form. Can pop the Annihilation if he wants to. Same with Crowley now, who can get a reset on it. There's the Annihilation, the speed boost forward. Not even Vin Diesel at the helm could actually get him into the back line, though. And the San Francisco Shock are going to just walk away from any meaningful pressure. Crowley also uses Annihilation, so it's now just a stall fest. Just trying to take down one of the Ramantras. A kill finally comes up as Proper takes down Liar, but still Crowley POV just punching the lights out of Max as Max gets the kill. There we go. Ramantra POV in these comps, Scott, I will say, quite funny.
Corey's literally punching out.
He's
Why
trying.
will
Someone.
nothing
Please.
die?
He ain't one punch man, that's for sure. About 700 punches finally kills somebody, but it was Shock that eventually capped the point in the end.
Yeah, that Kitsune rush from Finn just really put the nail in the coffin for the Valiant. But they're at 99%, so they have multiple opportunities here to take the point back and close out this round. Seeker does have the overclock, and you can see them routing around to the outside, giving Seeker these long sight lines. The Shock are going to have to navigate around this. As you can see, Heesang playing behind them.
Nice early. Oh, perfect reply though. Seeker already had it. Railgun charged up, and he kills Proper and Vindime. Pops the ultimate. Heesang turned to dust. Triple kill for Seeker as they come back into this fight. That's a quadra kill. Almost picking up the entire team. Seeker with a beautiful overclock, and with Valiant OT, the Shock are going to be able to come back, maybe with the Proper, but who touches? There's a wall come up from Nos, and that'll be a round for the Valiant.
Who would win? San Francisco Shock, a team of rookie super players that everyone has hyped up so far with some championship quality players, or Seeker with an overclock. Drops a lol in chat as well, just had his way with the Shock. That dive just almost single-handedly deflected by Seeker. Let's watch it again. Let's enjoy this.
Oh my word. Yeah, so he gets EMP'd it, but he already had a rail kind of charged up. Well, actually, it was just Proper going pretty low, and then boom, overclock into the 4K. That is a ambitious pulse bomb too, on a sliding Sojourn. Worth a try, I suppose. You know you need to win that fight.
And this could be an important sort of look for both teams and sort of defining how this series goes. If Valiant look a lot more comfortable playing these Ramatra Rush styles, especially on the back of Liar's Great Baptiste, while the San Francisco Shock head and shoulders better in that dive setup, it could become map dependent on who wins up in this compositions. But we're on the third round here of Antarctic Peninsula, and they're playing Ramatra once again.
A little wham on wham, all good. I like what I'm seeing from Seeker right now, especially playing at this angle. Unfortunately, Liar goes down to Vindime of all people, so they just hit the big flank, basically, as I guess the Valiant were hoping they push onto point and then contest Seeker, but they in fact choose the opposite. They run at the backline instead, ignore Seeker completely.
Well, Liar on the Baptiste was playing far back towards their spawn, but Seeker recognized that flank coming and adjusted to the point. So there's a bit of disconnect from their backline and their DPS, and therefore Liar just goes down for free. They switch off of that Baptiste for Liar and CJ on the other flex support as well, and go towards a more traditional rush style with the Lucio.
All right, yeah, Seeker on the Soj. Keep him on it, honestly. Already hit a heater? Yeah, why not? Get a lot of free charge too on the railgun. From the shield and from even the Nemesis form block. See, San Francisco Shock have to touch that point to keep it in their possession. Now as Max jumps down, hits the Nemesis form, holds up his hands and says, please don't shoot.
They got to be careful about letting this point flip away from them, the San Francisco Shock, but Proper's coming up to an EMP jack.
Yeah, I mean, Heesang's got that Blizzard so close. There's the healing coming through. EMP hits 4 people, but no one's actually dying, Scott. That's going to be the big problem. It's in fact Max who ends up going down. San Francisco Shock have lost their tank, and now behind a window, the LA Valiant are just going to be able to take over this fight. Proper on the side. I mean, a pitiful amount of damage coming out from their SMG at this point. A lot of stall, though, for the San Francisco Shock, so free time on the board, but that's really about it. Vindime, Heesang, the last members from the Shock to touch. Still, I take that if you're the Shock, turning this almost into a one-fight map now.
It did cost them their EMP and their Blizzard though, Jack. They dropped them and they both got pretty solid value. Actually, I'm not sure about Heesang's Blizzard, but they just couldn't close out the players of the Valiant. Everyone was so low, below 50% health, but CJ drops that amplification matrix, keeps everyone alive, and now the Valiant are in the driver's seat and they've retained their major ultimates. Seeker with the overclock once again. Nos is coming up to a Blizzard. Croy with the Annihilation.
Same kind of setup just all the way at the back, Proper permanently hacking CJ, but Overclock in the hands of Seeker has already found a lot of success so far. Sound barrier for Valiant, good play there, as they saw the San Francisco Shock just running at them. Beautiful headshot to Vintime in the skies. And the repelling of the San Francisco Shock continues. Even a rush invested from the Shock, but the EMP is really what set them apart this series so far, Scott. So we'll see what they can do next fight. And we've spoken about this actually in the green room, Scott, with Snowball, base ultimate, the Blizzard. It can get interrupted by EMP. That is a very big possibility.
And that's a great point, right? Proper could just wait for Nos to drop this Blizzard down and then EMP get double value.
Well, there it is.
Maybe not ready.
5% away, and Proper's nowhere near the fight. He didn't receive that sound barrier that San Francisco Shock sent out. Annihilation for both Ramantras. They're trying to kill each other, but it's going to be pretty tough right now. Again, both crossing their arms, holding their hands up, and just hoping the rest of the team does something. Proper on the side, though, pretty low HP, hits the EMP. Nos and Crowy unable to pop defensive cooldowns. They do end up going down, but Seeker again responds. Max with the double kill. It was too much, really, to actually bear. I mean, even with Finn dead, Max was so healthy coming into that fight. 81% now, and if Proper finds this Saga, and he does, that could be big for them now.
Shock did have to use everything, same with the Valiant, so this is going to be a pretty neutral fight for the final one here between these two teams to determine this map. Finn has been caught out twice coming into the fights. He needs to stay alive. He's the primary source of healing for the San Francisco Shock, but Proper's working.
CJ almost hacked. Beautiful play there by Liar to stop Proper getting that manual hack down. Overtime ticking through. However, Nos and Crowy are on the point, and Seeker once again off camera finds 3 kills. How is Seeker finding this value right now? The Valiants capping the point, 85%. Seeker claims another 4 members of the San Francisco Shock, as the Valiant might just sink this map in.
Finn taking out CJ at the very end there is important. Liar's going to have to go back, bring him to the lineup, and that means the Valiant aren't going to be able to play aggressively. Finn with this Kitsune rush is so important, but Seeker with the overclock. Once again.
He can rip it any time he likes now as the rush is going to come through for the San Francisco Shock, but look at the railgun damage already. Max forced instantly to go in Nemesis form, put his hands up so he takes little to no damage, and now a window as well to aid Seeker in some of these kills. He's got to be careful, flank from Heesang and Finn, right to his right-hand side, but he's just squaring up right now. Heesang almost took a railgun to the face, a beautiful disruptor shot from slowing him down and stopping him taking care of Seeker. Now he's on the high ground, another kill for Seeker. Finn, the last member alive for the San Francisco Shock, and the LA Valiant are going to take map 1.
Oh, no, 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 no. The Valiant taking map 1. We said that could be a key point of victory for the Valiant. If you can get the advantage early, that could force the Shock to sort of feel dejected. Look at them in their cameras. They're not happy with what's going on right now. And Los Angeles Valiant, they look better in this rush setup. It felt like Shock were always trying to run down the backline of CJ and Seeker, but every time they tried, Seeker shot them down.
Man, LA Valiant's backline looking rather good. It's so interesting looking at how different teams play Sombra. We know Lip is the best in the league right now on that pick, but Proper I just don't feel he has the same impact, especially in the neutral game, and that's what really separates the good from the best. His attempts to hack CJ didn't really work out at all. It was either Liar kind of like poking him down with the Cheerios, or it was CJ just kind of walking away. Like, there was no instant follow-up, which is what you see from a lot of teams, either on the Tracer or even on the Ram using the speed up from the Lucio.
And CJ is just doing a phenomenal job of keeping his entire team alive. They're in dire health time and time again, yet he's managing to juggle the healing and just keep the Valiant alive, stopping these San Francisco Shock dives.
Blizzard World up next. Valiant up a map. The San Francisco Shock need to win right here. They don't want to be the first team to give LA Valiant a win this season. We'll have to see if that is the case after this break. Don't go anywhere. Blizzard World up next. Shock and the Valiant. Yes, it's happening right now. The Valiant right now up a map, Scott. It's crazy. Everybody's going bananas behind the scenes right now. We do have a substitution. Jumping in, Max out for the San Francisco Shock. Continuing the musical chairs on who plays what and who plays where. We're going to Blizzard World as the next map now.
Yeah, let me talk about this substitution. I have no idea. We've been trying to decipher this code for the last all of the San Francisco Shock maps dating all the way back to the Pro-Am, and I have no answers for you. I have no analysis. They just seem to flip back and forth all the time. They play all the heroes in the hero list. I wouldn't be surprised to see Junbin come in and play the Diva, which is something that he wasn't as much known for. This is a map where a lot of teams are playing that Diva setup. Right now, it looks like he's walking out on the Ramatra, but the Los Angeles Valiant, striking first blood is such an important thing for this team in the series. Bring that confidence in.
I'm assuming Lia's trying to sing a song in chat. Couldn't tell you what it is. I'm not that lyrically inclined, Scott.
You?
When it comes to
No.
No, thanks. Thanks, man. I feel like most of the time, if I hear a song, I'm like, oh yeah, that song. Could I name the artist or the album or the even the song name?
Or the lyrics you're even
Absolutely
singing.
not, exactly, right? I'm more of a chorus guy. I know the chorus to cool songs, but that's about it.
I agree. That's how everyone is. Nos is going to do the classic, gets walled up, takes a shot, miss as everyone else does, and then go back into spawn and switch to the Tracer.
I mean, it's always worth a try.
Is it?
Yeah, well, you get look, listen, if you get a shot and you get a hit, you get free ult charge, you swap, ult charge carries over a little bit now, so yeah. Yes, it's worth it.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
yes.
I'll believe you.
5%'s worth, bro. Let me play my Widow for 5 seconds.
So we got the Diva Hanzo coming here on attack for the Valiant. They're playing the Baptiste Kiriko as well. This is a very poke-heavy, slow offense, and we've seen this work for some teams, but also be incredibly poor. If it feels like you're not able to play aggressively, sometimes you just never get the opportunity to take a team fight. But it doesn't matter. Croy somehow kills Finn.
Oh, Jumpin taking a couple of Storm Arrows to the face. Gonna have to get those ones surgically removed by the looks of it. Pops another Nemesis form, but he's dead already. Wow. That dive was quick.
I can't tell you how that happens. I don't know how Finn dies
Instant.
to a Diva. I assume Nos is there to follow up as well. Maybe he took an arrow, but that just can't happen, is the answer to that. It can't happen. If you're the Shock, there's no way your flex support, your primary healer that plays as a sniper, gets caught first by a Diva. And the San Francisco Shock lose that first point almost instantly. The Valiant get things moving. 5 minutes remaining to make it through this second point that can be very difficult to assail, Jack.
Yeah, super tough. We'll see if Seeker can kind of open this one up. We see a lot of teams, and this is just Blizzard World 101. Wait for your Hanzo to get a pick. Does he get a pick? No, then you wait. Does he get a pick? Yes, then go. Like, that's literally this map, and it has been for quite a while at this point. Shock of a very different comp, of course. More looking to kind of bait people like Crowy in to get hacked and then finishing off. But we'll see what happens.
And we have Heesang on the Sombra this time and Proper on the Tracer.
I like this much more.
I agree. I think Proper, we know how impactful he can be on this Tracer and how he can just open things up almost solo, while Heesang, doesn't have that same effect, but is also quite a solid Sombra in his own right.
Pulse bomb from Nos there. I did see it land on Vindheim's shield. Now they boost on Jumpin. A very easy lamp kill in the corner, but Jumpin is in trouble. Even with that damage resistance from the nano boost, he's taking a lot of damage, but I mean, Seeker go kill, Proper go kill this time around. It's just him and Proper just trading backwards and forwards. Self-destruct used, yet to get the remake. But still, Nos and the rest of the gang are kind of hanging around, but with the defended spawn advantage, being able to get to high ground quicker, it's rough for the Valiant there unless they get a kill on Jumpin.
Yeah, that was great play. Nano Junbin allow him to just have the sustainability to get into the fight. Valiant and Lia just unable to sustain that onslaught of attacks, but now Heesang has the EMP. You can see Valiant wanting to go into this room, make it as difficult as possible for the Shock to follow up on this EMP.
That's really good EMP, caught Lia Crowy at the bare minimum there, and that will be it, I would imagine. I mean, Seeker, he can attempt to kill, but he's just staring at the defense matrix. Although, a kill onto Vindheim, of all people, by Crowy, self-destruct gets the remake, and they can still apply pressure to the high ground. Look, you can see Jumpin and Finn on the retreat at this point, Scott, as the payload is continuing to move.
Yeah, and the Valiant once again getting so low, but the Shock just not able to clean them up. Now they don't have that EMP, that big team fight ultimate to close things out, and the Valiant are in the spot that they want to be. Laya has switched over to the Brig to deal with this.
Proper did not see that one coming. Jump scare through the floor. Even had recall, I believe, there too.
Yeah.
Rally just to try and keep this fight going and keep Proper from getting it again. I mean, maybe he comes back with a pulse bomb, and it looks like he's going to be able to with the help of that Rally, but that's a big ultimate now offline for the Shock. Rough stuff. I mean, he's back. Only one ultimate with the pulse bomb and the nano boost available to him. One offensive ultimate, I should say.
And the Valiant are just playing slowly. They have no ultimates of their own. Junbin gets nano trying to go into the backline of the Valiant, but
wow.
They're impenetrable. The backline of the Valiant is doing a great job, but Nos is the one who ends up getting
rough.
caught.
Yeah, just outside of the Matrix range there. Krabi couldn't quite save his comrade. Now the Shock. They, ideally here, they want to stall this out for as long as possible, get another pick at this point, have Junbin escort somebody, like Proper or Heesang, get another one, and you can see Heesang now setting up. Even Vindime's kind of around the corner, EMP's pretty big, hits 3. Both supports are going to go invulnerable for a short amount of time after that Suzu, but a night anti-nade onto Laya should end his life pretty rapidly, and there's the cleanup.
This right side of the map for attackers is almost a bait, it feels like, because it gives you a defensive place to play, as we see Kroy get staggered into oblivion here by the San Francisco Shock. But it's almost like a bait, because yes, it is a defensive setup, but where do you go from there? They're stuck in this narrow choke. The San Francisco Shock has high grounds and can play around you as much as they want. So the Valiant, as much as they're able to get into the point, it doesn't feel like they're able to do anything from there. And, you know, living at the whimsy of Seeker on that Hanzo once again.
Well, they don't have EMP at this point, and they have Rally and Rush. Easy way to get high ground there. Just a bit of free damage, that's about it. See Jumpin trying to set up for a duo dive, but didn't end up working out. There's the Rally. Free push onto high ground. Car hasn't moved too far back either, and even Dragon's to create space. I like Proper's positioning right now. He's just on the point. Kind of harassing, making sure he's not near the rest of his team, hanging around that hacked mega health pack. Heesang gets killed. I wonder if his Translocator did end up getting killed there. Not entirely sure, but a rush is going to keep this competitive for the Valiant. Even in a 4v5, it's still hard to push people off the point. A couple of nice boops onto Jumpin, does send him sky high, and a couple of meters have been gained. A nice stick by Nos. Finn dead. Only Vindime left, but he's still got the Rally, and they still got ults to keep this one contested.
Proper has a pulse bomb as well. He needs to come up just as clutch.
Here is the self-destruct from Jumpin, trying to get that remake, and Vindime is just swinging away, but no, it's killed Crowy. A self-destruct on the point. He was so low, and even a D-mech onto Jumpin. There's no shot they keep this one alive, but a 4-man EMP from Heesang comes back from the grave and makes it work. The Valiants are going to get held on the second point. That looks so good. So good from Los Angeles there. I mean, even Nos getting that stick, you're like, surely it's over, but Vindime with the Rally, and then Jumbin, he did get demexed, but he was on the point when that self-destruct went off, so they didn't get C9'd. Good hold from the Shock.
And we've seen teams so many times on this season just unable to get through this second point, because even though you kill the Ana, the spawns are so close. They literally respawn and then they peek out the door and they're back in the fight once again. While the Valiant, the run back is so long. You're walking uphill, fighting uphill. And the Valiant unable to close out the second point, even with 5 minutes on the clock. They have 5 minutes to get through that second point. With that said, though, it's just as difficult for the Shock to do the same thing.
Right, exactly. We'll call it second point pretty much, right? It was 3 meters or something, so
yeah,
that orange box of victory, I suppose it will be, is going to be close to second. You either don't cap second or you cap third. Like, that's just how this map is tending towards at this point, at this stage of Overwatch, right? This game's been out for a few years, Scott. I don't know if you knew that.
Just a few
New
years.
Game just dropped.
Overwatch 2. Okay, let's move on. So CJ and Laya, they've had the double immortalities with CJ and Laya, and that's been so difficult for the San Francisco Shock to be able to enter into. It feels like they haven't been able to punish the backline, sort of hit these EMPs, close things out, which that is fine when the Valiant are the ones having to step into you, but now the Shock are the ones who have to step up themselves. Probably could have taken that shot.
Oh my, yeah. If he hit that, top 10 shots of all time from Spawn. That is for sure. All right, no willing. Proper back on the Tracer, he's saying on Sombra. Okay, same old here. Same with the Valiant.
We can see them just trying to take this route around the right side. And you can see the Valiant don't want to give this up for free. Nos is marking over this Mega. They're happy to let them in, but they don't want to allow them to have that choke. Give Heesang and Proper that flank angle.
They don't want to get it hacked either. Look at Heesang's positioning right now. He's kind of juggling with Nos. Oh, he's not going to go for the hack, in fact. He's just kind of chilling right now. Hack on Crowy on the cards. There it is. Anti-nade instantly thrown on, but a defensive land from Lai is going to keep the D.Va in the mech. Seeker's doing a lot of free damage right now, just looking down at the rest of the San Francisco Shock. Ooh. Finn on high ground, just dicing with death. I mean, I would not do that against Seeker, but Vindime?
Why is he there? There's no reason for Vindime to be on that side of the point.
Looked like he bashed too.
That's going to force a reset here by the San Francisco Shock. All the space and positioning that it took them 1 minute and 20 seconds to get,
you get the D-Mech.
Instantly unraveled. If they can get this Junbin D-Mech, it would be huge, and they get it.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's bad for the Shock now. I mean, Junbin at this point just like...
Has to jump off, yeah.
Has to jump off, get the reset, get it going. Half the time bank on.
And that's huge for the Valiant. And that's... You can see the Shock are just unable to go anywhere right now. The Valiant playing this very well, understanding what the win condition of their composition is. As much as it might not be the perfect meta composition, it works for them. And it feels like they know exactly how the Shock are going to try and break it and are adapting well.
All right, they do have to be scared of the EMP. 30% away. That will crack this sucker open.
Nos hacked and being chased right now in the backline, hounded at his own spawn.
Wow, this is a very deep chase. Okay, he's finally made it out alive. I'm wondering why Heesang doesn't hack that Mega Health back. I mean, it might not matter, but it would be nice to kind of take that away. But it's all good. Nano boost for Finn. Yes, they have changed sides on the map. That is correct, what you're seeing on your screen right now. Jump in Nano once more. Can't find the backline though. Instant peel from CJ and Lyre once again. But Crowy is in trouble. Even a Matrix, a Dragon Strike, everything thrown in there to try and save Crowy, but it was too little too late. Problem with the Pulse Bomb in hand is the San Francisco Shock are trying to juggle the point. Heesang's EMP found little of anything there, Scott, as Vindime dies again.
Yeah, Vindime going down is such an important thing. They do get the pick onto Lyre, but that's such an important pick by Seeker.
Big stick going away side there by Proper. That would have been perfect onto Seeker, taking down the main damage dealer of the LA Valiant. But with only a minute to go, Proper's on Genji of all things now. I mean, Vindime's got the rally. He cannot die in this fight, Scott.
Yeah, he cannot die. He's been getting picked first time and time again, and that's why he has the rally only just now, but that's so important for them. Needs to keep an eye on Nos with this Pulse Bomb.
Okay, rally up. Pulse Bomb for Nos, also getting online in 5%. And look at this, perfect pipe back from the LA Valiant. Yeah. They know they can give a tick here. They know they can go again. Nos is going to be able to juggle the point, and Vindime's dead. Seeker with a perfect headshot, even a Sonic Arrow of all things. Now Finn, all on his lonesome, is getting dove. A perfect dive, executed flawlessly by Nos and Crowy, but the rest of their team kind of cut to smithereens as Proper on the Genji is putting in mean work with just a vanilla Nano. No blade required for Proper. A self-destruct from Crowy to scatter the Shock for the time being as Vindime tries to rejoin the fight on the Lucio.
Yeah, Proper doing Proper things once again, keeping the Shock in this team fight.
Nos surely dead. Oh, he's not going to recall, but no lies. Go back on the Lucio. Stay alive for maybe 20% longer, and CJ will get the rush. But it's not going to happen. 2.5 minutes to go for the Shock. Still a dicey situation, Scott.
Did you see Proper's face there? He is mad. He is playing mad. He will not lose to the Los Angeles Valiant. The resources go into him. He gets the Nano, and that's just enough for them to close out that fight. But Shock are not playing clean right now. They're not getting value out of their ultimates. They're not able to stay alive, and now they have to climb that mountain of this second point. So you can see the Valiant already taking the high ground.
Blade available, EMP charged, ready to go. Up on the high ground, and look at that. Clear open skies too for Heesang to land a big EMP. Even just a manual hack here on Seeker. Oh, goes for the 180. EMP lands. Seeker just gets annihilated. And there's Proper with the cleanup. No blade required for the San Francisco Shock as they take control of the point. A quick and clean team wipe here is what Valiant really needs, Scott.
Yeah, smart.
Proper. Is that 4 kills? Almost 5. Wow.
Smart to die on the point there. Slow down the cart progress, because this back half of the second point is where it really gets difficult. Nice for the Shock that they were able to win that with just an EMP. So now Proper has the blade, and there's no sound barrier and no Baptiste for the Valiant to deal with that.
One
Proper
small
could
Suzu.
go crazy.
Nice hack onto CJ. Forces Suzu himself. Kitsune rush on the point.
his last breath used to use that ultimate to try and find a stabilization kill. Seeker almost goes down to the bomb, dodged it real life there as well. Liar kills jump in, but remember the spawns are so close to the Valiant right now, but Proper's still got that Blade. A nano boost available too. Blade pulled, Seeker in his sights, the support. There's no chance for you now, LA Valiant. Proper's got a Blade and he's getting the kills. CJ, you can't even touch, no supports available, and the San Francisco Shock will tie the series.
That's just a proper diff. Just proper diff, I think. He came in clutch. Yes, the Shock were giving him the resources. They were playing around him, but proper brilliance is the thing that ends up dismantling this Los Angeles Valiant setup. CJ and Liar, they were so resolute, so resistant to so many of these dives until Proper goes over to that Genji. We questioned it when he made that swap, but you can understand why. Once the team gets low enough, once he can start getting those dash resets, there's no way to stop him.
Oh my. A lot of these fights early on for the Valiant were all about Seeker killing Vindime or Nos killing Vindime, but Vindime soon switches over to Lucio, a little less vulnerable. Felt a bit better about himself, I'm sure. Like, going down that early as a support is disaster. Is this the pulse bomb leap back? Whew. Beautiful stuff from Seeker there. They do tie it up, but a very close game once again. And like you said, it was Proper's brilliance. The Nano Blade in this situation, rather strong as everybody's trying to touch the point, Scott.
Yeah, that's it. And the San Francisco Shock equalized. They needed to, and they do. And this is going to be a long series here for the Shock. We're heading over to Junkertown, which is a very different map, not very Ramattra favored, which isn't good for the Los Angeles Valiant, but let's see what tank Shock put in. Let's see what DPS the San Francisco Shock put in.
Yeah, I want to know the tank. Like, is it going to be Max or is it going to be Jumbin? It's a coin flip at this point. We'll have to wait and see after this break. Don't go anywhere. Junkertown up next. I was going to call it JQ, but not quite. Finzana there looking rather scared, but you shouldn't be because Proper had Nano and a Blade. Yeah, he looked a bit angry actually in the player cam, Scott, after that 4K. He was, I feel like, kind of annoyed that they're losing these very early fights on Blizzard World, and then he was like, you know what, I'm going Genji, I got this, 4K, boom, hits the Dragon Blade and takes the win for the San Francisco Shock. Proper go kill. Is a reason why it's a phrase.
It's a valid strategy for the San Francisco Shock. It feels like it's been going on for a really long time, and I know there are haters, I know there are doubters of the Propers, but he's so good. Just look at what he did. He turned that map around for them, and he's going to need to keep going Super Saiyan to keep the San Francisco Shock in the series, while the Valiant trying to hold on for a very important person, Jack. Did you know it's Taezonday's birthday today?
No shot.
It's Taezonday's birthday today, and the Valiant, if you're listening, this needs to be the moment. Don't do it for yourselves. Don't do it for your first match win. I don't care about that. Do it for Tay. He's been with you guys forever.
That's true. Happy birthday, Tay. Hope you have a good day, and hope all your wishes come true. Even, you know, Valiant maybe taking a win. Like, you know, they won a piece, and even Blizzard World did look close. Now, Valiant have chosen to attack, so Shock's defense maybe still mad. No Tracer to be seen. Little Genji.
I actually really like this adaptation by Proper. The Tracer versus the Baptiste, the Brig, and the Kiriko doesn't win that matchup very well because it's such ticky-tacky damage and it's slow, consistent damage that it's easily mitigatable in a lot of ways. While the Genji, you can just execute people. And that's what you get for the dash resets, and that's what he did last time. So he saw the success there, saw CJ wanted to play the Baptiste, so he's going to stick with it.
New phrase just dropped. Ticky-tacky damage.
You've never heard ticky-tacky damage?
No.
I've said that since I was a player because it's just little ticky-tacky damage.
Little
tic-tac,
like actual. Yeah, I know. I feel it. New phrase just dropped. There you go. Take that one to the races.
So we're going to see the Ramatra here from the Valiant wanting to play Corey around that one, and they're actually going to put Nos on this Sombra as well. A very different look to some of the things we've seen from them so far.
It will put a thorn in the side of Proper, or a hack if you will. Although, speaking of which, that nade from Finn was juicy. Even Crowie's taken a lot of damage too. You've got to at least get one. Vindime overextending once again, but I mean, Proper's still behind them. Yeah, Seeker, he's not in front of you, buddy. He's right behind you. And the Shock are going to hold for the time being. Finn has the Nano already. I'm curious if Proper, I feel like it's just going to be like, save Nano for me. We have EMP coming up, and then we kind of stagger these ults out.
I wonder if you make a swap here if you're the Valiant. They're trying to play to their strengths, but I feel like this Genji, and especially Proper Genji at that, is going to just tear them apart. I feel like they don't have the answers to deal with this one very effectively. Maybe Nos can just keep hacking him and hope for the best, but they're going to have the nanos. They're not able to force a fight against this backline of Finn. Like, here comes the hack. They hack Finn. But who else on the team for the Valiant is going to follow that up?
I mean, looked like Krabi tried to or something. Krabi's dead. Yeah, no one to follow that one up. You're hoping Finn has a misplay there, or even Findime's just not somewhere in the area to heal him.
And Vindime goes over to the Lucio. Potentially just a comfort swap here by Vindime. He's been heavily struggling on the Brig so far in this series, just getting isolated, ending up in the wrong position. He's just going to use his mobility and his skills on Lucio to stay alive, which I don't, hate. I think it can be a good idea for this EMP.
Oh, did he cancel the Dragons? It might have just cancelled Dragons, not sure. Looked like it though. Nano boost onto Proper. No blade pull just yet. Might not even need it to be fair. Looks CJ directly in the eyes, but knows the Valiants, their front line is dead. Only their back line remain.
Nos used his EMP there as well, so both DPS ultimates come out here from the Valiant. Seeker swaps over to the Tracer, a hero he's not known for as much. Nos over to the Genji. I like the swaps. I think you need to change things up. What you're doing right now isn't working. You're walking into a trap every time that you walk past this choke into the Shock.
Real David versus Goliath moment here for Nos. Going up against Proper's Genji. Oh, nice stun. Proper 40 HP. How is he so far in the sky? Worked in his favor though. It's all good. Proper pulls the blade, gets slammed again though, and now you're fighting into annihilation. That ticking damage that you can't avoid. It forces him all the way back. Actually has to rely on the safe embrace of Vindime there to get him back to near full HP to get back to the rest of his team. The Valiant, they do use annihilation, stop Proper getting too much value from the blade, and they are getting cart progress, Scott.
Yeah. The Valiant do manage to stay alive through all that one, mainly off of the annihilation from Kroy, but now they're in control. CJ and Lai are going to be able to play far away, as you see Heesang trying to get behind them to apply some pressure.
Self-destruct available for Shock. Window for CJ and the Valiant. There it is. A whole heap of damage. Heesang just trying to play a distraction game right now. Is the self-destruct used to remech. No kill, but Proper comes up with one. Rather big one at that. No dive partner for Seeker now, so he has to play a little bit more carefully. He's got a pulse bomb soon, but this damage coming out from Finn on the high ground, just sniping CJ. Doesn't have to worry about the rest of his team. A pulse bomb from Seeker does land on his mark, but Proper's still here and he's got a reset dash. EMP is gonna be good for it. Nos gets back from spawn just in time to see the payload tick down. Overtime is through and not a single point there for Valiant.
And only 3 final blows for the Valiant on that attack. This is the danger when you play to your strengths, when you don't play or conform to the meta all the time. Sometimes you just get caught with your pants down. All of a sudden your composition doesn't work against what the San Francisco Shock are willing to play. Shock have the flexibility and they've shown that, and they put it to good use on that defense. And now Valiant have a tough task to keep the Shock to the first point as well.
Yep, tough task. Oh dear. It's basically, again, the first point being capped. I think Proper's just going to run Genji again. At this point, it's like, okay, we're doing well. Like, let's not change anything. Look, Vindime, go on Lucio. Like, you did get picked a ton, and especially on a map that is so conducive to snipers. If you expect Seeker's going to run out with it, just play Lucio, and then we can just run him down. I mean, Proper's doing what he does best in killing people. It's really up to the Valiant here to kind of press the issue. I mean, Crow and Jumpin are kind of trading, but it's funny, because in these comps, it's not even really about them until they get their ultimates. Like, Jumpin's just there to kind of juggle. You're waiting for a DPS to get a hack, then a pick, or get your Tracer in a position where they can kill somebody. And it's rough for the Valiant here. They may be looking at taking 2 fights, holding the spawn doors, but that's all they can really ask for.
Junbin's currently rolling around on the Wrecking Ball, and I wouldn't hate it.
You can roll through those doors, push some people out.
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
But I think they're going to see... They're going to see the Valiant rolling out in this setup, which is dangerous to do against the Genji. Junbin's going to go over to the Winston.
Okay.
I like this switch. You can zap them, you can play above them, as you can see here, force Seeker off. So the Valiant are trying to just contest the point from this room and play defensively in here.
Yeah. But look how defended Jumpin is. Like you said, just leaps the high ground and get away from all of that damage, because no one can really follow him. Unless they wall themselves up there, which would be crazy.
They got to be careful of these Finn biotic grenades. If that one lands in there, does a lot of damage. You actually saw that CJ drop the lamp, but they're so low.
I don't think as the shift, that regenerative burst not coming through. He's hoping for that one in just a moment. Nice kill onto Proper. A huge anti-nade by Finn. I mean, you called it perfectly, Scott. You got to worry for them, but there's so many doors you can throw those nades through. It's a tough hold at best, but maybe they get 2 fights here.
Yeah, CJ going down, that spells the end of it, so they're just dying on the point. Don't want to give that cart progress. But as you said, Jack,
I mean, they got EMP.
You get multiple fights if you are able to hold that close. We've seen this from the London Spitfire recently as well. They might potentially rush out of this window, try and take this mega health pack that you can see in that room in the bottom right, and then do the same thing. Contest the cart. Yeah, there you go. They step in. They're once again contesting the cart from the room. But an
EMP hits for... I mean, that is just a slaughter. The Valiant, I mean, they had to have known, they should have known. Heesang has EMP there, but you have to go for that hold.
You still do.
You go for the hold, and now you get a third fight. A third fight on personal Junker down, it's unheard of. But they got an EMP of their own.
And, you know, that's 2 minutes off the clock. If they do manage to win this fight, all of a sudden it can get harder for the Shock, but they have 4 other ultimates up. Nanoblade, Proper's been so strong with them so far.
As indeed, have been sitting all the way in the scenery here, waiting for Proper to earn the blade so he can just send him in and he can kill things. Window for CJ, used very early. Oh, Proper interrupts the EMP! Oh no, no EMP. They still got a Blizzard, but that might just be it. There's the sound barrier and Proper's still holding on to blade. Finn's got the nano boost. This is disaster in the making, and there is Proper, and the kills just keep on racking up. The San Francisco Shock are gonna crack the defense. A beautiful follow-up to that cancellation of the EMP, and you can see Scott. I mean,
Proper is elated.
Yeah, he looks very happy right now in the player cams. It looks like he just wants the series over.
It does. And he's making sure it does end very, very quickly right now.
That is what's happening.
Yeah, he is just in full control of this series. Valiant have no answers to what's going on there. I like the idea behind that triple defense, point A, but it just didn't feel like Valiant ever took an equal fight. They were just walking into the loving embrace of the Shock every single time. And they go into sort of this break here thinking, how do we deal with this proper Genji? Because one of the major answers of dealing with it is to play that Winston, Brig, Ana style, and then the Winston can just zap down the Genji. It makes it very difficult to move around the map, but that's just not how Valiant like to play the game. So how do you adjust here if you're the Valiant? Do you play something uncomfortable but will work better against what the Shock are doing? Or do you just stick with what you're good at and hope it starts working?
Man, I'm sure we'll get a replay of the cancellation of the EMP, but that was another big tool they could use to shut down proper, and then Krabby can just kind of boop, boop, punch him, and he'd have died pretty quick. So the San Francisco Shock, they do end up taking this third map, 2-1 in the series thus far. I mean, Valiant, they took control pretty handily too, felt pretty good. San Francisco Shock looking to end this one though. You can see the look on their faces. They want to get out of here ASAP. Maybe lunch to go to, not sure. We're going to go to a break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Shock, your 2020 Overwatch League champions!
San Francisco Shock,
Proper is a generational talent. He's going to be in this league for a long time.
Look at this guy! He's running down Bernard! Then he just charges the Sigma!
Completely uncontested, tearing through. Coming on! There's a big shot! Gindo tried his best, but it's not gonna be enough. Finn is feeling himself. Look at him.
Shot that only affects him. Rampage gonna catch on a two from Taylor, but Proper is there. Oh my!
여기 깔고 또! Yes, he's just that good. I mean, Proper's really been sticking it to the LA Valiant over the last couple of maps. As soon as he locked that Genji, man, as soon as he locked that Genji, the kills started racking up.
Why, when I play ranked and someone tilt swaps Genji, it never works as successfully as this? Maybe I should just duo with Proper more and my problems will be solved.
Ah, yes, duoing with Proper.
I'll reach
something
out.
You're known
I'll reach
for.
out.
Yeah, I'll reach out. He's sliding in the DMs, bro. I think he's going to leave you on red.
Look at this stat card. 17 eliminations, 9 final blows, 1 death. Honestly, he's just running around and even flying around through the air for free.
Yeah.
Just doing whatever he needs to do. Honestly, I do want to give some credit to the Shock. They are playing well around that. I think Heesang Sombra looks a lot more tempered than Proper, and that enables Proper to have more space. They're forcing the ultimates out of the Valiant and enabling Proper to be that difference maker. But when push comes to shove, Proper is him.
Proper really do be him. Haters silenced after that map. Cancelled Seeker's EMP just a moment before this clip, and they just had way too many ults. I mean, it was a tough hold for Valiant, to be fair. It's a very awkward style of play when you're holding very close to the spawn room and then you hold in that small room. Yeah. You're like so rushed to do every single hold that sometimes your positioning can just get picked apart if you're ever so slightly misstepping.
And you're just not taking an effective fight, as you said, Jack.
Yeah.
But we're moving on to Esperanza, which is, for all intents and purposes, a dive map. We've seen a lot of people playing the Winston, playing fast. Every time someone really tries to play these slow, Ashe, high ground compositions, it feels like they just get out-tempoed eventually. As soon as you lose that control, it's almost impossible to pull it back. So what are the Valiant adaptations during the break?
Yeah, I'm curious. I wouldn't to see them still run this Brawl comp with the Ram makes the most sense for the team. You can really have Seeker on anything. I'm curious if Seeker's going to go back to the Sojourn, or he's going to stick on something like a Hanzo or Tracer. He can play all three to a very, very high level, but Nos is the big question for me. How's he going to play around this? Because we saw him quickly swap over to Genji in Junkertown, but it seems like sticking him on something like a Tracer and then Seeker on this hard-hitting hit scan where he can just pick people off. Seems like the port of call. Looks like Nos is hovering Genji, but we've got 5 seconds till the door's open. And in fact, it's going to be Kraui on the JQ instead. Let's go map 5.
Junbin says, let's go. Seeker says, let's go map 5. And Junbin's like, wait, no.
Wait, hang on a second. No, that's not what I meant.
That's not what I wanted to go. But we can see Seeker sticking to the Sojourn. I like this. Don't play Sombra. But that's not Seeker's wheelhouse. That's not where they find their strength. Right. Shock is playing the Ramatra. Valiant almost anticipating, I would assume, Junbin to be on the Winston, but he's on the Ramatra. I think the Queen is going to struggle to stand up to this.
Yeah, it's pretty tough when you don't have this kind of shield in front of you, plus the sustainability of Junbin too is crazy, especially with Finn in the backline. Valiant do have to go fast. They do so. They use that shout to get a little bit of positioning as Proper setting himself to the skies there. But there you go. There's what you don't want to happen. I mean, at the end of the day, you are diving the backline, yes, but Junbin is just going to turn around, hit Nemesis form, and just start blasting.
And Lucio Brig is just doesn't have that much sustainability throughout a long team fight. It's what we saw during the Jokes meta back last year, where teams just played as this 5-person death ball, and the Lucio Brig AoE healing, you just move as a unit, but that's not going to work against this Ramatra style of the Shock. Junbin's just going to never go down just punching you. And I'm actually surprised. Yeah, Valiant are switching. Kraui over to the Ramatra of his own, CJ onto the Kiriko. They looked better in map 1 playing 1 versus 1, so I like this switch from them.
All right, good stuff. Wow, what a shot by CJ. Wow, Heesang was not expecting a random kunai to fly out and dome him. Pretty easy fight now, you would imagine. Here's a 4v5, but still, the ults are charging for the Shock. They're closing in on the Nanoblade and the EMP as they won the first fight and were able to gain a lot more ultimates. Plus, with the swaps that Valiant made, they are ever so slightly behind, especially in terms of the tank ults, that's for sure. Now Finn can just hold high ground. This is going to be incredibly tough to actually assail for this comp now.
Yeah, he's so free just sitting up here. Vindime is just acting as a bodyguard to Finn on the Ana. And you can see the Valiant.
Oh, nice boop though.
That's a great play.
Yeah, now it looks like Jumpman tried to save him there. There's the Nano as Finn ends up going down, but it is onto Proper, of course. Laya trying to kite, and he does so unsuccessfully, running into the Annihilation. That was a good attempted dive and a nice boot by Laya, stopping Finn from sitting free on the high ground, but he got that Nano off just in time.
Yeah, the Shock having to use 3 ultimates to hold that, so that was an expensive fight for the Shock to win. And win or loss, I'm going to be honest, Jack, the Valiant backline has played incredibly.
Sure.
CJ and Laya have done a great job of deflecting the aggression and sort of making plays, which can be difficult for some support players, and some players just don't go for that. That will be the first checkpoint for the San Francisco Shock, though, and that's just a compounding of that first fight that went so terribly for them, starting on the wrong composition.
That's rough.
But this isn't the hardest point to catch back up to out of all the push maps. I think Esperanza, the first capture matters the least out of all the push maps.
What is that? Okay, I will say Laya and Seeker got a little bit scammed there by Heesang hiding behind a cash draw. Don't know how that worked out. EMP available right into Heesang's arms by the looks of it. However, Kitsune Rush and a Blade are available for Valiant now, but Nox get hacked and anti-naded by Finn. Okay, Finn now on the flank, helping Heesang out so he doesn't instantly fall over, but now Seeker's got the railgun. My God, how he comes up with these skills, Scott, is beyond me.
I'm not a huge fan of Sojourn these days because I just don't think the damage consistency is there. That one-shot potential isn't as here. With that said, just like now, when Seeker plays it, I love it. Honestly, it's his best hero. He's so strong. He just gets pick after pick. Just play him on Sojourn all the time.
By far, I would say is probably his best hero right now, honestly.
Yeah, I agree.
EMP available for Heesang. They haven't got Nano for this Blade, but an EMP might just do it. He does chunk off a little bit of HP, of course. Wow, Nos caught lacking in the air. There's the overclock from Seeker, trying to turn this tide. As the Annihilation even invested by the LA Valiant. Is Crowley able to catch up to anybody? No, he's not. Instantly slept by Finn, and the Annihilation just falls away. Sound barrier for Laya, doesn't save CJ, only hits 3, but Seeker's still pumping out damage. Proper dead as the Valiant still trying to move forward with only a single healer. They are going to get chunked down. That tic-tac damage, Scott, really making his mark now. I mean, there's no hope really with only the Lucio on the field.
Yeah, just Valiant, no value from the overclock, double down. They drop the Annihilation, no value from the Annihilation, try and triple down with the sound barrier. And Laya drops it just a little bit too late. CJ goes down, and that's a dangerous fight for the Valiant. Now with Junbin on the Winston, Croy goes back to the Junker Queen.
All right, okay, so now with little musical chairs at this point. Proper still has Blade, by the way. He's had it for a long time, enough for Finn to build up another Nano. So almost perfect corridor, and he's just kind of chilling with Finn on high ground. Nay does land, hits 2. They should be okay, though. Feel like they're a little bit too far away for it to mean anything, so they do be vibing.
Yeah, and the Blade is just so difficult to get value from with so many defensives and ultimates and stuff like that.
Scott. Going for a flank. That Blade's pretty big, though. The anti's even bigger. Finn hits a 3-man as Proper pulls the Blade, but no! Nos is actually the one that comes out on top. He pulls just the vanilla Blade out onto Proper. Nano invested, and the LA Valiant come out on top. Finn landed a fat anti and then instantly Proper pulls the Nano Blade, but it didn't matter. The LA Valiant kiting that one around the San Francisco Shock. Beautifully done.
Proper saw a ghost for a bit there, and then he got lost, and then he got confused, and then he didn't get any value from the Blade, and that cost the Shock dearly. They do have the sound barrier, and they're going to engage with that one.
I like that a lot. There's going to be a Suzu as well as that shout to sustain people through this fight, and I mean, that's just about it. A Kitsune Rush invested. That's a really nice fight for the Valiant to win, Scott. They are so close to this checkpoint, and only one ult used. They've got the Rush coming up. They're going towards another choke point, and the San Francisco Shock, they got Primal, they got EMP, but can Heesang actually find any value with it?
Also, Croy has the Rampage, and they don't have a Kiriko for the Shock, and they don't have a sound barrier. Usually two of the best answers to that ultimate. So when that Rampage goes down, anyone who's hit by it is going to bleed.
It looks like Shocker, yeah, so they're taking different routes here so they don't instantly all go down to the Rampage. Carnage goes in, no, but it actually swing and a miss as Finn gets asleep. And then Heesang gets 2 kills with the help of the rest of his team. Good kiting, this time from the Shock. Getting away from Crowy was what they needed to do. They couldn't let that Rampage go off, so they all took different attack routes.
That was a important fight for the Valiant to lose. They didn't even get ultimates out. Heesang didn't have to use that EMP. So now they just sort of have to be the re-engagers walking into this EMP. It's going to be so difficult. Laya is getting close to that sound barrier. He needs this to have that sustainability versus this EMP.
I mean, your boy's got overclock. Seeker with 4% away from the ult. EMP in this choke point. He's just kind of chill. He's waiting for it. Waiting for the rest of the cooldowns to come off. And now just looking, hopefully he can catch CJ so he doesn't instantly Suzu. Spots the Kiriko. She's already teleported as Nos gets manually hacked. And you can see the rest of the LA Valiant doing the exact same thing as they did before. Rushing the high ground with the shout.
Oh, that Rampage goes out and hits air.
Nobody? But it doesn't. It might not matter, Scott. It looks like it's maybe split the shock as Jumpin ends up falling to the kunais of CJ. Still holding on to this railgun is Seeker. And here comes the EMP. A 4-man hack. But CJ comes up with another clutch kill. The high ground still in control of the shock, though. As CJ and Crowy, they're not going to be able to find more miracle picks as the blade is available soon, as well as that Nano. Finn in trouble, and Nano on to Proper. Blade in 1%. Does he even really need to pull it? I don't think so, Scott. He's just going in, just a vanilla Genji, just with that Nano. Crowy does come up with a kill, an extremely scrappy fight, in fact, as it continues.
Yeah, he's just managed to live after hitting that Carnage, instantly gets that healing back
I mean, look at
from
the time,
wound overclock, and Croy manages to hold on just barely. Laya's sound barrier came at the perfect time, and now once again, this is probably the most important fight for the Valiant to take. They have the tools, they have the weapons, but Vindime has the answer.
It's Blade versus Blade, Proper versus Nos, but Seeker could shift it in their favor with that overclock. There's the Blade from Proper. He gets Suzu, so he gets booped away, but no, perfectly lands on Seeker and Nos's head. Hunts them down with precision. The San Francisco Shock now with 5 members up. Just have to wipe the Valiant, and with a minute to go, it is looking like a Shock 3-1. They had the tools, Scott, but they didn't rip any of them. They only used the Blade.
They just aren't proactive enough. You can see the Sanford. I don't love this idea at all. Yeah, Vindime, please take this further forward. There's still 45 seconds remaining. There's no reason to not push the bot further forward. As you said, Jack, the Valiant, they don't have many options, but Seeker doesn't need many options. He has the overclock. Can he do it once again?
Shout to save Laya there. He was going pretty low after he got anti. Now an overclock available for Seeker as they do rush onto the point.
Great disengage.
Oh, now he's lining him up to knock him down, but it's actually Laya that takes a quick nap. There's Vindime in the sky. Seeker finds one, has to dodge away from Proper, who's reflecting, but he's still doing damage, and that's what they need. They need to chunk people out so Crowy and Laya and CJ can rush forward and finish off these kills. Overtime approaching now.
Yeah, the Valiant, they're trying to find more value.
They gotta get picks.
Ooh, dangerous by Seeker, shooting the deflector Proper.
Finn on the high ground, on the flank, and with the Nano. I mean, there's Nos here. They do actually Nano jump in instead of Proper this time around. I know, crazy to think about. Sound barrier from the Shock, and that should just be it. There's just way too many ults for Valiant to bear, and that will be the San Francisco Shock taking the 3-1.
Yeah. The San Francisco Shock, just as you said, Jack, too many ultimates to deal with. They had the Rampage at the very end there by Croy, just gets EMP'd at the last second. The Valiant, honestly, putting up a strong fight throughout this series. They went toe-to-toe with the San Francisco Shock. They are showing that improvement, but once again, it's just not enough for them to get that first match win.
Oh, that was so close. It was just the overwhelming advantage of the ultimate bank at the end. Like, that was just it. More Qs equal more Ws. That's just how that ended up working out. There was a lot of times there. I mean, you're looking at people like Seeker to pop the overclock in response to Proper's Blade. Nos ended up kind of trading it out, but it's just these small advantages that Shock were able to eke out at the very end. The Valiant unable to come up with their first win, but they are looking good. They are improving. And Seeker's still kind of blowing my mind what he can do on the Sojourn.
Yeah, but the narrative is going to continue out of this match, Jack. San Francisco Shock aren't looking like a top-tier contender right now.
Super clean.
Their coordination just falling apart at times, relying too much on individual brilliance from individual players. The backline still making some questionable decision-making, getting picked too early. The Shock need to start showing us something, because at this rate, they might not even end up at the Mid-Season Madness.
Yeah, which is crazy to think about. I mean, the San Francisco Shock of all teams. And the turning point in that whole series was Proper just switching over to Genji. They were like, okay, we'll go in, we'll play Tracer. They ended up losing that first map on Control to the Valiant. And then Proper, halfway through map 2 on Blizzard World, was like, I'm going to go Genji, you're going to pocket me, I'm going to get Nano, and then I'm just going to carry the game. And that's exactly what he did. But can they just continue to rely on that? I'm not sure. The player of the match, though, for this series is going to be Proper.
Has to be Proper. He literally is individually turned this series around on that Genji, just going absolutely ham, just slicing and dicing the Los Angeles Valiant. And while we watch these highlights, Jack, I have to ask you the question. You said, can they just keep riding on this? This Genji will not work against the Atlanta Reign. It will not work against the Houston Outlaws. It will work against the Valiant, a team that has limited flexibility, but the Genji is a very niche pick in this meta right now against teams that aren't willing to play the Winston.
Right. As soon as you go up against a good Winston team, I think Proper is going to have to answer for his crimes in this series. I mean, his Genji does look super sick.
Yeah, and Genji is a solid hero in the right circumstances, and Proper putting on a masterclass of why. Just look at it, 24.5 eliminations per 10.
Over 20 minutes.
14.5 final blows per 10. But honestly, the thing that impresses me the most is the 2 deaths per 10. Yes, we see this number be quite low when people are playing Tracer, but it's hard to punish a Tracer. Genji, on the other hand, is quite difficult to stay alive. There's so many tools and weapons that people can use against you that you don't have answers for.
Yeah. I mean, like you said before too, no real surprise Proper gets at this series. He really did kind of take it into his own hands on Blizzard World. A 3-1 scoreline, maybe not what the Shock were looking for, but honestly a win's a win at this point as well.
Yeah.
Like, mid-season madness is coming up. Like, you got to get dubs where you can get them. And coming out of this one, you're going, okay, so maybe we just go on to the Genji and then kind of run it home from there. We're going to hand it over to the desk, though, so they can round out the rest of the day. Thank you so much for joining us on the cast.
Thank you, Costa. Thank you, Jaws. I love to see them both in the studio with us, especially when Genji's being picked and Costa just dies inside.
I saw
it in your face, a slow and painful death, and that did give me a little bit of joy. Valiant, however, did struggle with it. Proper just decided to drag his team over the finish line. How did he get it done?
I think Custom makes a great point. A team like the Valiant, they've shown really very limited willingness to bring out the Winston, which is really the natural predator of Genji, not respecting his deflect or his mobility. Winston doesn't really care about those things. It's super easy to catch and clean up a Genji. But since the Valiant don't run that, Proper just eats them up on the Genji. I mean, to be fair, that was an incredible performance on Genji. We look at that low death count. Really, the nature of Genji as a hero is that your killing is your survivability. If you don't get the kill, you don't get the dash reset, and you don't live. But Proper, just time and time again, he did find the kill. So despite the fact that Valiant were able to win this first map, Proper makes the adjustment, realizes they won't play Winston, punishes them with Genji. I mean, this is a textbook win from Proper, really well played. But again, for the Shock, we're waiting to see more from the other pieces.
Yeah, I mean, I think on the first map we saw that Shock, they really struggled when it comes to the Ramatra composition. They decided to go with the Sombra and the Kiriko, but they couldn't really execute on those engagements. And so Valiant, they're just able to sit tightly with Seeker in the backline, with CJ on the Batiste, and just out-heal, out-poke the San Francisco Shock. But then another thing that I like seeing from the San Francisco Shock, he's sang on the Sombra. I think this could be a mainstay for this team. Proper, he can play the Genji here in this kind of duel, but also as the Shock move on, and you can't play the Genji anymore, like you just mentioned, Jake, maybe that allows you to put Proper on the Tracer as well. You can play Sombra Tracer. I think Hisang did a good job scouting for the most part, especially on the final push map as well. He's picking out targets for his team, like, hey, can we engage onto this target, utilizing the EMP. It's not the best Sombra in the world, dare I say, but I really do think that it's a building block for the San Francisco Shock. And if I'm the Shock right now, we got a 3-3 record. We need to find a composition we can build upon, and I think Hisang Sombra could be that for the San Francisco Shock.
Any bright spots here on the Valiant?
I mean, there's one.
Seeker.
Yeah.
I want to highlight as well CJ on the Kiriko, especially. He looked really good. I think both supports actually looking pretty consistent for me. For me, the issue for Valiant is really a comp gap here. It's like the fact that they won't play the Winston, Shock just punishes them super hard by playing Genji. But I think if Valiant bridges the gap and they can kind of like fill in that Winston, maybe Tracer Sombra dive composition, I think it's time for this team to grow and develop. They look so great in their comfort zone. and yet as soon as a team that's flexible forces them off of it, they fall apart. I think that's like clearly the Achilles heel of this team. Their strengths are great, but they've got to work on those weaknesses. That's the nature of the Overwatch League. You can't be a one-trick team and expect to actually beat even mid-tier teams.
Yeah, I mean, that's an easy one to abuse if you just know exactly what the weakness is from your opponent. Now we are ready for our winner's interview, so Danny, please.
Please?
Please.
Yes.
I'm begging you.
Please, I'm begging.
Oh, okay. That's a lot of please. All right.
I'm just very excited about this interview.
Zoe, this is for you. I got Proper here for the post-match interview. Proper, congratulations on getting the win. Yes, hello. All right, so this match against the Valiant, you guys had a strong showing. So how did you guys prepare for this specific match? 자, 일단 인터뷰 쉬운 질문부터 가겠습니다. 오늘 발리언트 경기 3대1로 승리를 거두시면서 좋은 모습을 보여주셨는데요. 오늘 이 경기 좀 어떻게 준비를 하셨나요?
일단은 저희가 이번에 좀 많은 연패를 좀 하게 되면서 저희끼리 얘기도 좀 많이 나누고 이제 뭐가 문제인지 좀 고쳐가면서 그런 잘못하는 것들 좀 보완하려고 많이 준비했던 것 같아요.
I think it was not specifically for the Valiant match. You know, we were sort of on a losing streak, and because of that, there were, of course, a lot of problems within the San Francisco Shock. So we wanted to fix those problems. So we focused on communicating more, talking about what we could do better, and I think that really sort of helped us get the win against the Los Angeles Valiant. Now, another question is, of course, Proper, you were the rookie last season, but I mean, this season, you and Finn are the veterans coming into returning to the Shock. So I just want to know, has your role changed at all compared to last season when you were a rookie to now, where you're the veteran and that you have a lot of other rookies under you? 자, 두 번째 질문으로는 이제 작년에 프로퍼 선수가 루키 선수였죠. 새로 들어온 신인이셨지만은 이제 이번 시즌에서 핀 선수와 같이 어떻게 보면 베테랑으로 다시 센쇼로 돌아오셨는데요. 지금 베테랑으로 다시 돌아왔기 때문에 좀 더 작년과 비교를 해봤을 때 좀 역할이 좀 바뀐 게 있나요? 팀적으로 봤을 때?
일단은 저랑 핀 선수가 일단은 맏형이고 또 이제 다 어린애들 선수라 다 어려가지고 저희가 계속 멘탈적으로 애들도 케어해줘야 되는 부분이 좀 많이 있는 것 같아요. 작년에 비해.
Right. I mean, definitely because we are, not only are we the veterans, we are the sort of the oldest out of our players right now. All of the other rookies are very young, so I think we sort of wanted to, we have to focus a lot on caring for their mentals. You were talking about caring for their mentals, so because, I mean, you also mentioned that you guys were sort of on a losing streak and things weren't really good for the San Francisco Shock for the past couple matches. So in those kind of situations, as a veteran and as the oldest brother of the team, like what do you tell your younger players? 자, 방금 이제 뭐 멘탈 케어를 많이 해주신다고 얘기를 하셨는데 그거에 대해서 좀 질문을 좀 더 하고 싶습니다. 아무래도 센쇼기 솔직하게 말하면 지금 초반에 굉장히 좀 힘든 과정이었잖아요. 지금 경기도 좀 몇 번 지고 해서 이럴 때 이제 베테랑으로서 아니면 형으로서 이제 루키 이번 새로 들어온 신인 선수들, 센쇼기 선수들에게 좀 어떤 말을 격려를 어떻게 좀 해주시나요?
일단은 그냥 저희끼리 하는 말은 무조건 경기 지든 이기든 그냥 즐겁게 가자. 저희끼리 그냥 분위기 좋게 가보자. 그냥 이런 느낌으로 하는 것 같아요.
I think it's pretty simple. We always just say, whether it's a win or a loss, just have a lot of fun. Try to have fun when you're playing a match, and I think that is what Proper is saying to the rookie players on the San Francisco Shock. All right, Proper, thank you so much for your time again. Big congratulations on the win. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰 마치도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you.
No, thank you, Proper. It was great to hear from Proper.
Shock fans everywhere should be thanking Proper for that last match.
In fact,
honestly.
that is true. You had something to say about this one?
Can I just say, I just love this addition to the Shock as well. They have a Korean fried chicken sponsor. How lucky are they?
I thought the same thing.
How lucky are they?
Why don't you send us something to try?
Send us some Korean fried chicken. I'd love some Korean fried chicken.
I'll chill out for that. It's not a problem.
I love the San Francisco Shock.
I like fried chicken
even more.
I love fried chicken more. I do.
No, but this is fantastic insight. Is of course that is an additional responsibility falling on Proper now as the older brother, having to also care for the mental health of the younger players, and that is not a small feat, especially if you're on a losing streak. That can really, really wreak havoc on those younger players who might not be as familiar with losing, especially when they're coming from a successful contender's career as well. Let's take a look at today's scores so we know exactly how we got to this point of the day and where we're currently standing as well, because we're still looking to find out which team will get that second spot in the overall standings. These are the results today, 3-1 all the way.
3-1 Overwatch.
3-1 Overwatch. Yeah,
Oh no.
who hasn't heard of that?
Oh no.
Now we do see that the Houston Outlaws are up there again in
Their rightful
second, in their rightful place, according to sources. Jake.
Probably my personal
but
opinion.
it's not done and over yet. You know, the Mayhem and the Boston Uprising still have something to say about the final standings. We do still have a few more matches which need to be played, and the Valiant, unfortunately, still no victory on the board, still there on the very, very bottom, which is, you know, when you're seeing great maps here and there, it is frustrating. It's definitely frustrating for those players as well. But alas, this is just a spring qualifier, so even if the teams don't make the mid-season madness tournament, it sucks, but like there is still a whole second half of the season, and if you know, kick things into gear at the right time, you still might make it to the final. We've seen it before. Look at that, Washington Justice making like insane runs at the very, like how many years ago was that?
Yeah, but maybe not from 08. But yeah, I mean,
I'm just saying.
I wasn't, you know, they went 0-8 here in the qualifiers, but it was a pretty joyous 0-8. It was not like a it was not like a Shanghai 2018, just like Doomer 08. You're just like, oh my god, this is terrible.
That was joyous for the fans, though, because that was a meme.
That was terrible. That was
kind of fun.
That was just not.
They cried on stage.
As a player, it wasn't.
Okay,
Because you guys don't want to lose to the Shanghai Dragons.
There was a bad time, man. 0-37 Shanghai, we played them. It was like
Scariest
we didn't even prep for the other team that week. It's like we can't lose this team.
Look, going back to the Valiant, they're 0-8. But like every time I see Seeker in the lineup, and like I like watching this 0-8 Valiant team. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. I'm rooting for them.
If they get like a hit scan one trick meta where Seeker can just lock it in on a hit scan, Crowley can stay on a comfort hero tank, I could see things coming together for the Valiant squad.
He's a budget shy.
Shy.
Whoa.
That was him.
That was him. That's my praise.
Come on, that's praise. That's praise.
That is praise, actually.
It could be better or worse. I mean, it could be worse. I mean,
it may not sound like praise. Actually, was praise. Would have made my best of the day because kind of a banger quote there. However, I do want to hear it from you guys. What made your highlight reel today, Danny? Starting with you.
I'm just reading the title of my best of the day, and our producer Nathan wrote it. He wrote Dragon Num Num, and that is what happened. It was Gargoyle, I think it was, eating the dragon from Sparker, and yeah, I think we're just taking a look at it. It's just happening.
Honestly, Violet was in trouble there. Violet was in trouble with that dragon.
He clutched it out.
Just barely nom-nomming it there. So great awareness from Gargoyle. It's good to see him coming and having some success in the Outlaws, where it looked like, wow, they really want to play Fearless all the time. So I think having Gargoyle be successful when he does come in is really important for this team. Who knows what metas lie in store? You know, we could see a meta that requires them using Gargoyle a lot. Good to see him succeed.
Yeah.
But for my best of the day, I went with Seeker. We've talked a lot about him.
Budget shy! Let's go!
I'm not gonna make a two-faced statement like that. I think he's actually a really strong player. I think this is why so many players want to join Overwatch League teams, because even if your team looks weak, right? Valiant not doing that well, they're not looking like a good team. Seeker looks like a strong player. I think a lot of franchises have to be looking at Seeker as a player that, like, you might want to bring this guy on to like a stronger team. You might want to build around him or put him with strong pieces. You know, he's a player you'd be willing to invest in because he's having this great performance against Overwatch League teams, even while his team is struggling. So I think for Seeker, I like to see him performing well, especially against, you know, high caliber competition.
Yeah, I genuinely, as much as I joke, like I genuinely think Seeker could be on, you know, several of these Overwatch League teams we're seeing, because he was as impressive on Boston Uprising last year. So. Unfortunate 0-8, but he's a really talented player, Jake.
Yeah.
So there you go. For my best of the day, I'm also going with a very talented player. I'm going with the proper Genji that closed it out against the Valiant. And look, I just gotta say this, okay? Custa's not in the room anymore. I think Genji is probably the most entertaining hero to watch when there's a Genji.
Yeah.
I just love watching Genji.
A good Genji.
No, I mean, this is the nature of Genji.
No, watching terrible Genji is like...
No, that hurts.
It's as hilarious.
I mean, the thing about Genji is it's such an overheat hero. It's so natural to just like assume you will hit every single shot and keep going. And like when we play it at home, it's like, yeah, we don't do that and we just like dash into the enemy team and fail. But when Proper plays it, he's like, it's like, wow, he can just dash into the enemy team. There's no problems with that. It looks great.
He makes it look very easy.
Yeah, it is incredibly hard to do what he's doing in these clips. So
I love Genji. I don't know if that's a hot take or not. I love Genji Manos.
As a Genji player, I'm in perfect agreement.
Well, you heard it here first. No, yeah, I don't know how to transition out of a Genji conversation, to be perfectly honest. I also didn't expect one to happen. But you know, there's just so much more to this desk than what you see or hear from us. He's just fighting that fly. Danny's hard at work, as you can tell. He's not just hard at work.
There's a fly. Where's the fly, Danny? Watch out!
He's not just hard at work on pest control here. No, he's also putting in work behind the scenes very often. You know, getting that inside scoop, getting all the information about our favorite players, and that, of course, draws the attention of some of our absolute favorites from the community. Angie had a good one here. She captured one of the. That's a real Danny moment. Angie and someone.
This is when you're rubbing the monitor, right, Danny?
I would definitely do that to someone.
That's why we had to have the players remote to keep him safe from Danny.
For me?
This is for them.
Someone's a lovable guy. I mean, you got to give it to him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a guy you want to see him succeed. You know, out of all the players, like it's like some players, they're kind of villains, the heroes, villains. You know, it's neck. You know, they're all great players. They all dedicate a lot to the game. But someone is very, very genuine. I think you can just see that from everything he does as a player.
Great artwork. Love to see it, and
Someone
really
like
captured.
someone.
Yeah, really captured the spirit of someone and Danny.
Yeah, it did. Yeah. Wait.
And if you're a special someone looking to meet Danny,
there you go. Yeah.
The next segment. Next up, Danny wants to talk about how he's catching up with some of our favorite players, such as Mirror from the Washington Justice.
I actually, you know, a couple days ago I got to talk to Mirror, and I had some fun questions for him, and we talked about, you know, like making his very own Overwatch League zombie apocalypse team.
Oh, okay.
I like that.
Right.
So let's take a look.
Overwatch fans, the apocalypse is upon us. I'm here with the one and only Mirror of Washington Justice. Hi. And today he's going to be selecting his zombie apocalypse team of Overwatch League pros. So without further ado, Mirror, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Let's jump right in. Pick 3 and explain your reasonings.
First one, murdering. He can cook, and he's fast. So yeah, that's really helpful. So that we don't have to worry about him. So he can just survive by himself. I'll probably Kai. I need a confident guy, so that somebody he can handle with weapon. And I think Kai is the one that's suitable for it. You know, like his stone face killer guy. That's him. He's the one to fit the job. The last one's pretty hard. Muse. So just in case if something goes wrong, I can just leave him behind as a distraction.
Wait, stop. Wait, what? Wait, you're gonna leave him? You're gonna use Muse as bait?
But one of them have to. It's not me. It's not murdering. It's Muse.
Sure, man.
And he also really tall as well, so the zombie will take a while to eat him, which is fine.
To recap, Mirror's Overwatch League zombie apocalypse team consists of Birdring because he can cook and he's fast, Kai because you need a confident guy, and Muse who you plan to use as bait. If I have to guess, I would give you all 6 days.
I was being nice. I was gonna say a week, but then he's sacrificing one of his friends. So
you're not making it with that.
You know, so I was like, I minus 1 day, so I said 6 days. I think that's valid.
Yeah, that's charitable, honestly. Those guys aren't making it 24 hours, let's be honest.
No, not with that attitude. They won't.
The average gamer is not making it 24 hours.
Probably not. I am on board with the sacrifice a guy, a big guy.
We were talking
about it
back
backstage.
room, yeah.
And unfortunately.
We could sacrifice anybody.
Anybody who's especially tall and potentially a little more slow.
It takes a long time for the zombies to eat.
Exactly. It could be anyone. I'm not specifically like anyone.
It might be a valid strategy.
It'll take 3 days for the zombies to eat Johnny.
Also, you're in luck because he's gonna get himself eaten way before you.
Why?
Because you have that kind of energy. You have the kind of first victim energy. I'm sorry.
No, I'm
first victim.
I'm the last one to die. I will live until I'll be the only survivor left. I'm like that type of person. I will sacrifice all of you guys.
Because you got lost in the woods. Like I think you will not even be aware that there is a zombie apocalypse. You're gonna come back to the city and go like, "Oh, guys!"
He's on his phone playing gotcha games.
Yeah, when I was playing gotcha, like what happened?
He's like, hold on, I gotta get a pull.
I got a 5-star.
Oh man, yeah, that's
It's gonna be a zombie
that's
with the
my hot
phone
take
in
on
his
this
hand.
one. Lots at stake here. Of course, there is zombie apocalypse, but also for our teams. So let's take a look at this schedule. We love schedules. That's right. And we have another one for you on
we
May
got a
26th.
big game coming up. You see that second one, guys?
Oh, I thought you meant the Outlaws and Mayhem.
That one too.
That one too?
That one too.
That'll be cool too.
Well, I say there's a bunch there though, which I'm actually excited about for different reasons though. Let's take a look at our East schedule as well to see what we can expect from the Eastern region knockouts. Again, they are in the knockout stages, and yes, we do have not just our teams in the mix, but we also do have contenders teams who are trying to vying for a spot in the mid-season madness
Is it
tournament.
crazy to call
O2 Blast
the favorites? O2 Blast are the favorites, right? Am I
That's not crazy though.
I think that's
Soul Infernal beat
pretty
them.
straightforward.
Soul Infernal beat them.
Beat O2 Blast.
Yeah, but 3-2.
O2 Blast is like one of the top ranked contenders teams, and Dragons already lost like the 5th, 6th, so wouldn't.
Oh, versus them? Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
that's what I mean. O2 Blast. Sorry, in that match. In that match.
Oh yeah, for sure.
O2
yeah.
Blast versus
Sorry.
Dragon.
No, yeah.
Oh,
Goodbye.
Dragons. Oh.
Dragons.
Yeah.
Pain.
Wrap it up.
Well, clearly, we're all over
That's
the
a
place
yikes
with
for
our
me, no.
predictions
That is a yikes for
and
me, no.
ideas on which teams are good and bad. But who are we? What do we know, honestly? You know
Not
who
much.
knows their stuff, though?
much.
Our crew, our entire staff. That's right, because each week a wonderful crew behind the scenes here are competing for the Overwatch League pick and belt. Up until literally 10 minutes ago, I didn't know that this exists, but in fact, we do. I don't know where this is coming from. I don't know who made it.
It's a work of art.
It's actually some Sharpie action, but I live for this, and I am deeply offended that I was not even told that this is a thing we're doing. Apparently,
What? We've done it for weeks now.
No.
I haven't. Anyway,
Yeah, I think it was just when you guys were
this
here.
this week's pick and belt will go to drumroll. No.
Yay! South Sky Noah, let's go!
Let's go.
Stats.
So he clearly has the numbers on his side. He's
Yeah.
just like
Yeah.
he's number gaming.
The
it.
number
Smart.
game. That's how you
Smart.
solve the game.
That's how you do it.
Yeah. So congratulations
Counting.
to Noah. No, you're gonna steal it. I'm not gonna hand it to you. I have zero faith in this one.
No trust in this
Nope.
squad, guys.
Wow.
Sure. Okay, take a look. We're looking with our eyes, not with our hands.
Oh, damn.
Getting ready for my first museum visit with my daughter.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah, that's exactly how we
Right.
wear belts.
Looks
well,
good.
this is the belt each week. This one is up for grabs for our staff. So again, GG's to Noah, but also to the rest of the production crew behind the scenes. Thank you so much for playing with us. And that's it for week 4. We will be back again next week with all these beautiful people. Hi guys. Hi. Aw, we love them.
Oh.
Anyway, we'll be back again next week. Thank you so much for joining us. And
Goodbye.
goodbye.
Nuisance.